What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi podcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks, girls, boys, girls, MBs. We are live once again. We're live and alive, and I'm doing this intro really quickly because Donald Trump is already live, and I totally missed most of his speech, and he's going crazy. No personal news. How the fuck would I have personal news in between literally the time I went to sleep and the time I woke up? I literally went to sleep and I literally woke up and I am now streaming. So no personal news, nothing happened in between. Okay. Last night was mad real. I'm coming up at 5 a.m. Wonder if we got cabs still, you know, all that sort of stuff. Morning voice. Oh my God. La la la. We got all of it. Okay. Yes. Georgia. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock and not so radical journalism student John Ossoff have both functionally effectively won their Senate races. The minority leader will now be Mitch McConnell, but unfortunately the Senate majority for the Democrats is going to be a very slim one, and by that I mean literally as Kamala Harris is a tiebreaker, so not great.
Very cool.
So let's tune into the Nazi rally,
so
folks.
I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do, and I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. It is also widely understood that the voter rolls are crammed full of non-citizens, felons, and people who have moved out of state, and individuals who are otherwise ineligible to vote. Yet Democrats oppose every effort to clean up their voter rolls. They don't want to clean them up. They're loaded. And how many people here know other people that when the hundreds of thousands and then millions of ballots got sent out, got 3,
we
4,
are watching
5,
Trump
6,
give the exact same
who got
speech.
7 ballots. And
what is this? What is this thing? Why is there light shining off the bulletproof glass? He did a horrible job with the camera placing.
They said it's not American to challenge the election. This is the most corrupt election in the history, maybe of the world. You know, you could go third world countries, but I don't have hundreds of thousands of votes, and they don't have voters for them. I mean, no matter where you go, nobody would think this. In fact, it's so egregious, it's so bad that a lot of people don't even believe it. It's so crazy that people don't even believe it. It can't be true. So they don't believe it. This is not just a matter of domestic politics. This is a matter of national security. So today, in addition to challenging the certification of the election, I'm calling on Congress and the state legislatures to quickly pass sweeping election reforms, and you better do it before we have no country left. Today is not the end, it's just the beginning. With your help over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news, and they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. You look back there all the way to the Washington Monument. It's hard to believe. We must stop the steal, and then we must ensure outrageous election fraud never happens again, can never be allowed to happen again. But we're going forward. We'll take care of going forward. We got to take care of going back. Don't let them talk. Okay, well, we promise. I've had a lot of people. Sir, you're at 96% for 4 years. I said, I'm not interested right now. I'm interested in right there. With your help, we will finally pass powerful requirements for voter ID. You need an ID to cash a check. You need an ID to go to a bank, to buy alcohol, to drive a car. Every person should need to show.
It's kind of sad that he's still throwing layups for the Republicans after he totally fucked them over in Georgia.
We will also
I told you guys before, voter ID, in order to justify voter suppression, you have to lie and say election integrity is under attack, right?
We will ban ballot harvesting.
Oh, Pence is speaking?
And prohibit the use of unsecured.
All right, let's see what Mike Pence is going to do.
Clerk's desk. Without objection, the tellers will dispense with the reading of the formal portions of
Damn, Mike Pence is upstaging Donald Trump, boys.
Portions of the certificates After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic,
Doing it.
tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state, beginning with Alabama, which the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Let's all celebrate the demise of the elderly obstructionist lame turtle. Goodbye, Mitch.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Point of order, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Vice President. In order to follow with the Speaker's instructions that only a limited number of people be on the floor, may I ask how one would make an objection or make a parliamentary inquiry in the future if you're not on the floor but in the gallery?
Pass boggies.
Look at these dipshits.
Under Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code, debate is not permitted in the joint session.
Hi, Hassan, how you?
Oh,
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm not attempting to debate. I'm trying to find out how a parliamentary inquiry or a parliamentary point of order would be made.
he said no debate,
in following
Lording.
with the Speaker's
This
request
is
that
not
most of us not be
democracy,
on
sir.
the floor. How do you make one of those points of order when you don't know what's going to happen later?
Respectfully, the gentleman's parliamentary inquiry constitutes debate, which is not permitted in the joint session under Section 18 of Title III United States Code. With that, Mr. Blunt.
Let's go.
I don't think it's on.
okay. So all this stuff is just like procedural jerking. Like it's just basically a double dutching, double dicking procedure. All that stuff is stupid. You know, Ted Cruz and them are gonna like symbolically stand in opposition and oppose, sir. And then, you know, they're gonna call for order, blah blah blah. None of it matters. It's a wrap. It's GG's. Let's go back to the fun stuff.
Country. And it's had a tremendous impact. And we got rid of catch and release. We got rid of all of the stuff that we had to live with. But now the caravans, they think Biden's getting in. The caravans are forming again. They want to come in again and rip off our
Oh, they're
country.
coming again.
Can't let it happen. As this enormous crowd shows, we have truth and justice on our side. We have a deep and enduring love for America in our hearts. We love our country. We have overwhelming pride in this great country, and we have it deep in our souls.
Lol.
Together we are determined to defend and preserve government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were.
15 minutes.
And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride, boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you. and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Damn, that was weak, dude. That was weak. Now, the irony here of a joint session of Congress for counting the Electoral College ballots happening simultaneously as Donald Trump is holding a rally basically arguing about how Mike Pence is going to steal it for him when that's definitely not going to happen is not lost on me. This is the new America. Maybe this was the old America, but this is the new America that we get to experience in real time. On the one hand, you have the charlatan, Donald Trump, literally lying to his audience, lying to his stands, like the Weasley little liar that he is. And also on the other side, you have decorum, and you have, the professionals doing what they would do as professionals do. And it's perfect. And this is the future of America. There are two Americas. One America that's planted within complacency, maybe incremental change from time to time, and still lies, hostility, but an America that wears a mask of decency. And also on the other side, you have an America that lives in the lie world, in the world in which lies are occurring. And Ted Cruz is making a brave stance now. Hold on, sorry. We got to watch the rest of it. Oh, wait, they just muted everything. Why?
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
Trump supporters be like, stop the count. 0-12, it's over. Trump is actually the president. Democracy was a lie all along. Turns out when Ted Cruz says no.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the grounds not under all of the known circumstances regularly given.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the state of Arizona? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
Please don't ask me what this means as a procedure. I don't want to lie to you. I do not know, okay? I don't know. This is not a thing that happens, okay? So I legitimately don't know. All I do know is it's all fucking bullshit, okay? It's all symbolic. It's all bullshit. It's all based around tradition regardless, and really stupid traditions. And I'm not a big enough nerd to actually know what the fuck, like, Ted Cruz's symbolic stance, or like an Arizona senator and an Arizona House of Representatives member saying that they're gonna fucking, object to the reading. Like, all I know is this, okay? We're adults. We are adults living in the adult world. New York Times explained their procedure in the live chat. Sure, I'll look at it if you want. It's fucking nerds, okay? They're nerds. If you know what's happening here, they debate for 2 hours and then both chambers vote on whether to sustain the objection or not. Okay. Great. You're a nerd. It's ridiculous.
Senators are making their way across the Capitol into the upper chamber as the joint session of Congress to certify the 2020 Electoral College votes has been dissipated. They will now go and debate in their respective chambers the objection heard right there to Arizona's Electoral College votes. Catherine Tully McManus is a reporter, congressional reporter for CQ Roll Call. What just happened?
So what happened right there in the joint session is that when the Arizona electoral votes
Bro,
were
is she
brought
logging in from the bathroom?
for
What the
joint
fuck?
session to be counted and recognized by Congress, Paul Gosar of Arizona, a Republican, along with 60 of his colleagues in the House, registered an objection to those
Yo,
electoral
C-SPAN
votes.
is leftist,
And
boys.
as required, a senator
injected
joined
into
in that
my veins,
objection,
Margaret.
which made it valid to be debated in each chamber. And so what Mike Pence, the vice president, who's presiding over this session, just said is he sent the House to remain in the House chamber and sent the Senate to retreat to their own chamber. And they will now begin debate on this objection of the electoral votes cast for Joe Biden in Arizona. The description was really technical, that under all known circumstances, the votes were not, quote, regularly given. The objectors will be elaborating and getting more into the details of the issue that they see, and Democrats who are in support of recognizing these votes will be defending their position that Joe Biden's electoral votes are rightfully his.
How quickly do you suspect the House will gavel
C-SPAN
into
is so funny.
its session to debate?
This lady's hair is
This
in
objection.
1935.
It could be
flaps his
relatively quickly. I think that we will see each chamber will have to, go through some basic procedural rigmarole to get the debate started. But they know.
Yo,
that
serious question. Jokes
this
aside,
is
can
the
congressional
first of what could
GOPs
be
overturn
up to
Biden's victory?
6
No.
objections, which each have this long debate time, which will be extended.
No.
There needs to be a vote at the end of these debates.
No, what are you thinking?
Which are
Like,
extended due to COVID restrictions.
are you insane,
in each
dude?
chamber.
No,
So
they
know
can't
there's
do
a
that.
very long day and night ahead of them.
Guys, you have to remember something, okay? Okay. Capitalism bad. But also, capitalism needs stability. Or even if there is volatility, that volatility has to be manufactured and beneficial to those who are in positions of power. Complete eradication of institutional legitimacy is not the kind of volatility that helps Pfizer or Merck or, I don't know, Raytheon. Maybe they might be a little bit, actually not even fucking Raytheon would benefit from that, okay? It doesn't work that way.
Wow,
America's institutions must at least remain or look like they are strong and legitimate. Do you understand? Because any sort of volatility that goes beyond that, is a danger. Like if you could turn around and watch America wither away, it's like it's symbolic or it's aesthetic democracy. As you watch like Ted Cruz in his snakeskin boots, watch a little Porter Rooney before going up on stage on Congress and saying, "Hey, all of a sudden we're overturning the votes of 80 million people." Like, no, that's not happening. Okay, that's fucking psychotic.
Good morning, King. Hope you
Like,
have a good day and stream.
Our democratic protocols are aesthetic for the most part. We have a duopoly. It's unjust. It's deeply unjust. Things that would help the American workers never end up passing. But ultimately, yeah, I know they're storming the Capitol. We're going to go there in a second. Let me just finish my thoughts on this, though. But ultimately, these institutions must at least look like they are legitimate and look like they are strong. That's why everyone always says, we're not a tin pot dictatorship. That shit's not happening. Like, Ted Cruz is not going to be able to overturn the democratic results of an election because Donald Trump asked for it in not so gentle ways. No, they're all playing a role. Ted Cruz is doing that because he wants to run for president. Okay? He wants to run for president. That's why he's doing it. And he needs Donald Trump's fans to be his fans if he wants to win. Let them fucking eat one another. It doesn't really mean anything serious. I hear that the hundreds of Trump supporters have now stormed the barricades at the back of the Capitol and are marching towards the building, which is pretty funny. Like, again, I laugh. I laugh when lefties on the internet say stuff like a revolution is going to happen, a specter of communism is haunting the United States. It's like, dude, if there's ever a takeover in this country, it's not going to be a leftist one. It's going to be on the dumbest reasons, okay? Just like when the workers arm themselves, they arm themselves to defend fucking Applebee's. When the workers rise up, they're rising up because their billionaire, New York, elitist, narcissistic president who manifests all of their personal frustrations and grievances with the elites, or whatever they consider to be the bicoastal elites, is upset with the outcome of a democracy, of a democratic election. It's not going to happen because workers all of a sudden read copies of Das Kapital and are now, like, you know, unionizing and effectively taking over the country. No, it's a hog revolution. Okay? And it's not even a revolution regardless. Like, this is the vanguard, boys. Here you go. And it's the funniest thing because they're like engaging in, I guess, revolutionary action, even though they are counter-revolutionaries. I mean, they are literally the definition of reactionary. And they're engaging in this action not because they're upset that, you know, the government is not giving them more, not because they're upset about their position, not because they're upset about, you know, the labor conditions that they're subjected to. They're doing this because Donald Trump is upset. So let me rip that Band-Aid off for you, okay? They're doing this because Donald Trump is upset, and that makes them upset, because Donald Trump and his fifis are the only reason why these people will fucking activate. You understand? That's the reality. They're mad because they lost and because Donald Trump lost. And guess what? They're not black, so of course cops are not going to fucking gun them down on the streets.
A court that ability, it exclusively gives that ability to the legislatures. And in fact, in most states, that's the process that was followed. But for those states that this wasn't followed, unfortunately, this is not new. We've seen over and over again more states where the Democrat Party has gone in and selectively gone around this process. That has to end, Madam Speaker. We have to follow the constitutional process.
Okay, shut the fuck up. This is insane.
How you doing, pepper spray, fucking pepper, pussy?
3 months not spent. Thanks for everything.
Fucking pussy! How you doing, pepper spray, fucking pepper, pussy?
For the people who are saying, like, or for the people who LARP as revolutionaries and whatnot, watch. Okay? These people, again, are not storming the Capitol building because they're upset about any legitimate grievance when they should have legitimate grievances. They're upset because Donald Trump lost. A billionaire who will go down in history for Ronald Reagan-style tax cuts for the wealthy and a complete destruction of federal agencies from within, okay? A person who completely unshackled any semblance of EPA regulation so that he could further eradicate or further destroy this planet. A person who very clearly, unapologetically was always on the side of corporations, but said a bunch of right racist things so that he could, you know, build public support and LARP as though he was a common man. That's who they're fucking upset about, not winning the election. That's why they're storming the Capitol building, okay? Not because they're upset about a lack of worker safety during COVID, not because of the government's horrific response to coronavirus, none of that. Because they're fucking mad because they're bad, okay? They're mad because they can't hold the fucking L. Just saying. Fake populism. Fake aesthetic left-wing economic populism with a fuckload of nationalism built into it
Hitting the fan.
as a vehicle to deliver a much more nefarious nationalistic agenda. Watch. Pepper spray fired from both cops and pro-Trump protesters. Status coup? Isn't that Jordan? I think this is Jordan Sheridan. Absolutely. Hitler would be proud. True. Anyway. The fucking reason why they're mad does not fucking matter. They're still doing this shit anyways.
Love you, Hassel.
What? What do you mean the reason why they're mad does not matter? Okay. So Chud's storming the fucking bird sanctuary for grazing rights because their farms can't take advantage of like I don't know, public land more, or Chud's fucking storming Capitol buildings because they want to get haircuts is the same as like black people protesting police brutality. No, of course the fucking reason why people are protesting matters, dude. As a matter of fact, it's the only thing that matters. What do you mean?
Drift and dream at driftandream.me.twitch.tv prims hashtag Hasanabi.
You can say, like, I don't think these people should get tased. I don't think these people should get maced. I think that's my position overall. I don't care how hog-like they are. I don't like watching a violent police state violently squash these sorts of protests. I don't think that's right. I know that they wouldn't fucking feel the same about me if I was out there getting my ass beat, but it doesn't matter. I still don't think that it's right that the cops are doing this.
Love you, boss 20.
I don't. Wonder where all the tear gas and less than lethal responses went when someone is actually storming a government building. Agree shouldn't happen to anyone, but the difference in response is appalling. Of course they're not going to do it. Do you think we can ally with the hogs against the police? No. No. I'm not going to watch Jordan's broadcast. No. Because we used to work together. I don't think he's too fond of me. And I don't want him like fucking hitting me with like a DMCA or some shit. Anyway. Same dudes to complain about BLM. Yeah.
Hassan. I am a big ol' political Andy and this stream has been my highlight of quarantine. I cut my racist relatives in half verbally every holiday because of your love, you chat, you rabid mountain, you chugging cucks.
Thanks, man.
Let's go. Hey, let's go.
The real issue isn't this. The real issue isn't like them fucking, I don't know, symbolically standing angry next to cops or like attacking like the Washington Monument or some shit. The real issue is when this turns into nighttime and when they redirect their anger back to their fellow citizens, specifically black and brown citizens, specifically black churches, specifically Antifa or whatever they'd have declared to be Antifa. That's when it becomes a real issue because they're never going to be able to express their full anger at the police state. They ultimately know that the police state is supposed to be on their side. Okay? And that's why they're not getting their shit pushed in currently. At this level, any Black Lives Matter protest would be gunpoint. Okay? You would watch at this stage, regular Black Lives Matter protests would be absolutely, without a fucking doubt, you would be getting clapped up. You would be getting, you would watch people get. Mitch McConnell is speaking. No, he's not.
Hassel.
Is here?
President
Let's go back
Biden
to that.
won the 2020 election. More than
Where is
60
he?
lawsuits were filed contesting elements of the election process. None of these lawsuits prevailed. Why? As even President Trump's own judicial appointees ruled, there was no evidence of any wrongdoing that would change the outcome.
Where is the? I don't know where the.
Yeah, presub.
C-SPAN 2 for the Senate here.
This will be the most important vote I've ever cast. President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from specific local allegations to constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories.
Mitch McDonald is gone. Let's go.
I supported the president's right to use the legal system. Dozens of lawsuits received hearings in courtrooms all across our country. But over and over, the courts rejected these claims, including all-star judges whom the president himself has nominated.
Why does he sound like he's crying?
Every election, we know, features some illegality and irregularity, and of course, that's unacceptable. I support strong state-led voting reforms. Last year's bizarre pandemic procedures must not become the new norm. But my colleagues, nothing before us proves illegality anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped the entire election. Nor can public doubt alone justify a radical break when the doubt itself was incited without any evidence. The Constitution gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. They've all spoken. If we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever.
No.
This election actually was not unusually
close. This is all Mitch McConnell does. He means if we overruled them in favor of Donald Trump, it would damage our republic forever. If it was a Republican that he liked, if he was a Republican who Mitch believed genuinely cared about the long-standing Republican ideological project, he would be the person championing the cause of stealing this election. Just remember that. Don't stay fucking based. Don't think that Mitch McConnell is doing this because it's for any reason other than the fact that he already used and abused Donald Trump. That's it. He got everything out of Donald Trump.
Our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years would be a scramble for power at any cost. The Electoral College, which most of us on this side have been defending for years, would cease to exist, leaving many of our states with no real say at all in choosing a president. The effects would go even beyond the elections themselves. Self-government, my colleagues, requires a shared commitment to the truth and a shared respect for the ground rules of our system. We cannot keep drifting apart into two separate tribes with a separate set of facts and separate realities. with nothing in common except our hostility towards each other and mistrust for the few national institutions that we all still share. Every time in the last 30 years that Democrats have lost a presidential race, they've tried a challenge just like this. After 2000, after 2004, after 2016. After 2004, a senator joined and forced the same debate. And believe it or not, Democrats like Harry Reid, Dick Durbin, and Hillary Clinton praised them and applauded the stunt. Republicans condemned those baseless efforts back then. And we just spent 4 years condemning Democrats' shameful attacks on the validity of President Trump's own election. So look, there can be no double standard. The media that is outraged today spent 4 years aiding and abetting Democrats' attacks on our institutions after they lost. But we must not imitate
insane
and escalate what we repudiate. Our duty is to govern for the public good. The United States Senate has a higher calling than an endless spiral of partisan vengeance. Congress will either override the voters, overrule them, the voters, the states, and the courts.
An evacuation order has been given.
Or honor the people's decision.
In the House Cannon building.
Will either guarantee Democrats' delegitimizing efforts after 2016 become a permanent new routine for both sides, or declare that our nation deserves a lot better than this. We'll either hasten down a poisonous path where only the winners of election actually accept the results, or show we can still muster the patriotic courage that our forebears showed not only in victory but in defeat. The framers built the Senate to stop short-term passions from boiling over and melting the foundations of our republic. So I believe protecting our constitutional order requires respecting the limits of our own power. It would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and the states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it.
Leader.
Mr. President.
What is she doing?
Vice President. As prescribed by the Constitution and the laws of the nation, the purpose of this joint session is for tellers.
Look at how happy
appointed
he is.
on a bipartisan basis by the two houses to read to the Congress the results of an election that has already happened. We are here to receive an announcement of a vote that has already been certified by every state in the union.
Is this real?
And confirmed
by the courts. Is this from today?
Many times over.
Are they going to burn it?
The current vice president open envelopes and receive the news of a verdict that is already.
Are they going to burn it, you think?
It is a solemn and august occasion, no doubt, but it is a formality. The Congress does not
actually the Capitol building? Sometimes there's like people who are liars, like.
The Congress is not
Listen, I gotta pause for a second. Listen, when commotion like this occurs, There's a lot of people who are literally not on the ground, who are just aggregators of misinformation, okay? They will just do it for retweets. Ian Miles Wrong is a great example of this. And every now and then there's another person that props up. I don't think that that's like from today, and I don't know if that's actually happening right now. So sometimes you will get a video sent, and it's not from today, and it's just an aggregator Andy trying to make like trying to get like retweets and shit. So don't get bamboozled. Okay, double check, triple check before sending stuff like that. I don't think that that's real. Dude, we know how the internet works. Man, there's 52,000 people in here. Not all of them are aware. This is important for like media literacy purposes too. The reasoning for the evacuation. Oh yeah, I saw this already. Yeah, we know. Yeah. We watched this already. Guys, they're getting their asses beat for Donald Trump. Like, I'm sorry, but that's never not gonna be funny, dude. That is never not gonna be funny. Like, there is not a better person. There is not a better representation of a politician that does not give a fuck about you than Donald Trump. And these motherfuckers are getting their asses beat for Donald Trump, dude. They're getting their asses beat for Donald Trump because Donald Trump, while he's a regular Republican politician, at least went mask off with the racism. So these people were like, oh my God, he must really love us and he must really fucking care about our values and our interests. Like, remarkable. Thank you, Cash App, for the, I don't know how many subs you gave me, but yeah, 51 subs. Thanks. Look how gentle the police are with them, though. I mean, they're not exactly gentle. They're still like, I mean, this would never get to this point. If this was a black crowd or protesting black grievances like police brutality, this would not happen. They would have kettled and corralled. They would have tear gassed. They would have shot projectiles directly at people rather than on the ground as you're supposed to. And it would have never gotten to this point. That's for sure. That is for sure. Okay? Isn't status quo Jordan Sheridan? I think that, oh no, he's not. They're not Jordan Sheridan. Status quo is literally, maybe it's not Jordan Sheridan's operation. Am I crazy? Sam Harris responded to you? What? On what? Yeah, the cross was going up in front of the Capitol building in Lansing, Michigan. It is Jordan, right? What? It's just like hashtag MAGA. Shit like that. Cops are swinging at protesters and they're pepper spraying the cops back. Of course they are. Dude, there is no better representation than like how American politics is viewed in the eyes of, or like look, where is it? I fucking missed it. I missed it. I sniped it earlier, but it flew by because the chat's too fucking fast. While this is happening in front of our eyes, some motherfucker in my chat's like, what are your thoughts on neopronouns? Hasan, what are your thoughts, Hasan? If you think there's a chance it's him and he will try DMC after the fact, just don't watch it. Not worth the risk at all, in my opinion. I don't think he will, but I don't know. Facebook has live feeds from the Capitol. We can look at clips. There's enough clips going around, but like, I think they literally thought that, like, Republicans would not break into federal buildings or something. I don't know why. Like, why did they think that? Like, they're entitled as fuck. They're straight up the most entitled motherfuckers out there, and they think that, like, cops are literally on their side so they can do whatever the fuck they want and get away with it. Why do you think Proud Boys founder Enrique Tarrio literally came back to DC after openly admitting that he was the one who vandalized the black church and, like, brought fucking high capacity magazines with him, which are not even legal to have in DC? That's entitlement, brother, because Donald Trump is saying, stand back, stand by. So they think that they can get away with it, and they kind of can get away with it. And that's precisely why they're going to do all the things that they want to do. Capitol Police is evacuating all House office buildings. They're evacuating Madison and Cannon buildings as crowd of Trump supporters are attempting to enter. Oh, Jesus Christ. Their tweet saying police can't contain this much longer is bullshit, lol. No, of course they can fucking contain it. They're just not containing it. And the reason why they're not containing it is because it's pig on pig violence. Why the fuck would they do that? Like, if you push a hog far enough, maybe, yeah, they'll fucking clap back, but ultimately they're not going to. Isn't it sad that Chuds have more balls than revolutionary leftists? First of all, the Chuds have organizations. The Chuds have astroturfed organizations. The Chuds have the backings of billionaires, and their fucking literal president became the president. So it's a little different than making a comparison between that and a bunch of fucking lefties on the internet with zero organizational power, with virtually no organizational power, and the only ability to organize around grassroots mobilization and not like billionaires backing them with astroturf campaigns. The establishment is Chud adjacent. So why the fuck wouldn't they be galvanized? Why wouldn't they feel emboldened? Why wouldn't they be able to fucking storm the Capitol building? You have to remember the dynamic, the material realities that we exist under, and who gets the funding and to do what. Don't be crazy. The funniest part is these people think that, like, you know, like Ted Cruz, for example, thinks that he's going to be able to win the favor of these hogs when they don't care. Like, they think Ted Cruz is fake. They already started off hating Ted Cruz because Donald Trump said, I fucked your wife, or whatever. Not that he fucked his wife, but he said his wife was ugly. Can you explain what their end goal is? Their end goal is nothing. They're just angry, dude. They're just not a great look for freshman congresswoman to be caught on tape at a rally in the nation's capital saying Hitler was right. What?
Started, obviously, Mary, we need you global pandemic. You represent the family. Hundreds of thousands have died in the U.S. DC hospitals, Virginia, Maryland are all at almost capacity. I wear a mask, right? I wear a mask.
What?
But Bill Montgomery, who was instrumental in getting Turning Point USA started, obviously, said, Mary, we need you global pandemic. You represent the family. Hundreds of thousands have died in the U.S. DC hospitals, Virginia, Maryland are all at almost capacity. I wear a mask, right? I wear a mask. We've been a few elections we're still going to be losing unless we win the hearts and minds of our children. This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has a youth has the future. Our children are
This woman just said Hitler was right on one thing. They're saying the quiet part out loud.
What? What? Bro, what is happening in Illinois, man? Yo, society has progressed beyond the need for Illinois, dude. It's done. Why are there so many Nazis in Illinois? What the fuck? We're done. Nah, dude. Just carve out Chicago. The rest of it is trash. Move Illinois to Florida, dude. What is happening? Even the Democrats are psychopaths from Illinois, too. Like, just everyone is fucking psychotic in Illinois, it feels like. All the politicians are garbage. Bro, she literally said Hitler was right. What the fuck?
Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has a youth has the future.
Yo, what? Bro, why? What is it? What? This is absolutely insane, dude. Hold on. Okay, where's Ted Cruz? Context Andes? Bro, the reason they're so psycho is in Illinois because Republicans have been sort of disenfranchised for a long time due to the skewed influence of Chicago in elections. The rest of the state is red. We can't split up Illinois into Chicago and the rest of the state because that's what the Nazis want. Go back to the stream, dude. Oh.
The senator who signed on to that objection being raised by the Arizona House Republican who lodged it. You have to look ahead to what happens after January 20th, Lester, and what this means for actual governing. What happens, right? If, in fact, the Georgia race holds, because that's the other huge story we're covering today, what happens in that Georgia race between Jon Ossoff and Republican Senator David Perdue? Can Jon Ossoff hold that lead and deliver the Senate to Democrats now? Can Democrats work across the aisle with the Republicans if they need to? And they might not, because a 50-50 tie, of course, would be broken by Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. But can Democrats potentially work across the aisle if there are Democratic defectors, given what they're seeing? I spoke with one Democratic senator this morning, Lester, who said, I'm going to find that very difficult to do, given the thing that is going down now on Capitol Hill, especially over the next 12 to 18 hours here, what we're going to see before tomorrow, depending how long this thing lasts. You also have to look at Republicans, and there are some Republicans like Senator McConnell. Listen, he seemed deeply emotional there. We don't often see that level of sort of visible.
This is not something I can watch. Where is the actual Just Ted Cruz? Can someone link me Just Ted Cruz? No, I can't do that. I can't do the fucking mainstream media take on like, oh, they're actually emotional. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Why are you rushing to fucking hand it to him? Oh, that's Boebert. Oh,
it is law.
It's
unless
Glock.
Amended by the state legislature. This is the way it needs to be carried out. In Arizona, the deadline for voter registration for the 2020 presidential election was October 5, 2020. Using COVID as a reasoning, Democrats filed a lawsuit to extend this deadline by 18 days. And an injunction was made by an Obama-appointed judge preventing the Arizona Secretary of State from enforcing the constitutional deadline set by the state legislature. As a result of this frivolous partisan lawsuit, 10 extra days were added via judicial fiat to allow voter registration. These 10 days were added after voting had already begun. This is completely indefensible. You cannot change the rules of an election while it is underway and expect the American people to trust it. Now, in this 10-day period, at least 30,000 new voters registered to vote in Arizona. All of these votes are unconstitutional. It does not matter if they voted for President Trump or if they voted for Vice President Biden. They did not register in time for the election. The law states October 5th. Either we have laws or we do not. If we allow state elections...
Lady, you want to bring a Glock to Congress? Like, the fuck do you mean law and order?
Partisan lawsuit. Unelected bureaucrats.
Order. What do you mean law and order, you psycho? You're like, I'm going to bring a gun to Congress. Don't come to work tomorrow.
If we allow state election laws as set forth by state legislatures to be ignored and manipulated on the whims of partisan lawsuits, unelected bureaucrats, unlawful procedures, and arbitrary rules, then our constitutional republic will cease to exist. The oath that I took this past Sunday to defend and support the Constitution makes it necessary for me to object to this travesty. Otherwise, the laws passed by the legislative branch merely become suggestions to be accepted, rejected, or manipulated by those who did not pass them. Madam Speaker, I have constituents outside this building right now. I promised my voters to be their voice. In this branch of government, which I now serve, it is my separate but equal obligation to weigh in on this election and object.
Top of the hour is coming, boys.
Of, by, and for the people.
You already know what it is.
They know that this election is not right, and as their representative, I am sent here to represent them. I will not allow the people to be ignored. Madam Speaker, it is my duty under the U.S. Constitution to object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. The members who stand here today and accept the results of this concentrated, coordinated, partisan effort by Democrats, where every fraudulent vote cancels out the vote of an honest America, has sided with the extremist left. The United States Congress needs to make an informed decision, and that starts with this objection. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Brian Mast.
Madam Speaker, I rise as well to support the objection, and I rise with a simple question. Can the chair honestly tell Americans that with pending Supreme Court legislation or pending Supreme Court case over legal observers not being allowed to observe and inspect signatures, that the laws and Constitution of that state were not?
Dude, this is okay, dude. I mean, they're running the same rhetoric. Like, it's like, oh, the fucking they didn't see our signatures. We couldn't look at our signatures or whatever. It's like bullshit, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Y'all fucking lost. Not only did you lose, but you lost every day. Oh, he's got the Punisher BLM flag. What will he do? Ted Cruz is making up bullshit about the elections.
And so I endeavored to look for door number 3, a third option. And for that, I looked to history, to the precedent of the 1876 election.
Oh my God, dude. I love when Republicans do this. They're literal debate Lord Andys. It's like, hey, one time actually in 1794, well, a congressman sneezed, and we decided that the vice president was no longer the vice president, but the president itself. Like, it's like, okay, dude, sick precedent. All right, I guess we should just overturn the fucking will of the people that has been defended time and time again over the past month by Trump-appointed judges. Well, I actually did the fucking reading, and I actually found out that technically in 1876 this happened one time, so there is precedent. Like, shut up! You donkey!
Election, the Hayes-Tilden election, where this Congress appointed an electoral commission to examine claims of voter fraud.
Donald Trump fucked your wife, okay? And guess what? You deserved it. You deserve it. You ugly, melted candle wax looking evangelical hobgoblin. You spineless fucking coward. Your name isn't even Ted. There's no Theodore in your name. I just found out. Fuck. You Zodiac killer fuck.
5 House members, 5 senators, 5 Supreme Court justices examined the evidence and rendered a judgment. And what I would urge of this body is that we do the same.
Top of the hour every
that
hour.
We appoint an electoral commission to conduct a 10-day emergency audit, consider the evidence, and resolve the claims. For those on the Democratic aisle who say there is no evidence, they've been rejected, then you should rest in comfort. If that's the case, an electoral commission would reject those claims. But
top of the hour every hour, where I do a 10-minute stretch so I can promote a healthy lifestyle and healthy living, while also simultaneously running a 1-minute ad. Now, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, there will always be a 1-minute ad in the top of every hour. You can subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can subscribe for free by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch account by getting a Twitch Prime, which is 1 free subscription. Here's the fucking ad. I'm going to go and I'm going to grab my fucking... Oh, my God. My back is my back is broken.
for those who respect the voters, simply telling the voters, go jump in a lake, the fact that you have deep concerns is of no moment to us. That jeopardizes, I believe, the legitimacy of this and subsequent elections. The Constitution gives to Congress the responsibility this day to count the votes. The framers knew what they were doing when they gave responsibilities to Congress. We have a responsibility, and I would urge that we follow the precedent of 1877. The Electoral Count Act explicitly allows objections such as this one for votes that were not regularly given. And let me be clear, this objection is for the state of Arizona, but it is broader than that. It is an objection for all 6 of the contested states to have a credible, objective, impartial body hear the evidence and make a conclusive determination. That would...
Rafael Edward Cruz, dude. Ted looking scrumptious, though? No, he's not. Like, dude, the worst part about it is that these motherfuckers get to LARP as, like, the Law and Order party, or, like, as though they give a single shit about democracy or whatever. And then liberal media will turn around and be like, oh, I guess they are. I guess they are emotional. It's like, dude, they're literally arguing symbolically, and it's not going to work, but still, they're literally arguing to be like, no, we need to overturn democracy. Like, for Donald Trump, of all people. Like, they're not doing this for George H.W. Bush. They're not doing this for Jeb Bush. They're not doing this for Mitt Romney. They're doing it for Donald Trump, okay? Who very legitimately did actually pull out one of the greatest, like, Republican agendas as a Republican president, and will go down in history as a Ronald Reagan type. But just like Ronald Reagan, that has a very powerful and long-lasting and damaging consequence on American politics and our history, our shared history. But it's Donald Trump. He's not even a fucking insider. So it's very clear that it got to a point where that volatility is no longer good for the markets, and that volatility is no longer good for capital owners. Okay? Justice Department hacked today. It's nuts. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like, I mean, this is like tinfoil Andy, but I feel like all it takes right now is like fucking some attack to be attributed to Iran, and then boom, it's done. Like, you know, we're fully accelerated into full tilt fascism. I don't know if you can show the blood on the ground, but this would be another angle of the fight. Yeah, I don't want to show that. Protests are getting wild, I know. Multiple suspicious packages found at Capitol. One looks like a pipe bomb. Yeah, they found near the Capitol grounds, according to multiple law enforcement officers. Says one looked like a pipe bomb. Unclear if some of these devices are a hoax. Probably. Like, do you still work out with your bad back, my brother? No, my back is not that bad. It's my fucking neck from literally looking at a camera like this all day long. They're flash-nading chuds? What? What? No, you sent me the wrong link.
Madam Speaker, and to ease everyone's nerve, I want you to all know that I am not here to challenge anyone to a duel like Alexander Hamilton or Aaron Burr. Madam Speaker.
Why don't you duel some bitches, dude? Seriously. Owned. Trumpets overcame the police on the stairs of the Capitol building. Yeah, they've breached, if I'm not mistaken, they've like officially breached all 4 layers of barriers, 4 layers of security. Yeah. Remember, protesting is important, okay? I don't even have an issue with protesting in this way against the government, as long as the cause is just and as long as the grievances are legitimate. These are not legitimate grievances. These are illegitimate grievances. Saying that, I mean, running your fucking Confederate flag and trying to fucking take over the Capitol building, storm the Capitol building, is not something you can fucking justify if you're doing it because you lost. So LARP's a conservative for a moment. Those people have jobs. Isn't that subjective, though? Yes, of course it's subjective. Yeah, it's subjective, okay? It is certainly subjective. What isn't fucking subjective? I am personally of the mindset that storming the fucking Capitol building because you're upset that Donald Trump legitimately lost the election and you want to overturn the Democratic results is fucking insane. I think that the Confederacy trying to secede to maintain their right to own slaves is bad. You could say that that's subjective. You could say that to the Confederacy, their cause was just. I don't happen to believe that. Okay? I happen to believe that the protests that often turned violent during the civil rights movement was objectively good, or subjectively good, rather. That's my personal opinion. I think that I'm a little biased. But that's my take. There's a difference between protesting for a legitimate grievance that will make people's lives better and protesting for illegitimate reasons. This is illegitimate. If you're going to do it like this, then sit the fuck down. Leftists would get ass fucked right now if they did this. They would kill him. They would kill him. There is no way that the cops would not fucking kill leftists in this situation. Trump supporters have successfully broken the police line on the east side of the U.S. Capitol at the Iron Doors now. if the White House got Shroud to build their base, they wouldn't get raided like this. Yeah, no, H June, dude. If the White House deployed Shroud and H June, they would be clapping these protesters piece by piece, like brat. They would be dispersed. My man went and bought a Confederate flag beanie, dude. Yo, that is so ugly, dude. That's so ugly. You're such an ugly person, both on the inside and out, dude. Fuck.
Back up.
Current state of the Capitol buildings are locked down and everyone is sheltering in. Yeah, that's what happens when you let a bunch of fucking hogs roam free like this, dude. Animals. Animals. Yeah, Capitol is now on lockdown. Nobody in, nobody out. Is this terrorism? I mean, yeah. Yo, so yeah, somebody let Trump know that his base is getting raided, dude. Just kidding. Oh, I got rust. I have brain rust, dude. My brain is rusted. Pence was wondering about this when he thought nobody could hear him. Pence hot mic moment. Is my statement out? Pence will not try to block Biden's electors. Whoa. What a shocking revelation, dude. Just like the New York Times coverage on it from Maggie Haberman was correct. What you're saying is you're for free speech, but only when it's yours free speech. When we riot, it's good. When the opposition riots, it's bad. Partisan politics for brain dead idiots. Fuck the USA. Didn't I block you recently for being a fucking idiot who literally said you support Sharia law unironically? Like, why are you... How did you get back? When did you get back? Who allowed you to come back? Fucking weirdo. Pence was just rushed out. Yeah, maybe they'll kidnap him or something. I don't know. People are claiming that these people storming the Capitol are actually Antifa and not Trump supporters. Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, right. First of all, nobody in Antifa has that much fucking like pro-Trump gear. One. And two, if it was Antifa, they would have never gotten near the Capitol building because they would have built like 11 fucking walls, the France style. Okay? And before they even came near the Capitol building, they would have been sniped. So no, they're not fucking Antifa. The treatment of police proves that they're not fucking Antifa. Okay? You have that much Trump gear? I am unique. And no, I don't have like that much Trump gear. Here's a televised version of what Mary Miller said about Hitler.
Thank you, Kim. Organizers of Women for America, Moms for America. I want to tell you that 2020 has been a very unusual year, and proof of it is that Mary Miller, the farmer, mother of 7, grandma of 17, has been elected to Congress. The squad claims that they represent all America, but we know that they don't represent us.
Okay, maybe she is a leftist after all. What is this? The fucking audio from this is crazy.
Or the millions of women across America that hold that faith, family, and freedom is what's made our country
U.S.
great.
Senate just stopped aid heard to say protesters are in the building. Oh my God, what? They've moved up.
Allison, keep us posted. And let me go back to Casey Hunt. As we watch the Senate and House now continue to debate the Republican.
Hold up. They stopped their oh my God. Oh my God, what are they going to do? What are they going to do when they get into the building? Protect Ilhan Omar at all costs. Holy shit. Sub-anniversary notice is never dismissed on mobile until sharing. Maybe it's just my phone sharing to dismiss. You got it, Tonka Shay. No, I don't like this at all, honestly. Senators are officially sheltering. Everyone is being told to get in an office. The Senate just gavelled out. Oh my God. Oh, it's happening. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they opened the door. They opened the door. Mike Pence on a hot mic asking if people got their statement. Protests have now moved up the Capitol. Capitol is on lockdown. Senate has officially gavelled and are now going back to their individual offices. Seems like the House is doing the same thing, or no? The House will be in order. We can resume. Maybe the House is not. Wait, why did they? What the fuck? Washington Post live stream ended. No! That's Jordan. Everyone is being told to get into an office and the Senate just gavelled out. All I can hear are police officers yelling. Aerial view from inside the building. Holy shit! Holy shit, dude! It's fucking bedlam! Protect Bernie Sanders! Protect Ilhan Omar! The HOGS have breached the Senate floor. The Senate. Yeah, don't fucking. I will be retroactively banning anyone advocating for people to be killed this Twitch. Don't fucking post dumb shit like this. Yeah. Thank you, RTBA. This is some real fucking. Real nazi shit, dude. Straight up. Pence has been escorted to VP appears to have been evacuated from the Senate chamber, and a Capitol police officers presiding Capitol police officers in the presiding officer's chair. Oh, they're in. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. That is literally never happening. Like that's how you know these motherfuckers aren't leftists, dude. Come on. Come on, dude. I mean, seriously? I mean, look at this shit. Look at this shit. The House is also now gone into recess. Bro, this shit is madness, dude. This is absolutely fucking bananas. I don't know how else to describe what I'm seeing, dude. And BLM is supposed to be so bad when these racist fucks are doing this? Yeah, dude. How the fuck are they allowed? They're Trump supporters, brother. In America, we let fascists do whatever the fuck they want. Let's see how Fox is covering it.
And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here that are very disappointed, but I still believe President Trump has something else left.
Matt, let me ask you, if indeed, and we have no reason to believe that he won't be, Joe Biden is inaugurated as President Joe Biden, will you recognize him as president?
No, and there's, like I said, there's several 100,000 people here and probably millions around the country that will not. We would definitely will not.
All right, Matt, be safe there. So, Dana, we're just going to show you. You can see it stretches all the way.
Seems good and normal. Yeah, seems great. Very cool, very legal, very tight. Oh my God. PBS has someone in the Capitol on the phone saying there's no police in the building. What? No, there are definitely police in the building.
Safety of the members of the House and the Senate. And this is Statutory Hall there at the Capitol. You can see it's empty. Members of Congress, we presume, have found a place to go to keep them safe. We know the Vice President regularly has Secret Service with him. But we don't know. We know that members of the House and Senate typically do not, other than the Speaker of the House. Perhaps. Go ahead, Lisa.
Judy, there are protesters. Protesters have now broken into the U.S. Capitol, not through this door. I'm told by a side door, but I have seen protesters at this location. I am now removing to a different location for the moment. I will come back here if I can. I saw one protester.
This isn't live. This isn't live. This is the old.
Like protesters are now. Perhaps some of them routing. Oh, here's a protester who is trying to open this door from the inside.
Bro, they're taking Instagram photos.
For those on the outside, he is unable to do it. The door obviously has been locked by Capitol Police. There is a Senate doorkeeper who is unarmed, is yelling at the protesters, telling them, oh, that protester has now opened the front door of the Capitol to let his fellow protesters in. There is a single Capitol Police officer trying to stop this on his own. He is trying to get in between the crowd, trying to enter the U.S. Capitol. Just one police officer trying to stop a crowd of dozens pushing their way inside, and he is unable to stop them. They are now slowly making their way through what is a bottleneck, a small opening in this Capitol door. I'm going to step back because you can hear the shouting. I'm carefully watching the situation to keep myself safe. There are now some it looks like riot police also entering the door, trying to get around the protesters. It is a chaotic scene. The only thing helping the situation is that the door is just barely open, wide enough for a single person to enter at one time. There is a Trump flag on the top of protesters trying to enter. There are protesters on each side of the door physically contacting police. So far, it has not come to blows, but there is pushing and shoving as police try to bring in their fellow riot police members and stop Trump protesters. Now I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now protesters are now arriving in larger numbers into the breach. The Capitol Police are unable to stop them. It looks like a dozen or so, maybe more. This is an ongoing battle which police are losing. It looks like protesters are entering the Capitol at will.
A stunning set of developments are Lisa Desjardins at the Capitol describing the Trump supporters who are gathered protesting the results of the election, the what is supposed to be the formal count of the electoral vote. Today, they are gathered outside the Capitol. They have now pushed their way into the Capitol. We've heard Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, we are urging you to stay as safe as possible.
Trump tweeted
But they have pushed their way in.
Donald Trump has tweeted.
They've broken glass on a door or a window.
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. Wow. Does anyone have the link to Trump literally saying they should storm the Capitol with him? Two police officers calmly climbing the stairs. Where the fuck is the military arsenal they use against BLM? Why am I not shocked? Bro! Black people can't even go to fucking Target without being scrutinized by security. Motherfuckers are out here literally storming the Capitol, dude. Go to Sephora as a black person or with a black person. Put your hands in your pockets. See what the reaction is from literally the security. Meanwhile, MAGA motherfuckers are like, oh, it's my Capitol building now. Cops need backup. I mean, they deployed the National Guard originally, but Chuck Schumer said, buckle up. Yeah, motherfucker, buckle up. You buckle up. They're going to kill you, bro. Breaking, U.S. Capitol Police are asking additional law enforcement for assistance, including federal authorities, per a source familiar. I wonder if one black person in Sephora, 10 security officers, 10,000 Trump supporters, one cop. The problem is 10,000 Trump supporters equals one cop, and that just means 10,001 Trump supporters. Remember, folks, a thing that I constantly talk about that for some weird reason never gets mentioned is the fact that police have always overwhelmingly, in the highest of majorities, voted for Republicans. 72% voted for Mitt Romney over Barack Obama. 84% voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. And by the way, 16% didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. 7% still voted for Gary Johnson. So, like, these dudes are literally all unaccountable, unelected, weaponized. They have a massive arsenal, and they're all Trump supporters. Okay? They're all psychotic Republican hogs. And for some weird reason, no one ever thinks to be like, this is kind of odd. Can this be a problem? Is this going to be an issue? What is this? Some sort of gas has been set off. I'm not sure by whom. Police seem to be trying to de-escalate and talk to them. Yeah, exactly. The reason why they're trying to de-escalate, which is what they should do always, by the way, but they should have done it outside. But the reason why this happens is because they're trying to reason with fucking hogs. Can you imagine de-escalating Black Lives Matter protests? How great that would have been? Nope. Didn't happen. It's like a zombie apocalypse, dude. Damn, bro. I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, Turkish democracy is looking kind of nice right now. Breaking revolution in process. Oh, wow. The hog revolution again. As Trump supporters break into the Capitol building, attacking police, breaking windows, and knocking down doors. full anarchy at this mostly peaceful demonstration in D.C. The people that push through and are storming the main chambers. I wonder if the Republicans and the centrist Republican adjacent dipshits like, beanie wearing Tim Pool, for example, will be held responsible for consistently agitating about civil war and how it was inevitable to happen and how Donald Trump was going to win fucking every single state with the exception of Colorado, I think. And that when that didn't happen, that a revolution was inevitable or civil war was inevitable. God damn it, dude. It's so shitty. It's so fucking shitty. It's so sad. How dare you compare our superior, the most racist system to the race? The race. Guys, turns out letting Donald Trump just go hog wild for the past 4 years in a nation that has wounds that were not fucking repaired, were not healed, racial wounds, for example, in a nation built upon the fundamentals of white supremacy, turns out just not really doing anything about it, not really dealing with it, and just allowing these people to fucking straight up live in their own insanity. Maybe even taking them seriously and like having them on mainstream media without very significant pushback was kind of a problem because you legitimized these insane grievances. It turns out that's what was going to happen. And now Donald Trump is using his final moments in office to basically rile up the hogs of the past 4 years. He cranked it for the past 4 years. Now he's unwinding. Antifa mixed in there, no doubt. Oh, sure, dude. Yeah. Nothing. Antifa loves nothing more than going side by side with a bunch of fucking psychotic Nazis and Confederate hat wearing Andys to go like punch cops because their grievances with cops is just exclusively centered around them being police officers and not for like any legitimate purpose or anything like that. They just they're just violent people exhibiting violent behavior. No. Mayor has officially declared a curfew at 6 p.m. in D.C. Or wait, maybe not. I don't know. Is this Antifa loves going against democracy? Yeah, I keep fucking saying idiotic shit like Antifa loves going against democracy. Yeah, and I'm sure these guys aren't getting fucking absolutely destroyed. Dude, these are the same people who jerked off the footage of like Black Lives Matter protesters getting absolutely their shit pushed in for the past year. And now that same militarized police is like lightly tapping them on the shoulder and asking them gently to please not storm the Capitol building and like threaten to kill congresspersons. And they're fucking losing their minds over it. There is no equality in this country. There's no justice in this country. This is all bullshit. Okay. Complete fucking bullshit, dude. Look at these fucking hogs. God damn it, dude. Facebook is responsible. Donald Trump is responsible. Mainstream media is responsible. We are all responsible. Of course this was going to fucking happen. Of course. Anyway, here's Illinois Congressperson-elect Mary, whatever the fuck, talking at a Moms for... What was it? She was an Illinois Congressperson talking at a Moms for America rally.
I'm not a politician and I'm not a lawyer. But Bill Montgomery, who was instrumental in getting Turning Point USA started, said, Mary, we need you because you represent the family. Each generation has the responsibility to teach the next generation. You know, if we win a few elections, we're still going to be losing unless we win the hearts and minds of our children. This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has the youth has the future. Our children are being propagandized.
That's an Illinois Republican. Just casually saying Hitler was right about, winning the children, winning the future. Very interesting. What did Hitler do again? Why did he want to win the future? Hitler's youth?
Today, I want to encourage you to do two things.
Yeah, great Hitler quote, dude. They just dispersed tear gas in the rotunda and are telling members to put on gas masks under their seats. Wow. For once, the members of Congress are feeling what, average American students feel in the instance of a school shooting, which is, of course, oftentimes happens because members of Congress and their inaction on numerous things, whether it be mental health treatment, whether it be a refusal to implement red flag laws, whether it be to refuse to implement any sort of reasonable gun control. Now they get to fucking feel their own actions come back. It's great. Great when you're fucking sowing, not so great when you're reaping. Okay, don't make light. They don't deserve to have their lives at risk, Chill Hasan. I don't think they do. I don't think they deserve to have their lives at risk. Don't be ridiculous. But of course this was going to happen. What the fuck else do you think was going to happen? Of course. You fucking cranked these hogs, took them seriously, legitimized their grievances, acted like they had any fucking say in this process, acted like they had any sort of like unique thought that was reasonable, that should be debated. And then you refused to solve any of the underlying material problems that created a volatile environment ripe for radicalization. You refuse to look at lessons from the past. Not that long ago. Go back to 1920s. And what the fuck did you think was going to happen?
And certainly
Trump is trying to back off. Yeah, good luck, dude. Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Yeah, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
Turn the results of the election, something that is beyond his power. The president tweeting, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a correct set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. So the president holding fast to the fantasy that the vote was an illegitimate one, and this coming as these pictures, no doubt, being seen in the White House and around the world of our Capitol under siege. The crowd does not appear to be violent, although there have been some individual reports, but they have certainly not only breached the outer perimeter, but some the inside. That's where Frank Thorpe continues to. He's one of our producers on lockdown right now. Frank, what more can you add about those folks who we saw inside the Capitol?
So we've still been locked down in our gallery, in our office here in the Capitol. So I haven't actually seen any protesters because we're not even allowed to leave our space. But I can tell you that there's a lot of members of the press here and staff who are concerned and worried about even how to get out of the Capitol if they wanted to. They're trying to get out.
Thank you. Don't be a tease.
And there's really not even a way to do that because Capitol Police has told us to stay out of the hallway, stay away from the windows, and avoid the protesters at all costs. There's still aides who are saying that they're on lockdown here in the Capitol, and we understand there still also might be senators on the floor, but there's also, discussions here and talk of trying to get gas masks distributed to those who are here in the Capitol in case that there's tear gas that's deployed within the Capitol. So, I mean, to be honest, we're trying to find out where those are. Right now, it's a question of how long this is going to last. We have gotten close to no guidance from Capitol Police other than just to stay where we are. But But as I said, I mean, the Senate and the House still remains in recess, and I think both aides are texting us, and and lawmakers are trying to figure out what's going on. This is still a very tense situation in the Capitol.
It's a 6 p.m. curfew.
All right, Frank Thorpe, continue to stay safe as the Capitol is on lockdown, an image that will certainly make a lot of people shudder, this scene right now of protesters who have laid siege to the U.S. Capitol.
Good evening, America. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle. I speak to you tonight as a mother, a former prosecutor, a Latina, and a proud American. And yes, a proud supporter of President Donald J. Trump. Why? He built the greatest economy the world has ever known.
That number has surged to over 6 million this week.
He always puts America first.
A new Senate report outlines extensive contact between the Trump campaign and Russian operatives.
President Trump is the law and order president. Biden, Harris, and the rest of the socialists will fundamentally change this nation. They will defund, dismantle, and destroy America's law enforcement. Rioters must not be allowed to destroy our cities. In President Trump's America, we build things up. We don't burn them down. We kneel in prayer, and we stand for our flag.
If you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year.
This election is a battle for the soul of America. Your choice is clear. They want to destroy this country and everything that we have fought for and hold dear. They want to steal your liberty, your freedom. They want to control what you see and think and believe so that they can control how you live. They want to enslave you to the weak, dependent, liberal, victim ideology to the point that you will not recognize this country or yourself. President Trump believes in you. He emancipates and lifts you up to live your American dream. Don't let them kill future generations because they told you and brainwashed you and fed you lies that you weren't good enough. Stand for an American president who is fearless, who believes in you, and who loves this country and will fight for her. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
They're shooting into the chamber. Shots are now fired. They are shooting into the chamber, apparently. I don't know what kind of shots. I don't know if it's like... Yeah, they have breached the chamber. I don't know. Don't be alarmed. It might not be... It might just be... Look, this is someone from inside the chamber that might not be like actual guns being fired. It might just be like, I don't know, paintball guns, or it might be any number of different things. Oh, it's the cops. Police are smashing glass in the doors to the House chamber. Police have guns drawn and aimed at the door. Wait, what? Isn't this how Hitler happened? Yes. They're now inside? Fucking vote. Just vote, lol. Hey, just vote, lol. What happened? We just voted. No, Hitler actually won his election, then did this. The similarities are very, very fucking obvious, dude. I mean, we have, in the aftermath of World War I, there were dejected and angry veterans that were suffering the economic consequences of post-World War I Germany. We have had 20 fucking years of military veterans going out and fighting for the interest of American oil and the military industrial complex and dying. And if they don't die, coming back completely fucking destroyed with no avenue to no hope for their future, completely fucking broken, with lies being told to them about their health care that they were supposed to get. Why wouldn't they fucking join the Freikorps in a similar capacity? The biggest difference here is that yes, Donald Trump lost, and technically those who are now maintaining stability should be doing it against Donald Trump and his army of psychotic chuds.
Chambers themselves.
But again, the police force is an unaccountable body of heavily armed militia members, basically, that get very little training, and they are overwhelmingly majority Trump supporters. Not just Republicans, but overwhelmingly majority Trump supporters. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Armed standoff at the front doors, at the House front doors. They're in the main chamber. They're in the chamber. One of them is up on the dais yelling Trump won that election. Omega guy reportedly locked himself in Capitol building bathroom so he can masturbate. Cops are trying to de-escalate the situation. Yeah. Breaking, I'm inside Nancy Pelosi's office with thousands of revolutionaries who stormed the building. To put into perspective how quickly staff evacuated, emails are still on the screen alongside Federal Alert warning members of the current revolution. Bro, this guy's like insane, dude. He has to go to jail, right? Like, there's no freedom of fucking press in that circumstance. What the fuck? Why are you admitting to breaking every law? Blaze, dude. He's at Blaze. So again, he thinks he can get away with it. There's an armed standoff happening at the front, at the House front door.
Floor. There's a report that is coming from the pool reporters who are on that side of the Capitol saying there's an armed standoff at the House front door. The police officers have their guns drawn at someone who is trying to reach the front door. They tried to reach the main doors, but there was a heavy barricade and police presence. But outside the House floor, there's a report that is coming from the pool reporters who are on that side of the Capitol saying there's an armed standoff at the House.
Woo! Why is their security so shit? Probably because they didn't expect Trump supporters to behave this way. I still think people should have the right to go to the Capitol to protest since this is our building after all, but at the same time, this shit is just literally fascist shit. I mean, again, not all protests are created equal. Okay? Not all protests are created equal. Cops useful. Bitch, I've literally never said that there is no need for a fucking a group of individuals to regulate. You can make up things in your mind, but I even like push back on fucking anarchist Andys who yell at me about cops or at least some form of policing. The fuck are you talking about? Picture of the standoff with a gun. New arm stand. What the fuck? This is what Democrats did, dumbass. Yeah, dude. Those are Democrats wearing. Dude, even the dudes who are wearing like Trump hats and yelling like MAGA 2020, like, you know, Trump actually won. We're going to storm the fucking federal buildings because, you know, we want Donald Trump to be the president and we don't want to hold this L. They're actually all Democrats. Everything bad equals Democrats. Everything good equals Donald Trump. God damn, they look so inbred too. Holy shit, dude. Motherfucker's got Yeezys on, bro. That's his... Yikes, dude. Assassin's Creed Valhalla Capitol Hill Edition, dude. Shroud replied to you. Yeah, I saw. It's the start of Handmaid's Tale. Is the start of Handmaid's Tale? Dude, I wish I could say that things are going to get better, but they're not. Yeah. They're just not. I'm worried for... I'm actually legitimately worried for the media that's there. Like, I have friends that work inside of the fucking these buildings. Like, they don't deserve to be harmed for doing their jobs. I legitimately fear for... Don't fucking Haas mods me, man. You fucking psychos. I am legitimately worried for, you know, Ilhan Omar, AOC, Bernie Sanders. I don't think Bernie might not be there.
More than anything, we want you to stay safe. And of course, we want all the, you know, everyone there to stay safe as possible. It looks like Lisa's now been forced to move to another location. We are, this is our eyes and ears at the Capitol. Lisa Desjardins, who had been reporting on the debate inside the Senate and the House, is now joining members of Congress in evacuating the Capitol.
The worst part,
ordered by police to
the
leave.
worst part about this is that there will be no consequences. Like, there will be absolutely zero consequences.
What we believe is going on. Lisa's keeping that camera with her. That's what
We get a quick summary. Yes, this morning there was a joint session held to authorize the votes.
Or at least in the lower floor.
To authorize the Electoral College votes, normal process, symbolic one, if you will. While that was happening, simultaneously, Donald Trump, who has been agitating about revolution or fucking destroying the government, was holding a rally saying Mike Pence is going to fucking overturn the results. And then he, of course, didn't. And he said he wasn't going to. And then he didn't. And then all the fucking hogs that have been there since yesterday or a day before, instead of voting in Georgia and shit, literally went buck wild, started smashing windows, broke through 4 different barriers, and literally fucking are now inside of the halls of Congress. They are inside of the House. There's shots fired. As we know, there's shots fired near the chamber, and they are inside the chamber as well. They're taking photos inside the chamber, doing shit like this. The hogs have officially gone feral. The hogs have officially gone feral. We have lost the plot.
President Trump reelected, and they are not accepting the...
I know they're in the chamber. Why didn't Mike Pence do what Trump wanted? Because that's insane. He doesn't even have the fucking constitutional authority to do that. Some fucking psycho found like a precedent from 1876 or some shit. It doesn't work that way. You don't get the fucking rule with an iron fist like this. You don't get to be like, oh, we're overturning democracy because like we have more hogs that will act on their violent desires. Like that's not how this works. Every single Republican is responsible for this. The Republican Party's history is responsible for this level of racial agitation finally coming to fruition. Of course this was going to fucking happen.
That is happening right now, and also we are told that
you don't solve the underlying conditions, you don't solve the underlying problems where radicalization like this occurs. You avoid it. You tell hogs that they don't even deserve $2,000. And then on the one side, the only people that look like they're literally in favor of the working class are psychotic WASP nationalists like Tucker Carlson, or people LARPing as like left-wing economic populism, like lightly agitating on left-wing economic populism, like Donald Trump, with a way more nefarious agenda of nationalism. And of course these hogs were going to get agitated to the point where they're going to fucking act out in the most violent ways, especially because they're entitled. This is their country. This is not your country. This is not my country. Okay, my name is Hasan. I'm Muslim. This is not our country. If you're black, it's not your country. This is the country of white people. Okay, so when someone who is upset with the racial pecking order, someone who's upset that like black people have more of a say, is angry after 8 years of economic I guess not economic instability, but very little economic gain under Barack Obama. And just anger overall that like a black person became president. Then comes along motherfucking Donald Trump, who literally goes mask off. He doesn't even do the dog whistles in the same way that like previous administrations have done dog whistles. He just straight up says Mexicans are rapists. He just straight up says like, you know, if when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Of course, people are gonna fucking feel a sense of closeness because he's at least telling it like it is in their minds, and he's at least talking for them. He is basically a vector of their anger that they felt for a very long time. And if you can't redirect that anger on the appropriate, legitimate causes, like economic instability, like economic inequality, of course they're gonna fucking, of course that dam is gonna break eventually. And here it is. The dam is breaking right in front of our eyes. What they want to see next. All we see right now is the president tweeting. The Defense Department has denied the request for National Guard. What? This is a situation that also goes directly to President Trump and all of the things. As they should. It's not even that bad down there right now. Oh my God, what is happening? Leader Mitch McConnell, who gave that speech today, saying that it would simply. Okay, maybe it is a fucking literal coup. Holy shit. Overthrew this election. Are you only afraid for the lives of the progressives in Congress? What the fuck is on? Are you only afraid for the lives of the progressives in Congress? Really? While all of this is happening, your goal here is to get a fucking talking point out? No, I'm afraid for the progressives in Congress, especially because they are the main targets of Republican animosity. They're not going to go and like try to fucking kill Pat Toomey or Joe Manchin. They're going to try to kill Ilhan Omar, you dumb fuck. Who's in front of every single fucking ad. They're going to try to kill Nancy Pelosi and they're going to try to kill Ilhan Omar. So very clearly, I am worried for the people who are the main fucking targets.
Most of the members of Congress, I expect, have been evacuated from the House chamber. There was a lot.
Remember, folks, BORTAC units, which is basically the SWAT unit for ICE, were deployed because a Portland court had graffiti, violent graffiti, according to Chad Wolf, acting secretary at the time, said that there was violent graffiti on the side of a fucking federal court building. So they deployed the BORTAC units without any sort of fucking identifying, a badge number or anything like that to kidnap people on the fucking streets. But right now, HOGS are literally storming the streets. There's shots fired inside the chamber. In the House of Representatives, and the Defense Department's like, ha, we can't deploy the National Guard, brother.
Trying to tackle goals, the first of which clearly was to get.
It's not just that, like.
And people inside the Capitol to safety, and it looks like that is happening now.
Lisa, have you seen any members who are embracing these protesters, supporting them? Because we know a number of them are supporting the idea of objecting to the electoral results.
You know, I am looking. I do not.
They're coming for Mitch McConnell? Oh no. They're using the scaffolding.
It's embarrassing.
Fox News is declaring this a victory for the protesters? No way.
I believe Bill Hemmer, I believe you take it over from here.
Yeah, thank you, Dana. What an extraordinary sight this is. Thank you. Good coverage
they're
there.
taking
We'll see
someone
where it
out.
goes. Good afternoon, everyone. From Atlanta, 3 o'clock here. I'm Bill Hemmer, 3 o'clock at our nation's capital, where it has all gone sideways. You're watching the Capitol building on lockdown. Supporters of President Trump.
They're taking someone out in a
flooding that
stretcher.
building. Reports that protesters are in the Senate chamber. There are some photos online of some protesters on the dais inside the Senate with their fist raised in the air, shouting Trump won the election. One of the most critical times in.
This is what.
So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give. The Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, he didn't say storm the building or something. It is planned. Breaking a store. No. The Defense Department has just denied a request by DC officials. I don't think this is like on purpose. They're fist fighting the police. Yo, what happened, dude? What fucking happened, dude? When it was BLM? Yeah, reminder to what Capitol security and full military grade riot gear looked like for Black Lives Matter protests this summer. Hey, guys. Hey, that looks a little different, dude. That looks a little different, doesn't it? That does look a little different. It's kind of weird. I wonder why, when it's a legitimate cause, when it's a legitimate grievance against systemic problems, this is how the government reacts. When it's an illegitimate grievance because Donald Trump, a fucking psychopathic, narcissistic man baby, is upset that he lost the election fair and fucking square, or rather, they couldn't suppress the vote enough. God knows they tried. That's the other part of this equation. The real reason why Donald Trump lost is because of COVID, because of his mishandling of COVID, and because of the fact that COVID also opened up an avenue for so many more Americans to be able to vote. Whether it be the allowance of universal ballot registration, whether it be mail-in ballots and early voting and ease of access to vote, that is the reason why Donald Trump lost. He also picked up a lot in rural areas, specifically of uneducated white voters or non-college educated white voters who he picked up tremendously in. He increased turnout as well. But ultimately, he lost. And he lost because they couldn't cheat. He lost because they couldn't cheat hard enough, and they lost because he wasn't good enough as a president. If he had actually fucking dealt with COVID, he could have reaped the benefits like every other fucking world leader did. You think Jacinda Ardern suffered as a consequence of COVID? No. Why? Because she actually fucking dealt with it with appropriate measures. And that's why half the fucking world is living in a different reality than we are right now. Us and the UK are in the throes of yet another COVID disaster, yet another spike all around the country, with people denying its existence. ICU capacity is at 0% in Los Angeles right now. 0%, I think, in all of California, if I'm not mistaken. But countries where we have Trump-style fucking psychopathic weirdos like Brazil or like the UK are fucking failing. And they're failing, and the people are angry, and they're agitated. And they showed their frustrations by voting against Donald Trump. They voted for a literal fucking carcass, dude. Imagine, a literal fucking carcass. A literal carcass ended up defeating Donald Trump. How do you think that happens? 65% of Democratic Party voters said that they were voting against Donald Trump. 75% of Trump voters said that they were voting for Trump. That's the difference. That's how bad Donald Trump was. That's not even the Capitol building. That's what they deployed just for the Lincoln Memorial. Yeah. Yeah. Where is... I'm asking, once again, where is Kendall Jenner with a Pepsi? Good one, 99 Palace. Where is Kendall Jenner with a Pepsi when you need her?
Friends or colleagues continue with the objection. I think that is a disgrace. I think the reality is, first off, it was a fool's errand anyway. It was a grift, an attempt to raise money. And now, after this, if we, assuage these actions, we can only expect more in the future.
What was it like? I don't know if you actually heard Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's remarks today, but he essentially broke ranks with the president and said it's over, it's done in so many words. What was it like to hear that?
Well, it was good. I wish he'd have said it a while ago. But the bottom line is we have too many people
as we're evacuating. Bet they like us now. This is exactly what I'm saying, dude. This is what fucking happens when all of those fucking pigs are Trump supporters themselves. Okay? That's what the fuck happens, dude. Exactly. This motherfucker, when he's doing the one part of his job correctly that doesn't involve fucking like killing a black person, is doing it while still maintaining his grievance towards, you know, the Democratic politicians. They hate us. They hate us. Fuck, dude. First casualty graphic. Okay, don't click something. Confirm someone was shot. Breaking. DC paramedic source tells me one person was shot in Capitol. CPR is in progress. Detain the people by house floor. Yeah. Remember when Donald Trump said they laugh at us? They laugh at us all the time. Michigan this summer was 100% a test run. Yeah. Rioters break windows and enter the building. Can't wait for the remake with the clips from today instead of World War II clips. Yeah. I forget who did this joke originally, but like, you know, we have now officially entered the cool zone in history. We are now officially experiencing the immediate consequences of being a part of the cool zone in history.
To the people's house, otherwise we're no different than any.
Can't wait for Joe Biden to restore the soul of this nation, by the way. There is no soul restoration happening with bipartisan compromise. I'm just going to let you know right now. We need an FDR-style approach. Otherwise, we're fucked, okay? Because the next time these motherfuckers are not going to be calm. They're not going to be tempered. The next time there's someone who's like a little bit more intelligent or a little bit more ideologically consistent in their actual fascist interest, they're going to take this shit over in its entirety. Okay? Yeah, I know Trump has I forgot to run an ad at the top of the hour. I'm going to run it right now. Okay. I'm running a 1-minute ad right now. Sorry to all the non-subscribers. It's a contractual obligation. Here's the ad. Tea Party movements paved the way for this. Again, that is a great example. That is all astroturfed. Okay? The Tea Party movement didn't start on its own. The Tea Party movement started because the Koch brothers astroturfed that shit, okay? What the fuck? Oh no.
To us, he also declined on that, but there's kind of been, if those people were in fact to us, he also declined on that, but there's kind of been, if those people were in fact inside, a celebratory mood here for them as they make their way out. You can see up on the steps here where people are still gathered. Off to the left side of the steps, Capitol Police have kind of congregated in a group there, and they've been there for the last little bit, kind of just standing by to the side of these protesters. We have seen a couple snipers, or what appear to be snipers, on the roof of the U.S. Capitol. Other than that, though, the situation on this side has remained somewhat calm. It's not really the right word for this, but as you said, we have not seen any acts of violence per se right in front of us, but we have seen a forceful crowd as they made their way up to the front and initially passed through those bicycle barricades. They are still here, and as some people come out and claim to have been inside the U.S. Capitol, those people are then being greeted amongst this crowd as heroes of sorts, being cheered for going inside. One person who had come out, they had some sort of liquid water type thing on them. They said that they had been sprayed. But again, none of those people were willing to speak with us on camera. You can hear the crowd right now cheering some as they have flags, many of them Trump flags, a Don't Tread on Me flag held on both sides now have been put on the have been hoisted up kind of on the sides there. So this crowd has stayed here where they are, Capitol Police on the side, not seeming to necessarily engage with the crowd here. But as I said, we haven't seen any sort of violent acts from the crowd here, but people who are claiming to have been inside are being celebrated as they make their way out. Lester?
Yeah, Allison, stand by a second. I just want to share from our investigative producer, Tom Witter, a spokesperson for the Washington, D.C. Fire and EMS, says they have several people have been treated for injuries, and there's an unconfirmed report. We'll wait to confirm it of a even more serious nature that we'll try to firm up. But Allison, as we watch this crowd, many of these people had gone to a protest, an organized, permitted protest today, and have followed the crowd here. Have you seen any children in the crowd?
Yeah, quite a few, actually. I don't know if we can walk a little and show you some of the people who are here. At various points throughout the day, we have seen families. We have seen people here with their dogs, with their pets. We were here all morning. We've been here since about 8 a.m.
Ken Klippenstein with breaking news. FBI source tells Ken that the Bureau's Washington field office has sent staff home fearing violence. If you're law enforcement and have any tips about the Capitol unrest, you can text Ken. You can text Ken at 202-510-1268 using Signal, okay? Update, FBI headquarters has also sent staff home for their safety, separate source tells me. If you're law enforcement with knowledge of the Capitol unrest, please text them. Leak it to Kenny Clips. Use Signal.
In the process, maybe inadvertently, but in the process of these barricades being breached and making their way up here. But not as many children here right now, and some people I think have stayed a little bit further back. But yeah, I mean, this was a largely peaceful protest. A lot of people had come throughout the day. At one point,
why did you show this? Why wouldn't I? Ken is my friend, and he's a great reporter. And I have 160,000 people in here, so there probably are some fucking people in law enforcement and shit that might even be there. There's a likelihood.
But other than that, things were calm. And then in that split second, you saw the crowd rush. You saw people break through.
Yeah, no, it's real peaceful, dude. I can see how peaceful it is.
Everything changed. But
a reminder that it is technically more peaceful than some of the Black Lives Matter protests that turned into riots because cops did not escalate. When cops don't escalate, shit remains relatively peaceful. It's still not fucking peaceful. Shots fired inside of the Capitol building and being able to storm the Capitol building. I don't think that signals peaceful or stability. But it's still relatively more peaceful than fucking burning buildings. And the reason for why it's relatively more peaceful than burning buildings is because when cops don't fucking push back and cops don't actually fucking start killing people, then if they don't escalate to an even more violent altercation, of course it's not going to turn into all-out bedlam and violence.
My entire career covering Congress, the idea of people who have broken into the Capitol and taken over the Senate floor. This is about a dozen folks who came from outside, and they're just mulling around looking through desks. There's a guy sitting there in the gallery above. He asked, "Who are you with? Who are you with?" And that was about time for me to go. Walking through the hallways, I have to say it's a weird scene in that there was, some protesters that were walking through the hallways, and Capitol Police were kind of following them, but they weren't necessarily arresting them. It's really unclear as to how they're really dealing with the protesters. I haven't seen any arrests, but I've also been locked in in our offices. So we're just sheltered in place at the moment right now. But I have to say that this scene that you're seeing right now on television is absolutely stunning. The idea that these people have come from outside and broken into the Capitol and decided to take the Senate floor like this, where just about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago they were debating an objection to the Electoral College. It's just a stunning scene.
Who you with?
Stunning doesn't even begin to describe it, Frank.
And exiting the building,
I think you're probably not alone. This is inside the chambers.
Jesus Christ.
Congress. People freely walking among the tables and the desks. It's just beyond unbelievable.
I mean, Lester,
I want to go to
just to kind of nail down this point, though. I mean, they still need to finish this count. They still need to be able to return here and do their work. And there's no way that this will require sweeps. I mean, once they actually clear the building, they'll have to sweep the chamber. I mean, the two chambers of the House and the Senate are basically known within the Capitol as two of the safest places in the entire Capitol Hill complex. I mean, and they're protected by Capitol Police. There are details for leadership members. I mean, this is just a completely outside of the realm of possibility situation in which that it's going to take an enormous amount of time just to clear out and to do a security sweep of the desks, of the hallways, of the rooms before they would be able to even start to count again.
All right, Frank, continue to stay safe inside there. On the phone with us is Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle from Pennsylvania. Congressman, first of all, are you in a safe location and okay with your colleagues?
Okay.
Congressman Boyle, do you hear me okay? Okay, we've lost him. We'll try to get him back and get a perspective of what's happening inside with.
I suspect that we will air these objections. I suspect the vote. We will air these objections. I suspect the votes will turn out so that he is the president-elect, and we will have a peaceful transfer of power. We absolutely should have a peaceful transfer of power.
I think the peace has been the peaceful part of the peaceful transference of power is. We're a little beyond that point. I think we've gone beyond the point of peaceful
disputes peacefully, and so that absolutely must be the case, George.
Congressman, thank you very much for your time. Stay safe. I want to bring Ben Siegel back. We have learned that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has in fact called in the National Guard.
George, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was now in a safe location. She was evacuated along with other congressional leaders when there was any sign of people that were starting to enter the Capitol. She has asked for the help of the National Guard, the D.C. National Guard, to clear the Capitol, which is now overwhelmed by people who have entered the building, possibly people who are armed, really overwhelming Capitol Police there who are just trying their hardest to protect members of Congress and their staff and journalists and others who are up there today. We don't have a sense yet whether that request has been fulfilled, but we know that they're working. Capitol Police up there is working with other police agencies in D.C. Around the Capitol to try to bring some order to the building. But right now it's still chaos. You have members hiding in their offices. You have journalists hiding with members of both parties in undisclosed locations where they're telling colleagues not to say where they are, so they don't bring anybody around to try to find them. And really no sense of when the business of Congress to certify the election results, when this can resume in the near future. It's just still utter chaos on the Hill right now.
It is so clear that it is right now. Okay, Ben, we want you to stay safe as well. I want to bring in Congressman Tom Suozzi, who was in the House chamber, one of the last people in the House chamber as the protesters approached. What can you tell us, Congressman?
It was really an unfortunate day for the United States of America, and it's continuing as we speak. We were in the chambers. The debate was going on. There were many people up in the gallery as well. And we were told that the Capitol had been breached. People were getting different text messages and watching things on social media. They asked us to go under our chairs, and there were gas masks underneath the chairs. And
the biohazard suits are out of closets. Jesus Christ. I guess they're going to gas the entire fucking Congress. That's our boy Touring News. Okay. Oh shit. NTD is talking to protesters. Let's see what fucking the Falun Gong Let's see what the Falun Gong psychos are fucking covering this protest. They've played a significant role in the radicalization of a lot of these white supremacist agitators and Trump supporting freaks. So let's see what the NTD has to say about what's going on currently. Oh, never mind. They're no longer interviewing anyone. It seems like.
Holding room with a lot of other members of Congress after we were evacuated out of the floor in the gallery area.
Can you tell us how things played out when you became aware of that the Capitol had been breached and how you were let out?
So we initially got alert on our phone. The Capitol Police were just extraordinary in keeping us updated.
Red Bear reports that the request for National Guard is being analyzed, with the Pentagon is concerned with the optics of uniformed military personnel in the Capitol building.
Chemical irritants that were deployed in various parts of the Capitol.
Optics?
And so we made a couple efforts at trying to evacuate, but at one point that became difficult because there were people banging on the doors of the floor.
This is insanity, dude.
And so at that point in time, there was
what optics, bro? This country is fucking done.
And barricade the doors. And it took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely, and then depart the Capitol and gallery areas where we were gathered to participate in what is our constitutional duty of counting electors. It's a straightforward process that is supposed to be procedural, but one that we were intending to carry out today.
The optics are that I have to fucking pee.
Did you come face to face with any of the protesters?
Dude, I did not think that this was going to happen. I'm honest. I'll be honest with you. I did not fucking think that it was going to get to this point. I really thought that the police were just going to be like, yeah, fuck off, and actually fucking build barricades and shit. And that they were going to fucking yell outside of the halls of Congress, outside of the Capitol building, and go the fuck home. I did not think that their level of entitlement was going to reach this level so that they could actually feel like they can legitimately go and fucking storm the Capitol building and basically fucking take over like this. It's insane.
Evacuated out of the gallery. We
Are you guys
did not
adding
go in the
XQC?
direction where there was the chemical irritant. And so I had mine on for a bit, but mostly had it off and didn't come in contact with any of the irritant.
Police complain about defunding, but they can't even do their fucking jobs. They never do. Police photos of the police arresting Trump supporters inside the Capitol building.
The Capitol. Give me your thoughts, how we got here, and where do we go forward?
You know, I'm a former intelligence officer, and my
You didn't read my joke? Oh, I didn't see. What did he say?
The challenges that foreign governments are facing. The scene that we saw on Capitol Hill, the banging, the yelling, the screaming, the demands to enter the chamber.
We need Shroud up in this bitch right now, dude.
Those are the sorts of things that happen in third world nations, the sorts of places where our diplomats and intelligence officers write home to the United States.
It's insane. I
and
can't
say,
believe that this is happening,
this is a
dude.
dangerous scenario. This is an endangered democracy. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw.
Oh, let's see what these fucking freaks are saying. Hold on.
And but my appreciation to the Capitol Police.
Abigail Spanberger is literally CIA, by the way, Democratic CIA operative.
Our staff, our teams, the cafeteria workers, sanitation workers, and employees of the Capitol and members of the press safe as they work to systematically ensure that active threats were subdued and that we could get to a safe place.
How can you not believe that this is happening? I did not think that it would get to this level. Do I think that obviously, inevitably, years and years of winding up people with light to not so light white supremacist agitation would ultimately manifest itself in violent ways in exactly the same way that it is played out in history time and time again? The closest example being like Nazi Germany. Yes, of course I thought it was going to get to that level eventually. Obviously, there's only one way to get out of this. Either you solve the economic inequality, the underlying problems that create an environment ripe for radicalization, or you fucking deal with it in the fascist way. And it seems like we're, of course, leaning towards dealing with it in the fascist way, not solving any of the underlying problems, but instead solving them when it comes to an inevitable end where you have to use violent force. I mean, if you look at legitimate acts of domestic terrorism over the course of the past 4 years, that very clearly happened as a consequence of Trump's insane ramblings. Like the El Paso shooting. Numerous fucking shootings that have occurred in the hands of Trump supporters. Parkland shooting was a Trump supporter. Consistently avoiding the reality. Consistently avoiding why this is happening. And then also on top of that, legitimizing the MAGA psychopathy. Of course, inevitably, these entitled freaks were going to think that they can literally go in and storm the fucking Capitol building and take over and be like, I don't care that Donald Trump lost. Okay? Of course it's going to happen. But I did not think that it was going to happen today. And I did not think that this was going to happen right now in the way that it did. We don't have enough information on who was shot. One person has been shot. We don't know if they're dead. We don't know who the person was. We don't know what the details are. Okay.
Injuries. And we're told now by 2 separate law enforcement agencies that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol.
I think a woman.
A short time ago by a member of law enforcement. Now, we don't know what law enforcement person this was, whether it was someone from the Capitol Police, from Metro Police. I mean, there are a number of different police agencies that are responsible for security in that area. And when there is something like this, there's an all hands on deck kind of response from a number of different police agencies that can respond to help, police and federal agencies. So we don't know which organization was involved. But and we don't know what the condition was of the person who was shot, and we don't know the circumstances of it. All I can report is that law enforcement officials tell us that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol by a member of law enforcement.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you for adding that. It's extraordinary that we have not. There's. Right now, it seems to be no effort, at least from the outside, to remove anyone. But at the same time, no one here is advancing. The picture has remained rather constant here on both sides of the Capitol. People crowded in, waving flags, essentially moving their rally to the doorstep.
The real crazy thing was when Hillary Clinton supporters put on their pussy hats in 2016 after Hillary Clinton lost and conceded. Remember when they stormed the Capitol building with guns and got into violent conflict with the police? Oh wait, that didn't happen. Oh shit, that didn't happen because normal human beings with normal brains don't fucking react this way to losing a goddamn election, just like Hillary Clinton, for all of her fucking failures and faults and how horrible of a person she is in real life, literally still fucking conceded the election, the results of the election. This is what happens when you fucking unleash a freak. Republicans played with fire. They let Donald Trump take control of the Republican Party. They also created an environment that was perfect for Donald Trump to seize control. Like, the reason why Kelly Loeffler, a robot in every sense of the fucking word, a bored housewife that decided she wanted to fucking win a Senate, to get appointed to a Senate seat because she was just fucking bored, and a billionaire, by the way. The reason why she got as close as she did to actually winning that election over a dude by the name of Reverend Raphael Warnock, who has literally been a community leader and an advocate for years, throughout his entire fucking life. The reason why she almost defeated him was because she played the part. What did she do? How did she play the part? She played the part by just LARPing as a Georgian, by going out and fucking buying out the LL Bean, shooting vest category, wearing an expensive denim trucker hat with an American flag on it. And that was enough for the Georgians to say, okay, she's one of us. For Georgian Republicans to say, she's one of us, I'm going to vote for her. Why? That did not happen in a vacuum. We got here after years and years and years of racial agitation. We got here with the states' rights argument. We got here with opposition to the civil rights movement by conservatives. This didn't happen. Donald Trump didn't like magically come out of nowhere. He's literally smart enough to fucking recognize that if you feed the hogs a little bit of slop, if you center your campaign around white grievances and portray that as stability, true stability, and talk about a time when things were actually a lot better. A lot better for who? Well, that's up for question. A lot better why? That's also up for question. A lot better for the working class, specifically the white working class, because we had manufacturing jobs here. You have someone like that shift the blame away from the actual capital owners, moving their factories overseas because there's no way to compete with the lack of labor protections or lack of labor regulations in places like China, for example. If you shift the responsibility and blame away from those guys who very clearly do not have an interest in like making sure that American citizens are well fed or anything like that, and only care about their bottom line, and you shift that responsibility away and deflect it on the most marginalized individuals in American society right now, like undocumented immigrants or black people or fucking brown people with no significant and legitimate opposition from the Democratic Party as well, then of course it's going to get to a point where these fucking sick hogs are going to get radicalized on Facebook. They're going to get radicalized on YouTube. They're going to get radicalized by others who are also trying to make money by feeding into this system. This is what happens. Second death is women shot in the neck. Okay. Why can't the left organize protests as well? Because these protests because these aren't people that are against the status quo. Okay? That's why they are able to organize effectively, because these people started off with the Tea Party movement, for example. The Tea Party movement was literally astroturfed by billionaires. Okay? And they were taken seriously by mainstream media for the longest time. Like, oh, they're just, they just are against deficit spending. Fuck off. No, they weren't. They were against deficit spending, but they kept lynching, Barack Obama puppets at their rallies because they were just upset at Barack Obama's reckless spending. I guess that's why. Northam says Virginia National Guard and Northam says sending Virginia National Guard and troopers to D.C. Yeah. What the fuck did you think was going to happen if conservative grievances were legitimized in mainstream media for years, and this was the only source of like conservatives for the most part literally participating in politics? Conservatives only participate in politics through cultural grievances, through cultural grievance points. And this is the final logical outcome of that reality. This. Leftist organizing can't come near this because there is no way. It's like saying, why don't cooperative corporations, why aren't there more cooperative corporations? Because they don't form under a capitalist organization of the economy in the same way that regular corporations are formed. Because there's wealth accumulation. If you're on the side of billionaires, it doesn't matter how fucking racist you are. Billionaires will literally use that racism, if it benefits them, to galvanize, to agitate, to organize. Just like Donald Trump literally did that. But he wasn't doing anything new. What he was simply doing is acting out on the very obvious desires that he saw from the unwashed masses. That's all he did. Virginia's governor says Virginia National Guard and 200 state troopers are being sent to respond to the situation in D.C. Do these people look rich to you? No, it's not the rich that are fucking... Man, the rich are never out there. You think fucking Charles Koch is going to go out there and yell? No, motherfucker. Rich people work behind the scenes. They don't need to do this. They can get these people together by setting up fucking Facebook groups and shit. By getting organizers to literally set up paid demonstrations. Are you crazy? Just like it's not the fucking senator's son that dies in battle, okay? It's the goddamn union plumber's son that goes out and goes overseas and gets fucking clapped in Afghanistan. It's never the rich people that fight these battles. And also, by the way, a lot of these people do have a legitimate amount of disposable income. They're not from fucking DC, dog. They flew in. They took 2 days off of work. And they fucking flew into DC. They had disposable income to be able to do that. So, no, these aren't fucking, like, literally incredibly poor people in desolate conditions protesting this way. This is a rich man's protest. People are already trying to spin this and blame Antifa. Good luck. Just spoke with my father and he's okay in the midst of this insanity and ugliness. Thank God. Okay. Bernie is safe. Ilhan Omar is safe as far as we know. Good.
Spot because it's not a state. So questions about what the Defense Department may do in that instance, we are waiting to find out and are in touch with the Speaker's office. But it has been an incredibly difficult day here on Capitol Hill. It started, of course, with the initial proceedings to begin the process to ratify President-elect Joe Biden as President of the United States. That all unfolded, it seemed, as it should have at the beginning. But of course, these protesters approached the building, ultimately breached the Capitol, and then breached the House and Senate floors, which is not something I don't think anyone who was walking into this building today anticipated. And certainly those of us who have been working up here every day for many, many years now have never seen anything like this before. So you are seeing increasingly Republicans coming out and calling on President Trump to urge the people who are here to stand down. Kevin McCarthy, the House leader, was recently interviewed on Fox News. He called it un-American. He said it needs to stop. He said that he didn't even want to talk about some of the things that he had seen in the chamber. He referenced shots fired, and I know our Pete Williams reported that. Our producer Haley Talbot was in the House of Representatives in the gallery watching the floor as events unfolded there, as the Capitol Police barricaded one of the doors as they evacuated members of the House of Representatives. Some of those members donning gas masks that are situated under the chairs in that chamber because there were chemical irritants that were discharged in the attempts to try and clear these protests. So at this point, we do know members of congressional leadership are safe. Members of the House and Senate are being taken to undisclosed locations, most of them already in those undisclosed locations if they weren't part of those initial groups. I've texted with several members of the Senate who have said that they are safe, that they feel safe at this point. So it does seem as though that element of this has been diffused, at least. The last few minutes here have felt more like stasis. The members who are involved in the actual functioning of our government have been removed from the immediate danger of the situation. And now the question is, how are they going to move forward and secure the building? So we are here in the Russell Senate office building, where things have been largely quiet. Across the street, of course, the Capitol building, where you can see those protesters still milling around. But again, Savannah, important to underscore, this has halted the process, the regular process of our government.
Yeah, Casey, that's where I was going. I mean, this is January 6th. This is a date that was in stone. This is when you're supposed to certify the electors for the transition of power.
I don't know. BNO News is not always the best
right now.
But
I heard one congressman on one of the cable networks saying, a Republican congressman, a Trump supporter,
I'll be back,
saying he wants the president to say, call it off, to do more, to say more right now. So far, as this has unfolded, at first we saw a tweet from the president talking about how Mike Pence, the vice president, had let him down by not doing something that was not within his power to do. But then he also has said we should support our law enforcement. But he has, Casey, to be clear, we haven't heard the president say to these protesters, stop, it's over, as this Republican Congressman Trump supporter has said he wishes the president would do now?
And you're absolutely right. And there are more Republicans who are saying that is exactly what needs to happen. Senator Marco Rubio is saying that that is what it would mean to support law enforcement. Law enforcement have been overrun here. And the reality is that this is supposed to be a formal transfer of power from one administration to the next. And in fact, Senator Mitch McConnell was on the floor of the Senate, someone who critics have said waited too long to criticize President Trump. But even he this morning was saying we have to believe these results. If we don't, then our democracy is going to begin a decline. A death spiral was the phrase that he used. So that's how we started the day. And then just minutes later, this scene unfolds in the United States Capitol, which, again, I think it's important to realize most of these procedures are laid out in the Constitution. They are some of the oldest things that govern how we govern ourselves, how we work as a democracy. It's certainly something that I know many members of Congress who I talk to every day have taken great pride in being a part of that democracy. And right now we're seeing it halted by these people.
Absolutely.
Savannah.
Casey, sorry to cut you off. I want to jump to a member of Congress, Brendan Boyle, who's a Democrat from Pennsylvania. Who I believe he's on the phone. Congressman, I mean, first of all, are you safe? Are you okay? I don't expect you to tell us where you are, but what can you tell us about how you're doing right now?
Mike Pence unfollow Trump on Twitter. Who cares?
I'm safe, myself and a few other younger staffers I'll just say in my office, the building in which my office is located. Capitol Police have been running through the hallway, so you'll occasionally hear a commotion.
Well, how will Trump?
I'm not sure.
How will Trump live this one down, dude?
The protesters, and then just continuing
drama
to
Mondays,
wait on
dude.
further updates from the Capitol Police.
And what did you witness today? What have you seen?
Well, I've obviously never seen anything like this before. And, it wasn't a surprise that we were going to have this large crowd of protesters. So it's still a mystery to me how this crowd was able, within about 10 or 12 minutes of starting, able to breach both sides of the Capitol, both the east side and the west side.
We already watched when they first stormed in.
Or right around the House chamber, as well as apparently from texts I'm getting from friends of mine who serve in the Senate, they were able to get into the Senate chamber as well. So that is just absolutely inexplicable to me that this happened. But ultimately, though, the bigger threat, in my view, is not the thousands of people who are here today, even though they're armed and they are a threat. The bigger threat is actually those who have incited them all along the way, cheering this on. That's the real threat.
Well, at this point, what are you hoping? How do you think this will be resolved? And do you think Congress will be able to complete its constitutional duty? I mean, even though there seems to be a moment right now of stasis, for lack of a better word, right now, the Capitol is not under control. It's still infiltrated by people who have broken through barriers and broken across the lines to come over and come inside the Capitol. I mean, look at the image. I don't know if you can see it. We're seeing people inside offices, ceremonial offices, and real working offices inside the Capitol who have barged in and having their way with the place. So assuming that this can be gotten under control, a law enforcement matter, would it be your hope that Congress reconvene today and try to complete its constitutional duty?
Cops are taking selfies?
Well, I immediately have two thoughts. The first is it's absolutely sickening to see militia or armed mob bring us to the point. Never in 1,000 years did I ever think I would see this in the capital of the United States of America. But then my second thought is, I don't care how long I have to stay here. We are going to do our damn constitutional duty. There's no way I'm going to be chased off the capital of my own country by this mob and whoever is inciting them. Yes, we will do the people's duty.
Keep saying that over and over again.
Ensure our constitutional process, come hell or high water, is followed, and that Joe Biden is inaugurated as president of the United States on the 20th of January.
The left uses violence, the right uses their voice.
Boyle,
Difference matters.
Your time this afternoon. Stay safe, and you, and also all of the congressional staffers, a lot of young men and women who work there at the Capitol and are never seen. I wish them well as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
About 3:45 on the East Coast, as you can see, this protest whatever you want to call it. It's not a peaceful protest, as the demonstrators here have crossed barriers. They've crossed a line, and they are now breaching the United States Capitol, forcing the Senate and House to evacuate and pause in the middle of a cherished and sacred constitutional duty having to do with the peaceful transfer of power. Debate is one thing. Protest is one thing. That's not what we're watching here, Lester, and we'll continue to keep our eye on
what
it.
debate? What fucking protest, dude? Of course they did this, dude. Of course. How violent has it gotten? No deaths, but shots have been fired inside the chamber. I think in the House. I don't know if it's in the Senate, but it's not. Some woman got. We don't know. We don't know if she died or not. But this is what McCarthy said on Fox. Too late.
Here, it's just unclear what the situation is right now.
Okay, want to bring in. Thank you so much, Grace. Stay safe. I want to quickly bring in Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader. Leader McCarthy, do you condemn this violence?
I completely condemn the violence in the Capitol. What we're currently watching unfold is un-American. I'm disappointed. I'm sad.
Oh, really, dude? Is it un-American, dude? Oh, that's so crazy. What the fuck did you guys think was gonna happen, dude? Y'all did this shit, dude. Like, what do you mean? Like, how many Turning Point USA people had to be outed as Nazis? And then Donald Trump still attended their fucking organizations. Oh no, I can't believe all of our racial agitation and like literally riling up these fucking sick hogs ultimately ended with those sick hogs acting out on the desires that we placed there for them because we made it seem like Trump was the savior. It's so un-American. Yeah, like, of course, dude. Of course this was gonna happen.
Look like this is not who we are. This is not the First Amendment.
To be fair, I don't think that it was going to happen now. Like, I didn't think that this was going to happen in this way, in the way that it did, and today. But this kind of violence, and worse kinds of violence, is, of course, inevitable. History repeats itself.
This has to stop, and this has to stop now.
Have you spoken with the president and asked him to perhaps come to the Capitol and tell the supporters it's time to leave?
It was an explosive device.
I've spoken to the president. I asked him to talk to the nation.
It was found at the RNC and detonated safely.
This is not who we are. We are the beacon of freedom. We
must have been Antifa. It seems like the crowd is getting bigger out there, by the way, for the record.
Show democracy, how we should act. We show the rest of the world, and this is not it. I don't know who in the crowd is doing this. I know there's good and bad. This has got to stop. This is unacceptable. What the Capitol Police have had to do, what the danger that it's put other people in, the people are being hurt.
I can't believe, and I'm so glad you brought our Capitol.
Oh, our Capitol Police, dude. How do you restore? Hey, when the cat's out of the bag, when Pandora's box is open, how do you put it back in? That's the real question. There's two ways of conflict resolution, something I talk about all the time. De-escalation and an understanding, a mutual agreement, some sort of understanding, some sort of resolution to this conflict by peaceful means. Okay? Or an escalation of violence until the conflict is squashed with a fuckload of death. Same argument goes for dealing with immigration, considering it if you consider it a national crisis or not. Same argument stands for Black Lives Matter protests. And the same argument stands here as well. How do you deal with this? Do we just go back and forget that this ever happened? How do we deal with this instability? Do we act like these people are normal? Do we act like just Trump supporters that do shit like this are normal? Just like we acted as though they had legitimate grievances for the longest fucking time. Is that what we're going to do? After El Paso, when a Trump supporter literally a white supremacist Trump supporter drove 7 hours to go kill Mexicans at the El Paso Walmart and succeeded. We forgot about that. We pretended like these people are fucking normal. when Michigan militia members were openly salivating about kidnapping a governor. And then Trump literally was like, she should be a little bit more thoughtful about what she says. We acted like that was normal. We acted like that was, you know, just a random instance. It's just some of them. They're being a little crazy. They're being a little crazy. They're being wild. But what do you expect? This is the same nation that forgot about gun control after Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook occurred. We saw little babies get gunned down, and we forgot about it. Because the power of gun manufacturers, or the power of capital, was far too important. It was far more important than the safety of American citizens. So how do we deal with this? This is going to keep growing. And at a certain point, silencing them is not going to work either. At a certain point, changing the Facebook algorithm and enforcing rigorous controls over what kind of speech gets disseminated on these airwaves is not going to help. It's over. Cat's out of the bag. You have to do something about the material conditions, the underlying problems in which this level of radicalization manifests. And I promise you it's not going to be marginal, incrementalist, bipartisan approaches by Joe Biden, who acts like Republican politicians are just simply waiting to be convinced on good policies. Okay? This is not like West Wing. We don't live in that world where, you know, if I make the best argument, then Republicans will finally concede. It's like, no, they won't. You saw Mitch McConnell make that mental calculation not that long ago that you do not deserve $2,000. Corporations get trillions. You do not deserve a fucking breadcrumb. You don't deserve it. And he did that because he didn't want to inspire a sense of entitlement in the American population. Because, you know, if Americans can believe that the government will give you $2,000, then why shouldn't they believe that the government should give you even more than $2,000? That is the long-standing conservative project, even before the Reagan era, but especially accelerated under Ronald Reagan. Fake calls to unite us is not going to get us there. Talking about restoring the soul of this nation is not going to get us there. You have to examine the significant underlying material inequalities. In the short term, you might have to use the National Guard, or you might have to do something to stop this protest as it stands. But this will happen again if you don't deal with the problems. As someone also pointed out, those people don't look really wealthy. Yeah. It's not fucking wealthy people that go out. It's not billionaires and millionaires that go out and do these protests. They are the ones who agitate the fucking hogs that go out and act out in this way. And it is literally gotten out of control. It's gotten to a point where they can't deal with it anymore. It's gotten out of hand. Partially because they used Trump to effectively dismantle the federal government. And Trump is not interested in the long-standing ideological conservative project. He's not interested in that. He's interested in Trump. He's interested in himself. And he's a petty bitch who loves drama. And that will literally extend to telling his fucking supporters, riling them up to the point where they believe in a false reality that, like, Trump actually won, and they need to fucking fight for democracy in the way that they understand it. Because the democratic process means no Democratic votes and only Republican votes that matter.
And the way that it is being perceived and happening here in the United States and around the world as well. As far as the president goes, another one of his allies, his again, more and more of his allies coming out now saying
Thank
he
you,
needs to
2BR,
appear.
02BKV.
There was a mention perhaps of, and we heard earlier some reporting, question marks, excuse me, as our studios are kind of going off here, I'm just going to hang this phone up, question marks on whether the president would deliver, for example, a written statement, a speech. A written statement isn't going to cut it at this point. And frankly, Lester, I think there is also a fair question of whether a formal deliverance of remarks from President Trump is enough to stop what's happening here, to get these rioters, frankly, to turn around and leave the Capitol. We know now, based on the reporting from our teams, that the National Guard and the press secretary has confirmed that the National Guard is coming in. You have other states now, neighboring states here, Maryland, Virginia, sending in the National Guard as well. The change of mission has been approved, as you see on the screen. I think it is also important to note, as we talk about the process, Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania saying, we are absolutely going to get this work done. Logistically, Lester, that is going to be almost impossible to do anytime in the immediate term future because of this unbelievable security breach that has happened. You cannot send members of Congress back into a House chamber that hasn't been swept. You can't send members of Congress back into offices where people who have not been screened are there, not just putting their feet up on the table, but doing, you just don't know. And that is an enormous security breach, as now we see this remarkable scene of this line of cars, police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, lights and sirens on, coming down. I can't quite get my bearings from this chopper shot here as to which angle we're looking at, north or south. But this is obviously the main drag here heading into the Capitol on the Mall. The backup is coming. That seems to be what's happening here.
Bro,
and it is.
They literally tear gassed peaceful demonstrators outside of the White House to clear way for Donald Trump to hold an upside down Bible outside of a fucking church. They beat the shit out of press and protesters alike. They utilized federal agencies to override like statehood, because DC doesn't have it. They utilized federal prison guards and like other federal agents to do that. That wasn't to like stop a violent altercation. That was just for a fucking photo opportunity for Donald Trump. But when the Capitol building is stormed, they don't do shit.
We know now that the FBI has been deployed at the request of Capitol Police to help. We know that Homeland Security is sending people, Homeland Security investigations, presumably. Obviously, you've got Metro Police
Bible
from the
wasn't
DC,
upside down. Sorry,
the police department here,
not
the
an
local
upside
police
down
department,
Bible.
in addition to the Capitol Police.
The Bible was correctly placed.
Asked for assistance from the National Guard. So they won't at some point later lack for manpower to empty out the Capitol. And that's obviously the immediate chore here, is to get the Capitol emptied out, secured. They've got to go through all these spaces and make sure that they're swept and secure and that nobody else is hiding out inside the building. You're looking at the House side of the Capitol complex. That's Independence Avenue, where traffic is being restricted. Police are using that as a sort of a staging area. And then you see the Capitol come into the view. That's the House chamber on your left, then the center, the rotunda, and that little sort of square section between the House and the rotunda. Inside there is Statuary Hall, under that curved dome with the little cupola on top. Under that is Statuary Hall. That's the old House chamber, and that's where you saw those dramatic pictures today of people streaming from the rotunda toward the House chamber, which is what now is just disappearing on the left side of.
Okay, I got to run another ad. Sorry. Top of the hour, every hour where I run an ad. Things are calming down a little bit more, I guess, and we'll see what happens. But here's a 6-second ad break. Apologies. You can use an ad blocker, or you can subscribe if you want to avoid seeing the ads, but here it is.
Takes. They'll keep going until they're done. And if they're not done by Inauguration Day, and I have no reason to think that they won't be, but if they're not, then there's procedures to have, there's the Succession Act. The Speaker would become president temporarily until they can figure out who the president is.
Or you can just live in Turkey where you will never see ads regardless, that sort of thing. or in an area where they don't serve you ads.
Which agency that was. We've been told by law enforcement authorities that at least one improvised explosive device was found on the Capitol grounds, not inside a building, but on the Capitol grounds, and possibly a second item. We know that law enforcement people are looking at that. Earlier this afternoon, before we saw people storming the Capitol, the big concern was evacuation of the Library of Congress, which is directly across the street from the Capitol.
Your company doesn't mind you mentioning AdBlock? I mean, they probably don't like it, but it doesn't matter because they literally find a different way to fuck over people who use AdBlock every week. So,
and she says, we reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain.
I mean, they definitely don't like me mentioning it. Yeah.
Not recently, not within the last few moments, asking
just don't give a shit.
Folks who are gathered there at the Capitol to call it off and to stop. Let me go to Casey Hunt. Casey, obviously, first question is always what's happening there behind you, but also I know we've heard from the Democratic leaders of the House and Senate now.
We have, Savannah, and they are calling for the president to do just what you said he has not yet done, which is to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately. That is a joint statement from the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and the Minority Leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer. Now, I can also tell you, Savannah, that what has started...
Bro, how are they going to return to the Senate floor? They're all going to get COVID, dude. Like, there's definitely homies in there with, like, mega COVID, okay?
The government back on track. So one member who is at the secure location where they've taken members of the House tells me that one Democrat and one Republican, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat, Liz Cheney, the Republican, informed those members on lockdown that the National Guard is on the way. There was applause in the room, and this member said to me that we will return to the floor and do our jobs, was the quote. I also heard from a member of the Senate who was also taken to the Senate side secure location. This member is safe. This member also told me that these thugs will not win the day, essentially, that they are prepared to go back onto the Senate floor. Senator Joe Manchin telling me we're all okay and ready to get back to our chamber and finish our work. These thugs cannot and will not run us off. We will continue to govern. And yes, Savannah.
Oh, I wanted to try to understand because, we just talked to Senator Duckworth. It sounded like she was in her office. Everybody wasn't. All 535 members of Congress weren't all there at the same time. But are there various locations where there are groups of senators or groups of congressmen sheltering together? Did I catch that?
Yes, that's right. So it's a little bit complicated, and it depends on where you were when this started to unfold. So we saw the joint session begin this process. Then the House and the Senate separated to their respective chambers, and
the people who think that this will stop Republicans from saying that Antifa are the real violent terrorists, you're delusional. They've been saying that white supremacists have been killing people. Antifa hasn't gotten a single fucking kill for the past 20 years, with the exception, I guess, of Michael Rennell. And immediately they executed him. Remember, Trump put a hit out on him, and federal agents literally executed him in fucking daylight. But they still keep saying that Antifa are the real violent terrorists, because why the fuck wouldn't they? No one ever fucking matches that shit. Antifa has the worst KD, dude. They have worse KD than I do in fucking Call of Duty.
That you're watching right now.
Not that there should be a higher KD. I'm not saying that, obviously.
Inside the chamber, as this was unfolding, she was with some members who were up there in the gallery. That's the level that's above the House floor. As they were all being evacuated. So
oh God.
Many of those members were taken.
I can't wait to see how Joe Biden will calm the storm
complex. Here. We happen to know where this one is, but we're not reporting it because obviously there are many.
Biden will save us.
The Senate, meanwhile, had a similar situation. There were members on the floor who were evacuated together. So those members are also telling me, I've talked to a couple of them. I know.
By the way, I forgot to mention this, but John Ossoff also won yesterday. Maybe because some of these dudes were in Georgia. I don't know. I mean, instead of being in Georgia, they were out here protesting. But Biden is about to speak, so let's take a look at what he's about to say.
So that's kind of how these things are set up here, Savannah.
Got it. Casey, got to jump. Let's listen to the president-elect, Joe Biden.
Late coming out to speak to you. I initially was going to talk about the economy, But all of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent.
Small number?
It's disorder.
Motherfucker, it's not a small number.
It borders on sedition. And it must
Bro, these are like
now.
Yo, this is how you know Joe Biden doesn't know any fucking Republicans outside of Republican politicians. I have fucking friends whose parents are at that rally, motherfucker. This is how Trump supporters are. They fly in from El Segundo to attend this shit, okay? They're not random people. I mean, they're not extremist terrorists that, like, are hiding in a fucking cave somewhere like Al-Qaeda. These are everyday Americans who have been waiting for this moment.
They can incite.
Do you not know a single normal Republican?
Therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest. It's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America's about honor, decency, respect, tolerance.
Will Biden mention terrorism? That's not happening.
That's what we've always been.
That's not. It's a terrible. There's 56 million no's are going to win it.
The Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual.
He won't say white Americans are terrorists, brother.
Purpose is to affirm the majesty.
It'll be the greatest upset this Hasino's ever seen.
But today's a reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good, America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos.
Bro, Abraham Lincoln killed folks. I mean, how did that story pan out when you had secessionist terrorists? How did that work?
The last best hope on earth. Went on to say, the way is plain.
I mean, in some ways it's similar.
Generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless. The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America.
Oh, no.
May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Step up, sir!
We've seen today.
President-elect Joe Biden calling on President Trump to step up, calling what's happening at the Capitol right now
so fucked.
A democracy under assault, and calling on the president to go on national TV to call for an end of the violence we've seen in and outside the U.S. Capitol tonight. An extraordinary moment. Joe Biden actually making a few comments. Okay, as he departs the stage, enough is enough is enough. Joe Biden, who has at times during this period leading up to his inauguration played the de facto healer in chief, once again taking that role under circumstances that probably even he couldn't have imagined. What we're seeing today, supporters of the president who have stormed the U.S. Capitol, who have desecrated parts of the Capitol. We've seen it in a series of photos. Just before we went to the president-elect, we should note some other major news taking place, somewhat related to all this. NBC News now projecting that Jon Ossoff, the Democrat, will win the Senate runoff in the state of Georgia. And that leads to the projection that Democrats will regain control of the U.S. Senate. It'll be a 50-50 split. Vice President Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect, as Vice President, will have the tie-breaking vote. So that just breaking here a few moments ago before we went to Joe Biden. Let's go back to Hallie Jackson right now, who can give us some more insight as to what is happening there in Washington as the light begins to dim.
Bro, this is like, I feel like they're trying to manufacture consent right before our eyes by creating like this false reality, as though like, you know, there's some extremists that are just interested in violence and that this is not indicative of like any sort of long-standing Republican racial agitation that's like finally coming to a close here. And that, like, you know, Biden is actually doing his best as the de facto healer in chief by calling for a reasonable, amenable compromise. Like, it's fucking nuts. I mean, I also understand. I don't know what like Joe Biden is supposed to do in that circumstance, but at the very least, calling out what the fuck is happening right before our eyes and like very clearly. Wait, hold on, guys. Okay, I'll call excuse in a second. Just chill for one moment. Jesus Christ. But fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Hasan, your record of viewers is breaking. Oh yeah, that's kind of sad. That this is the moment that I break the original record of 227,000. Maybe if that happens. Hold on, I'll call him in 1 second. What's up, dude? Hello? Hello?
Mess with the result.
What?
Hi, man.
What's going on?
I thought it could be great if I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't know anything about most of it, and they're just kind of like watching it because it's the news. But I have a question.
Go ahead.
If you could explain to me calmly, why are people overall protesting?
Okay. So these are Trump supporters that have been angry and have been fed a false reality by Donald Trump and some of the Republicans in Congress and Republican media for the past month since November 4th about the outcome of this election that took place. The election happened. Democrats won. They both won the popular vote in record-breaking numbers, and they also won the Electoral College votes. Enough Electoral College votes to elect Joe Biden as the next president.
Yeah, I'm following still.
But Republicans claimed over and over again that Democrats were lying and that this election was stolen. They went so far as to say that, Venezuela was involved. I mean, just insane conspiracy theories. Some of the Republican media outlets broke rank and admitted the reality while still trying to make it seem like Trump had this legitimate grievance with the election results. But a lot of these people on the ground that you're seeing did not hear that. They literally only wanted to hear what they want to hear because they're biased. So Donald Trump said on January 6th, which is today, that while the Congress was holding a joint session in both the House of Representatives and in the Senate to confirm and finally authorize the Electoral College vote tally, which is a purely symbolic thing because the election is over, right? But they're just basically
officialize the thing and
they're just official. Yeah, exactly.
Out.
Exactly. Donald Trump said that we are going to protest and we're going to march on the streets and we're going to show them that I'm the real president and I actually won, like a baby, like literally like a child. And this is the aftermath of that. They organized the protest. This is unprecedented. Presidents have attended protests before, or spoken at protests, or sent representatives to speak at protests, but they've never literally fucking protested their own capital as they were still president, as Trump is still president until the inauguration.
Okay, so what could that? Normally, when people protest, there's like a result, or there's a favorable outcome that's being kind of played for. So what is the thing that they want to happen with this protest there?
Well, it's a little disorganized because, again, there isn't much that they can do once the votes are casted. And they tried to overturn the results by using the court system, and that failed too. So basically what they're trying to do, I guess, is intimidate the government with a show of force to say, no, it does not matter what democracy or the democratic process is. What matters is that we believe Donald Trump is the president. So basically that's what they were trying to do, is like intimidate members of Congress into, I guess, not authorizing the vote, not really thinking it through either. It just seems very Trumpian to not follow through. But hold on, Trump just tweeted a video. I got to watch it real quick. 1 second.
Watch it too.
All right.
I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now.
Still saying
we have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us. from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like he's still agitating, saying that the election is fraudulent. I don't think he's ever going to give up on that front, but he's still saying that the election was stolen. It was not. And but now he's saying, like, go home in peace. I don't know if the people will follow. I don't know if they're all on fucking Twitter waiting for Donald Trump to say, like, you know, go home. It might work. I think the National Guard is finally being deployed as well to maintain control. But, you know, that's where we are now.
I have a good analogy for this. This is like when I say, yo, chat, don't raid the channel of this guy, right? Don't do it, guys. He's a fucking cheater. That dude, yikes. What an asshole. What a this, what a that. But guys, don't raid his channel, but fuck him. He's cheating and dumbass, right? Like, it's kind of hard to not do something and then still mention the main problem in a negative light, you know?
Yeah, well, it's even worse than that. I mean, it's a great analogy, but it's even worse than that if you were like, no, you should raid him, you should brigade him, and then finally when the brigade is over or when the brigade is happening, you're like, okay, maybe you shouldn't have brigaded them.
But the problem is still there, and then you mentioned that the problem is still there.
But yeah, but they're still cheating. Exactly.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
That's exactly what is currently happening.
Also, how did it even get to the point where people got inside the building and went inside the actual chamber itself?
They broke through. So there were 4 barriers that they placed. And if you remember the BLM protest that occurred if you remember the BLM protest that happened in the aftermath of George Floyd's execution in the hands of the police, they were geared up. They were beating the shit out of protesters. They were basically fucking tear gassing them, using every violent measure they could. In this circumstance, however, they pretty much let them in. Like, they barricaded a little bit, but they had 4 separate barricades that they had placed, but it was very light in comparison to how they had originally dealt with the BLM protests. And that's why they were able to just, like, literally push over the 4 different barricades and walk in to Congress. They broke the doors.
Well, yeah, why did they lock the front door?
They did lock the front door. I'm literally looking at a video right now. It says police opened up the gate.
One more question then if this is a government official top tier building, why doesn't the main door is like one of those super reinforced steel doors with like the 3M bulletproof glass top, like anti-rocket door? Like
Rust? I think it's because this stuff doesn't normally happen and they're not expecting it to happen. And that's why they don't have like any sort of additional protective measures in the halls of Congress. Because what police do is create a presence of law and order, okay? Cops aren't literally stopping crimes. They're not like preventing crimes from, happening. But their presence is supposed to maintain stability. That's why there's always a need for some form of policing, whether you call them police or not, doesn't matter. So that's part of the reason why you don't need to like fucking literally create the most reinforced like fucking pipe bomb defenses that you would see in like a Rust base.
But at the same time, I feel like some of these inside, some of these things are like sacred, like the chambers or whatever. The way they look, the desk. I feel like this is an opinion. I feel you're leaving a lot of, maybe even too much room to breathe to even let people have the potential to walk in those places wild. I mean, they could tear the place down if they wanted to.
Yeah, and they did. They walked into actual offices. They took photos. Apparently, they left in a hurry. Like congresspersons left in a hurry, so their laptops were open. They literally fucking seized their laptops. Someone actually stole like the fucking stand that people use the gavel on and shit. And they did.
Well,
and
that's
someone
not
was
right,
shot too, by the way.
Is just an opinion again. I feel like that shouldn't be like a possibility. That's just kind of crazy. People can literally go inside that very place that is dude, isn't that like a very important part of democracy itself?
I mean, yeah, it is, but it's boring too. So it's not like that's usually never a place that people would go and like storm the buildings of. I mean, and it depends entirely on who's doing the storming. But like normally, if these were like black and brown people protesting police brutality, for example, we saw what happened. They called them Antifa, they called them terrorists, and they dealt with them as though they were dealing with enemy combatants. But when it's like fucking Trump supporters storming the building, they literally, they basically fucking, roll out the red carpet. By the way, an IED was found.
In that particular case, does it matter who it is that you shouldn't?
Well, the response is different, clearly, as we've seen in regards to like who's doing the act of terror. But no, I think that the grievances are important. If they were protesting something legitimate, I would be less critical of what's happening right now. If this was like, there's a difference, in my opinion. There's a difference between, for example, protesting for civil rights and the inevitable police violence that breaks out. Because I think that civil rights is a legitimate grievance. It's a legitimate cause for a protest. Whereas in this circumstance, people are literally just protesting because they're upset that Donald Trump is no longer the president. And like they lost a democratic election.
All right. Well, I feel like it kind of sucks that people can rate a building like that. Well, I also at some point kind of feel bad due to the police, because it's kind of like you want to de-escalate, but then people are escalating things that aren't, I would assume person-to-person violent, but like doing shit like that, especially in like a government building, it's pretty far out, dude, to rate a building like that. Like that's
yeah, no, it is technically it is unprecedented. It does not happen. It is a symbol, though. Ultimately, like Congress is where things happen, obviously, where legislation happens, but it's symbolic, and this is a symbolic show of force.
Okay, so one more question then. If people were already in, why didn't they like fuck? I hate to use game examples. The place where people would have to walk through to get inside. Why didn't they like put a smoke there, or put like a tear gas at that spot so that people can't walk in? Just like in Rust, when you raid a building, they put incendiary rocket at the entrance so you can't walk through because you get burned.
Yeah, they didn't barricade it appropriately, possibly because they didn't think that this was going to happen, or partially because they themselves do not feel that these people protesting are protesting in an unjust capacity. This is a good time to remind everybody that 84% of cops voted for Donald Trump. 84%, according to Police Magazine, against Hillary Clinton, voted for Donald Trump. And their favorability for Donald Trump only grew in the past 4 years. Cops love Donald Trump. They just do. They think that Donald Trump's agitations are just. They think that Donald Trump unshackling their restrictions, their limited restrictions, they don't really have a lot of restrictions anyway, was not necessarily a bad thing. So, of course, these are people that are like, there's literally people taking photos with them. I showed this earlier on the stream.
Well, are you looking on screen and see people in front? This guy has like a tier 4 armor. He's wearing an all-tin with glasses, full tactical gear, kitted out the wazoo. How? Are these guys the police?
No. No. A lot of those are LARPers. They're doing live action role play. And I'll show you. Though. I'll show you the other thing. Like, there's people like waving Confederate flags inside of Congress right now. Like, that's a flag of a secessionist terrorist group. Okay, the Confederate flag is a flag that the South waved when they wanted to maintain their rights to own slaves, right? And they fought a battle and they lost. And these motherfuckers are still waving it inside of the current halls of Congress. That's a terrorist flag. It's no different than waving the Nazi flag. I'm sorry to offend people. But if your sensibilities are that fragile, get offended. That's no different than waving the Nazi flag. And they're doing that and acting like they are the ones who literally love America when it's the opposite. Same thing with this video that I have up right now of cops taking selfies with literally the fucking terrorists themselves. Like, they broke in and cops are taking selfies with them. That's insanity. That's not normal.
Okay. This is a hot thing, but I think one of the lessons or one things we could do better, in my opinion, one takeaway, people might say this is dumb. They should have on important government buildings like that are important to the, to democracy, to have the doors be anti-rocket. So people really,
no, it's not just about the doors, because look, the reality is when you have this many people agitated, it's not the fucking halls of Congress being breached that's the problem. The real problem is the fact that we got to a point where hundreds of thousands of Americans legitimately flew from all around the country to like literally go and do a show of force against the government. The problem is so much larger than simply saying like, oh, if we make the Congress doors impenetrable. It's the conditions that created this many angry people. We have to analyze why people are this angry and how they got to this point. Like, there's so much more happening than just like making the Congress doors not breachable.
Well, a lot of it comes down to, I would assume, the president's his behavior and what he's broadcasting on national television and on
that's a contributing factor, certainly. But it's not just Donald Trump; it's the entirety of the Republican Party that Donald Trump basically took over. Like he didn't do anything different than like regular Republicans. He just expanded on the things that Republicans used to say. Back in the day, Republicans would say states' rights, or they would say, black people are taking welfare and we need to cut back on entitlements and we need to cut back on welfare. There's a famous Republican strategist that worked with Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan who openly admits that before 1964 he used to say the N-word with a hard R. N-word, N-word, N-word. And then after the civil rights movement, you couldn't say the N-word anymore because that was frowned upon. So what did you start saying? You start saying we're going to cut, that's forced busing. We're busing, black people and white people together to the same schools. That's why you started saying we need to segregate schools again. Or you need to say you need to cut entitlements and you need to cut benefits. And as long as you were kind of alluding to the fact that like black people are taking advantage of the system, then white people will get on board with like even harming their own current conditions.
That makes sense.
So now Donald Trump basically took on that idea and expanded on it by saying, instead of saying like immigration is a real problem, we need to focus on like immigrants coming into the country, when it's not even a problem that immigrants are coming into the country, by the way, but that's a much larger conversation. He basically said Mexicans are rapists. He said MS-13 are animals and, immigrants are animals. Oh, wait, I'm not talking about all immigrants. I'm just talking about MS-13, the violent criminal ones.
Listen. This is a hot topic here, but listen, in my opinion, okay, coming from Quebec that has like a crazy diversity percentage or whatever, and a lot of immigrants work really hard, okay? And some of these kids that you go to school, French was my main language, and they spoke it better than me. They were more eloquent, and they were very hardworking people. And I don't want to sell your content, but basically, I don't know. I think it's Pog. Also, people have there's like a market called Adonis or whatever, and then we used to go to all these like supermarkets. Now we go there like almost all the time, and it's fucking Pog food. I don't know. Regardless, if you're about to talk about something on stream that's like important, you can just cut me off and talk about that. By the way.
Yeah, no, it's fine. This is an important subject that I think is good to talk about, no matter how many people see it or hear it. I'll get back to like the latest things that are happening right now, but yeah, no, immigrants are like, there is no country that has never benefited from immigrants. I mean, that's how culture works. People say, Western culture is this or white culture is that, when in fact, like, no, immigration and sharing across cultures, whether it be a consequence of war or trade, is the reason why we have the technological achievements that we do. If it wasn't for like the Chinese, for example, we wouldn't have paper or gunpowder. If it wasn't for the Muslim world in the golden era of Islam, we wouldn't have mathematics or medicine in the way that we do currently, that we take advantage of. People don't know this, but the numerals that you use are fucking Arabic. The number 0 is literally an Arabic invention. It's an invention of the Islamic golden era.
Yeah. Can I slow down a little bit here? Even though that's correct, sometimes I think about these things, and I know that some of that is just slightly wrong. It's like, dude, this is kind of weird because
or Indian. Sorry.
Because sometimes you get to these places anyway. Fuck it. Well, I don't want to sound weird. Just that it's easy for me to make video game examples. It's like people saying like if it wasn't for PewDiePie, he invented Let's Plays and he made it. It's like, dude, people playing games and broadcasting it, people would have gotten there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a matter of who was there first. It's about sharing, and we all make it better. I mean, like it's kind of like me taking Let's Play or me going on Twitch and reappropriating like Just Chatting React Andy content to react to political coverage. Like I didn't invent it. I didn't do anything. I just like modified it to my own purposes. And as a consequence of that, we just made new content that's entertaining and hopefully educational as well.
No, I realize the basis of our argument. And yeah, it still makes sense. Yeah, you're right. I was just really surprised to see that it was even possible for people to be in those buildings and do those things. I think that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but remember, it's not necessarily the immediate actions that's the big problem here. It's the fact that so many years of political development and anger that these people felt, whether it's legitimate or not, led to them taking action in this way. Because you can't solve the problem by just like enforcing stronger controls or attacking back in a more violent way or meeting violence with more violence. You have to solve the actual problems that create that opportunity for people to radicalize in this way. And some of that comes from enforcement, certainly, especially in the short term. Right now, like you have to deal with the people that are there. You have to deal with it somehow. But you also have to think about it in the long term. Like, how do you deal with it in the long term? And that is about giving people more benefits, allowing them not to live with the fear that like they can't fucking survive if they get fired from their job because they're going to lose their health care. Like that all slowly but surely chips away at the problems at the heart of American society. That's how it works.
And some people were saying the word coup.
Yeah, a coup d'etat usually is not.
I didn't necessarily agree because these aren't like officials or like moving parts of the party, and they're not like gonna like get power from this. These are like civilians. Like this couldn't possibly give them power, right?
Yeah, it's I mean, this is not backed by the military. A coup is usually dictated historically by a military force that is like turning on whatever the current government is, and it's done with like an armed insurrection. This would be a revolution, I guess, technically, but it's not that either. And there are clear-cut goals, clear-cut demands in the aftermath of a coup, and there's a changing of the government usually. And this is more of like a hog rebellion, I guess, or a revolt, an uprising.
So when does that end? Because I see, I looked at NBC, and there's a lot of fucking people there, dude. It's like stacked out.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people there, but I think they're eventually going to start clearing out. They're going to tire themselves. They're going to secure the building. I think they have already secured the building. So basically, things are going to get back to normal a little bit. The SWAT team is currently arriving as I'm seeing right now. The steps to the Capitol Yeah, the SWAT team is going to start arriving at the steps of the Capitol. They're going to start moving in. There's an FBI SWAT team currently in the Capitol complex. And they're going to come in with guns and do a show of force and scare people into submission. And then hopefully what I'm afraid of, and I got to go after this, but what I'm afraid of is maybe it might turn violent again at night when these people start fighting other, like, you know, leftist protesters or counter protesters or something like that, rather because they can't fucking fight back against the government, obviously, because the government has way more guns and isn't afraid to use like a show of force if they have to.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. All the PvP pros are coming in, and all the RPers are forced to get out.
Exactly. No,
out.
it's like Shroud and H June are rolling up on the base now.
Feels bad, man. Oh, it feels good, man.
All right. Do you have another question,
No,
or
that was
is that good?
That was good. No, because I couldn't find it anywhere. I could see that what was going on, but not why. But that's good. You told me.
Yeah, no
Thank you,
problem.
Man.
All right, man.
Feels good, dude. Have a good one, dude. Goodbye.
Bye. They are literally looting the place. You're right, Mom. Anyway, Ilhan introduced the article of impeachment.
Who might tell you that?
Ma'am, please don't.
I mean, you don't really need that many fucking SWAT people to reel in the hogs. Errol Weber, aren't you a unifier? Dude, what the fuck do you mean? Bitch, you lost, okay? You lost, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up, Errol Weber. Candidate for governor of California. Suck my dick. Yo, these people suck, dude. Like, seriously, I'm glad I don't have a fucking semblance of power because I would literally arrest people for fun, for funsies at this point. God damn, dude. I'm drawing up articles of impeachment. Donald J. Trump should be impeached by the House of Representatives and removed from the office by the United States Senate. We cannot allow him to remain in office as a matter of preserving our republic and we need to fulfill our oath. I agree. It's like politics, a bunch of high school drama. I mean, you can look at it from that framework, certainly. Who was that? Did people just come in and ask questions? No, that is another streamer by the name of XQCal. And he's a gamer. He's like a ex-Overwatch pro. He's not, but he has a massive audience, a friend of mine. He's an open-minded person overall, and I don't mind talking to people that give me an opportunity to spread what I believe in and educate as many people as possible on my perspective or this kind of commentary that they normally would never receive. So, if Trump is removed from office, who will take over Pence, Biden? I mean, it doesn't really matter. He has one IQ takes. Okay, dude, like, that's the average fucking gamer who is 14 years old, okay? I mean, he's not 14, but, like, what do you want? Like, dude, no Nazi ever says, okay, let me just say something to you, okay? No Nazi ever says, oh, dude, sorry, that's emotional labor, or this is a waste of my fucking time to sit and, like, describe a concept to you, sweaty. No, they sit the fuck down and they try to describe to people why white genocide is actually happening. And those people are fucking freaks, okay? So why the fuck would I do the exact same thing? Like some goddamn liberal was like, no, sorry, I'm just not going to take the time right now. I need self-care and I need to cover the stories on my own when someone is, like, legitimately asking for information. Like, why shut off people? Like, why would you do that? And you shouldn't either, by the way. Like, you shouldn't. If you can take on the emotional labor, then you should literally not take on, you should literally take on the emotional labor and describe to people, especially if they're your friends, especially if you have access to, like, talk to them and they're not immediately going to meet you in like a debate lord mentality. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Anyway, because you do that to brain deads like Republicans, but don't do that to XQC, another brain dead? What do you mean? Dude, a random fucking person in my chat being like, first of all, XQC never fucking comes in the conversation. If you noticed, every time we talk, he's never ever in a single fucking conversation that we've had been like, oh, actually blacks deserve it. You know what I mean? Like, no, he's not like that at all. Like, The people that I fucking dunk on in my chat for the most part are people who are dipshits, okay? Are people who are like coming in here not to learn, but instead to fucking agitate and say some fuck shit. Cori Bush is calling for the expulsion of members who helped incite this attack. It's not going to happen. All right. This is fucking complete bedlam, dude.
About and the situation that we're seeing right here might be best described as a standoff. It's been a bit of a status quo for about the last hour here. What you're looking at there is the northern side of the Capitol. Hundreds of rioters, of insurrectionists, as we've been calling them, gathering on the edge of the Capitol building. We did hear a number of bangs just a short time ago that did sound like flashbangs and movement from these rioters, which would indicate that they are, to some extent, and to a very small extent, Wolf, getting pushed back by law enforcement. We do see some law enforcement. I'm going to ask my cameraman, Ronnie McRae, to point up at the steps on the Senate side. You can see a line of police there. I'm not sure what agency they're from, whether they're Capitol Police or Metropolitan Police, but just a little ways farther down, you can still see that there are those rioters on the steps. So this is a
Hasanabi pretending like he's a Nazi. Wait, I never fucking said that. I said that Nazis never stop from from describing certain instances to like average Americans or regular people who are simply looking for a perspective. I didn't say he's a Nazi, you fucking weirdo. God damn, dude. Go take your insulin, you insulin dependent motherfucker. What are you doing? Not you, I mean chatters. My bad. Anyway.
in around an hour's time. There is no indication right now that these protesters have any inclination of going anywhere. There's no indication that they had heard the message from the president to go home. And I just want to highlight one thing that our colleague Anderson Cooper said. Back in last summer,
I'm not making fun of diabetics. His name is insulin dependent. For those of you who didn't see it.
Church, and had that entire area cleared out. Those protesters were doing far less than something like storming the Capitol, and so far we have seen very little in terms of response from law enforcement. Wolf.
All right. Motherfucker, I have less members in my family that don't have diabetes than do. Okay. So what the fuck are you talking about? Us, the radical diabetics.
Is also just outside the U.S. Capitol, Pete. Where are you? What are you seeing?
Nothing, I guess. Quiet.
Apparently between this mob of Trump supporters and police are way outnumbered by this mob here. You can see on the Capitol steps here, this is the Senate side, Capitol Police standing there. In fact, just a few moments ago, we saw two from this group of these rioters, walk up to the police, actually even walk beyond them for a moment. We also heard 3 loud bangs over on this side of the Capitol, what we think are now flashbangs, possibly tear gas. We heard a bit about that from Alex Marquardt. That led a lot of this group to file over here from the steps leading up to the Capitol on this east side. Just to put this in a bit of context, you would never, ever see this many people, this many civilians up on the Capitol right now. We're just on the top side of the Capitol Visitor Center, which would be very, very locked down during normal times. One interesting thing.
DC police are speaking on protesters.
Was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police to force entry into the United States Capitol building. As you are aware, they were able to gain access to the Capitol building, and I can confirm that 1 civilian was reported to have sustained a gunshot wound inside of the Capitol. Details of the shooting are not immediately available, and the situation remains under investigation. The Metropolitan Police Department will be taking the lead on that investigation. MPD continues to provide personnel resources and assistance on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol and has requested the assistance of law enforcement partners through a previously in place mutual aid agreement. As you heard from the mayor, a 6 p.m. curfew has been put in place tonight and will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow, January 7th. We are advising everyone everyone that is not engaged in essential activity to get off the streets and adhere to the curfew. If you are found to be in violation of the curfew, police will be required to take action. Again, I want to reiterate and make it clear, please abide by the curfew that the mayor has set in place, or people will be subject to arrest. Lastly, I know that many of you are familiar with the Metropolitan Police Department. Understand that there is no better agency in the country to handle First Amendment events. They happen on a regular basis here in our city. However, today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior. And people that come to our city engaged in unlawful behavior will be held accountable. We can take any questions that you may have after the Secretary has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, Chief Conte. At around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we mobilized the D.C. National Guard to 100% strength. We'll have 1,100 personnel that are convening to the Armory as we speak to support Metro PD and reestablishing the safety and the confines of the U.S. Capitol. We'll also be working with other federal law enforcement entities that are going to be coming here to the Metropolitan Police Station to add additional support and capability as they continue deliberate planning and looking at what will be conducted. Thank you.
And how does this work? This phone? Okay. Okay.
Evan, you want to say his name?
Evan?
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Chief Conte. Could you please speak to the confusion surrounding the deployment of the National Guard? We understand that the council put out a statement saying that originally the Department of Defense
We've been listening into a news conference from the mayor of Washington, D.C. and several officials, including...
Shut up. I want to hear. I want to hear. What is she saying? Why is she talking over it?
With their plans on how to get this under control, the National Guard in D.C. has been activated, as we just learned. The Metropolitan Police Chief was very...
Bro, are you joking? Oh, come on, dude.
unfolded, including the firing of the irritants, some kind of irritants toward police, which allowed them to breach the fence and the police line. And according to the chief of police, a riot was declared. He said this town is very used to people coming and protesting,
supporting the D.C. government's operations, the Metropolitan Police Department traffic box, and that request was approved by the Secretary of the Army. Additionally, as I understand, and I'll turn to the Secretary to speak to this directly, the United States Capitol Police Department requested additional guard support today. So let me go to the Secretary.
Hi, this is Ryan McCarthy. When we were working through the additional requests, there was I'm sorry, confused by that. There was additional requests that came forward from the Capitol Police, and for us to truly understand the specifics behind their requests and how we would support the operations, a lot of questions were asked, a little bit of confusion, but as we worked through it, we ultimately made the determination about a half hour later to mobilize the entire D.C. National Guard. So this has been incredibly fluid, but I have to go through the Secretary of Defense to ultimately get the final approval to mobilize personnel as well as to conduct operations in cooperation and coordination with local authorities.
Allie, WAMU. Allie, WAMU. Allie, WAMU.
The citywide curfew, Mayor, that can't apply to federal property, correct?
The curfew applies across the city, and we will, if your question is, are people who are on the Capitol grounds subject to the curfew?
I will look into.
They're going to be subject.
Okay, this is boring. I will look into the breach on that video that we saw. I will look into the breach and see if it's like it's the curfew. It's bullshit. It's irrelevant. I will look into the breach to see if it was actually legitimate or not, because it's crazy that there's like a video of cops literally opening up the gates. It could have been a way to like kettle and corral potentially. I don't know what's going on there, but that does sound a little insane. That they just like opened up the fucking gates there.
itself. Obviously, we see the FBI in there at this point. And can someone give us an update on whether any MPD officers have been injured?
We won't discuss the specifics of the deployment, but I will say that the MPD and all of the law enforcement partners who will be active will clear the Capitol and establish a perimeter in order to do that. And what was your second question, Chief?
Yeah, we have reports about that there are several MPD officers that are injured, but these officers are being tended to and still engaged in the fight to regain control of the Capitol. Although they are injured, they are still working, and they're working very hard to regain control of the Capitol.
So that is an interesting development there as well for police officers inside the Capitol building. A curfew will go in place. I want to bring Ted Williams back here. Ted, we were speaking a moment ago. What do you take away from the posture the city is taking now?
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Okay,
they ended the conference part of it, but hold on. We'll look at that in 1 second. What is this? Wait, isn't this literally an old video of like disabled protesters protesting from a while ago? This was the ACA protests, dude. I don't know why people, I remember this. This is from a few years ago when Donald Trump was trying to, when Donald Trump was trying to repeal Obamacare without a replacement in the beginning of his presidency, a bunch of disability activists got together and protested that. And I remember the cops literally fucking removing them, like dragging them on the ground and shit too. Like straight up fucking removing them in fairly violent ways too. By the way, it is so fucked up. Again, this is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean about fucking grifters that like take shit that's happening in other parts or from other protests, and you got to be careful. Like, you have to be careful when you fucking look at this stuff whenever breaking news is happening. And I might even fuck some stuff up every now and then. Luckily, I remember these really weird fucking facts about whenever things are happening. But what the fuck, PC Gamer? The storming of the U.S. Capitol is currently the top Twitch's top stream. That's a very interesting way to put it. Okay, thank you. I don't know. Another way to cover that would to say political broadcaster coverage of the storming of the U.S. Capitol is the top Twitch stream, but I guess. Yeah, this was no cuts to Medicaid protest from a while ago. Speaking of misinformation, the Pence Twitter banner is literally him and his wife, not Biden and Harris. Chat keeps spamming about it. Yeah, guys. Also, who the fuck cares? Like, it would have been ridiculous if he changed it. It would have been ridiculous if he actually fucking changed his Twitter banner to like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But even if he did that, who fucking cares? No, he didn't change his banner to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And it doesn't matter if he unfollowed Donald Trump. Who cares? You should remove this clip. People coming into the stream would be confused. I mean, I'm explaining the context currently. Poorly aged stuff. 70 million pissed off Republicans and not one city burned to the ground. Of course that fucking poorly aged. Like, oh man, yeah, Mike Pence is fucking vague posting about Donald Trump, like big drama. Anyway, Sean King posted a video of the woman that got shot. I clearly can't fucking watch that. Anyway, look at Mike Pence's Twitter header. It's not. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, I got to get up, as I always do at the top of every hour, and do a 10-minute fucking stretch and stretch my legs out. But I'm going to run a 1-minute ad at the top of the hour every hour as I do. Here's a 60-second ad break. There are different means of avoiding ads if you no longer would like to see them. One of them is subscribing with your Twitch Prime or with a regular $5 subscription. But here's a 60-second ad break now. Okay.
To this, somebody else said no.
I gotta get up.
He said President Trump said he doesn't want any violence. They yelled, "We're not being violent." Then somebody else, disagreeing with the person telling people to go home, stood up on top of that black armored vehicle and started yelling at people who were leaving to come back, saying that they needed to fight, that they needed to do this to be patriots.
I have a massive fucking headache, dude.
Some people stayed. A lot of people, though, dispersed. But it was interesting to see because they kind of went back and forth within their own group. Some saying, okay, maybe we should go home. Others saying, no, absolutely not. And we do know that a lot of the people who were here, as well as on the other side here on the Capitol, where we did see people getting pepper sprayed pretty frequently in the last hour or so, they have started to leave. And we've been told by other protesters here that they are making their way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which is just across the street here. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you so much. Stand by there for us, would you? I want to get to Kenneth Buck, who is Colorado's congressman, a Republican, a Trump supporter. Sir, first of all, how are you? Oh, we can see you. That's good news. How are you doing? Are you safe?
Bro, these pieces of shit didn't have anything to say when Donald Trump was agitating. And now they're all like, oh, his violence is unacceptable. What did you fucking think was going to happen, dipshit?
We are safe, anxious, and happy that we can see the TV and see what's going on in the Capitol.
Well, Congressman, if you're in your office, I presume you were not on the House floor when this unfolded. What was your vantage point? What was your view of the events as they unfolded from where you sat?
Yeah, I was on the House floor. I was one of the people set to speak, and so I was sitting on the House floor. First thing I saw was the Capitol Police, plainclothes Capitol Police, escorted the Speaker from the chair. We continued with the proceedings for a few minutes. The Capitol Police then came on the House floor and announced that the doors had been locked in the chamber and everybody should stay in place. About 10 minutes later, we were told to put on our gas masks, and a few minutes after that, the windows of the doors around the House were being shattered. It was hard to tell whether it was gunfire at first or whether it was just a glass breaking, and it appears now that it was just glass breaking. And a bunch of us got heavy furniture and started barricading the doors to help the Capitol Police. Soon after that, probably about 15 minutes, we were told that they anticipated that the House chambers would be breached and asked us to evacuate. And so we evacuated through the tunnel.
I mean, what you have just described, Congressman, is so extraordinary. You describe it in a very matter-of-fact way, but could you have imagined when you woke up this morning that something like this could have happened? What was going through your mind? Here you are about to perform that sacred duty, addressing the House floor as an elected member of Congress, and then this happens.
Yeah, I anticipated that there would be violence outside the Capitol. I did not anticipate there would be violence inside the Capitol. And I really, peaceful protests, we've seen them for months in this country, and we've also seen terrible violence. And the violence that happened in the Capitol and the people that trespassed and caused damage and caused harm to others should absolutely be prosecuted. And it is incredibly aggravating and disturbing that as a country that believes in free speech and believes in the Republican
He's a leftist, guys.
That we have, that we are forced to tolerate this nonsense. It is absolutely unacceptable.
You heard the president's remarks. What did you think of them?
I was glad that the president instructed his followers to leave, go home, and peacefully disperse. I think that it is time that we anticipate a peaceful transition to the next administration. And I hope all Americans understand that while many of us are frustrated with some of the processes in this election, the results of the election stand, and we need to respect those results.
Congressman, stand with me, but I am showing an image that I believe to be a live picture where we saw some smoke and perhaps flashbang. So there does seem to be some action on the grounds there where you sit, and we'll keep our eye on that. But let's keep talking. You talked about the president. He made the statement. He did tell people to go home. At the same time, he said, "I know your pain. I know you're hurt." He said this election was stolen from us. It's fraudulent, and he called.
They're trying to burn news equipment outside the Capitol.
Some of whom have, as you well know, breached the United States Capitol.
They are the real news.
Forced Congress to evacuate and disband and not be able to perform its duties.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about like every Republican and their take on this matter, saying like whatever. They've apparently pushed the news. Yeah. So they pushed some of the news out of there. Because you already know it's all independent news, right? Like, I mean, half these guys are like citizen journalists, if you recall, if you know. They're pushing them away, and they're trying to burn the news equipment, I think, but it's not showing on the... Wait, what is happening now? Doesn't change it.
This will be the tie-breaking vote, but it does mean that on so many issues, Joe Biden will be able to go big, certainly much bigger than he would have envisioned if the Republicans were still in control of the Senate. And just remarkable to have this happen today, to have 24 hours, after we saw these races in Georgia.
Dave Weigel has a take on this that's interesting, but I don't know if it'll stick. More of a second day story, but there are some swing seat Republicans like Mark Garcia who announced that they support the electoral contest when they thought it would be a box checking thing. How much of this do they own in 2022? People forget things like shutdowns, but the footage of armed men storming the House at gunpoint is going to stick with people, and years of we're the jobs, not mobs, party branding, poof. Social justice protests are politics, but they're not about electoral politics. When they turn into riots, it's not because Democratic politicians told them to be wild and stand up and stand by to keep them in power. A theme I heard again and again from the people outside today was that if it was the Democrats who lost and stormed the Capitol, the media would support it. Democrats have lost before. They've been obnoxious sometimes. They've not done this. There is no comparison. There is no comparison to people crying about, their abortion access being taken away from them because of Republican Party politics, wearing pussy hats when Trump won. There is no comparison to that with this. This is completely unacceptable. And this is expected. It's still ridiculous, and it's still something that I did not expect to happen in the way that it did, in the time that it did, but there is no fucking comparison. And of course, why would there be a fucking one-to-one comparison when Antifa, all the things that Antifa has ever fucking done is maybe some light property damage in comparison to white supremacists literally killing people, and then the media rushing to do a both sides equation half the fucking time. That's what happens. That is moral culpability on behalf of the mainstream media as well. They've changed it a little bit. They changed their rhetoric a little bit, but every time they change that rhetoric, right-wing psychopaths literally say the media is defending Antifa. They would never defend white supremacist terrorists. Yeah, because anti-fascists are not doing the same thing that fascists are. White supremacists storming the fucking Capitol building is not the same as like property damage on a fucking courthouse. Okay? It's not the same as like fucking drawing up an anarchist A on the side of a fucking federal building in Portland. Okay? The causes for those protests are not the fucking same either. They always try to do this like both sides bullshit when in fact there is no both sides in this circumstance. And Republicans once again have shown their ugly face and how predisposed with violence they are. Just like they were fucking willing to do violence when it came to defending Kyle Rittenhouse. Just like when Kyle Rittenhouse became a story for Republicans that was a story of celebration and not of like a troubled fucking 17-year-old who got so far radicalized by like normal institutions like policing and regular outlets that he joined the Boogaloo Boys to defend someone else's private property, end up killing people. Okay? It's insane. Of course like this notion of both sides is completely fucking broken. The El Paso shooter. There was another, the synagogue shooter. These are white supremacist terrorists that felt emboldened under Donald Trump's rhetoric, that literally acted out on their violent urges, thinking that it was appropriate and thinking that it was okay to do it, thinking the time was now. We forget that the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville ended up with a terrorist literally driving from Ohio to North Carolina and killing an anti-fascist. Okay? We fucking forget. We forget that all of that happened under Donald Trump. We just have like the worst fucking memory, and we just constantly want to return to normalcy so desperately in a country where this is the new normal. Okay? This is the new normal. I mean, 2020 started off with Donald Trump executing Qasem Soleimani on a drone strike. And we thought 2021 was going to be different. We're fucking what? 6 days into 2021, and armed protesters have already fucking seized control of the Capitol building. I'm tweeting that out. Wait, are they doing it again?
Pointing to a letter that the mayor sent yesterday to the acting attorney general, to the acting secretary of defense, and the secretary of the army, saying we have all we need for tomorrow. This was yesterday. We have worked with the Park Police, with the Capitol Police, with the Secret Service, and don't send any other federal law enforcement personnel in without checking with us first, because we don't want a situation where there are people deployed and we don't know who they are or who's in charge. So some of the federal officials are already saying, you know, they kept us at arm's length, and that's why it's taking so long to get these people out. Now, you know, we're going to have to wait and see how this all comes together, how that actually played out.
This being Washington, Pete, we will be sure there will be investigations, commissions, and tons of finger pointing and blame shifting. So we can look forward to that in the coming days. But at the moment, we're still in this crisis. These are live pictures from the United States Capitol. If you're just catching up, it has been truly an unprecedented afternoon in which protesters turned into rioters, crossed the barricades, went past police, reached the United States Congress in session, performing its duty of certifying the electoral vote for the next president of the United States. We're able to infiltrate the Capitol, the Senate floor, the House floor, ceremonial offices, sit in office chairs literally with their feet up. And now at this hour, about 10 minutes after 5 o'clock on the East Coast, we are starting to see a little more of an aggressive move from law enforcement to push back these protesters. We saw the FBI SWAT team go in. A few moments ago, we saw smoke, some flashes of light. We have reporters on the ground. We don't want to surmise what those might have been and at whose hands, but perhaps some tactics to try to get this crowd out. We heard from the president-elect, Joe Biden, in a live address to the nation, calling for the restoration of peace, calling for President Trump to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. And
is this real?
President Trump issued a video on Twitter.
I don't believe
saying that it was time for them to go home. He also, though, said the election had been stolen from them and was fraudulent, but he said it was time to go home. And that is the state of things as we speak. Let me go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, there's still important matters for Congress to conduct. The last we checked in with you, these members of Congress were still being told to shelter in place. Vice President Pence, at our last knowledge.
Here is them charging the media, the protesters, charging the media there. They seized the equipment of Associated Press and others and like tried to burn it down. Disgusting piglets, dude. Disgusting fucking hogs. All of those Black Lives Matter protests, the only time when media ever got fucking assaulted, the only time when mainstream media ever got fucking assaulted, I'm not talking about Andy NGO getting milkshaked in Portland or some shit. Like literally, personally going out, not a fucking doxer that works with actual fucking fascists, but like legitimate mainstream media members. The only time they ever got assaulted was in the hands of the police. I mean, fuck mainstream media is easy for me to say. I'm independent. But that's fucking bullshit, dude. This is some real brown shirt behavior. Okay? By the way, like, again, these are people that work with you, okay? Remember, these aren't like organized fascist militias. I mean, there are certainly organized proto-fascist militia members amongst them. There are Nazis amongst them. There are actual legitimate fascists amongst them. But a lot of those fucking people are just Trump supporters that flew the fuck in for this moment. So you need to remind yourself of that. There were fucking women and children with them and shit. Like, if you know any Trump supporters, you know that they fucking flew in from different parts. They flew in from Bakersfield. They flew in from fucking different parts of California. They flew in from different parts of Ohio to just go to this event and go hog fucking wild. Okay? What about the CNN building? I'm pro BLM. The CNN building? You mean the CNN building that was on top of a police precinct? Is that what you're referencing? The CNN headquarters literally on top of a police precinct? Is that really the equivalence that you're making here? Indicted Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton even flew in for the rally. Hogs from all around the country did. Wasn't Chris Matthews scared that Bernie supporters were going to execute members of the media? Yeah. Who cares if they flew in? These are still people we live with. That's what's scary. That's what I'm saying. No. That's, make no mistake. That's precisely what I'm pointing out. That these fucking lunatics are in some ways, unfortunately, very regular human beings that are a part of our regular lives. These are the same people that fucking watch Facebook videos and like get radicalized and believe that COVID is fucking fake and George Soros brought it upon us, or Bill Gates owns the COVID vaccine and they're gonna microchip you. Like, these aren't truly peak levels of soy today. You mean from Donald Trump, who fucking cried like a little bitch? Is that what you're saying? Stop asking her dumb shit, moron. What? If you were sleepy like you are now, would you still smash that girl? Wait, what? I'm confused by what this person is trying to say. It's fascist Burning Man, literally. My neighbor put their Trump flag back up. Do I stay inside or no? Do not fuck around with these brain dead chuds. Okay? And the curfew is starting in 40 minutes. And what that means is shit might get worse. There might actually be street violence now. This is why normies are truly the most deranged and awful people. I'm not remotely kidding about it. Yeah. Gonna get real violent in 40 minutes. These pigs won't stop. They're not gonna stop. And if you're in DC, do not go out in the streets. Okay, do not fuck around. Do not go out in the streets if you live in DC. Anyone who gets caught violating that curfew is probably gonna get clapped up by the cops. But not only that, but you do not want to fucking catch one of these fucking piglets roaming the streets in like little gangs that they probably will have, because the Motel 6 Andes are probably going to go back to their own fucking hotels, lick their wounds and get angry that the fucking police state that has a monopoly on violence clapped back at them, even if it was a gentle slap on the wrist in comparison to what Black Lives Matter protesters experienced all throughout the year. But the real fucking agitators, the Nazis and the Proud Boys and all of them, they will be looking on the streets, running around looking for fucking blood, okay? They will try to do anything and everything they can to exert the fucking horny anger that they have, because they didn't get anything out of this and it wasn't enough for them. And now they're going to fucking go out and look for other counter protests to beat on. So, you know, so the cops will come back on their side a little bit. You think it's going to turn into the purge? No. What the fuck do I know? Simping for a political party? Imagine simping for fucking Donald Trump, too. Like, I mean, they're currently chanting louder on the Capitol lawn. I mean,
would have been the ceremonial.
One of the weirdest things about all of this is like,
and yet at this hour, we have what some would call an embarrassing scene for.
It makes embarrassing. It makes sense that, like, you know, Democrats or liberals don't do this sort of behavior for the Democratic Party because it's a little bit more sane. Okay. Democratic politicians don't agitate in this way, no matter how many fucking videos you can cut, making Maxine Waters, who's like 700 fucking years old, like, to make it seem like Democrats are really violent. Like John Ossoff saying, we're going to beat them wherever they go. Clearly talking about like beating them in political contest. No matter how many times you fucking cut out like the soy loving Democrats to make them look like they're really violent, they're not fucking violent. And the other part of it is like liberals are not going to behave in a violent fucking capacity, partially because their politicians are not violent and partially because it's not fucking worth it. These guys like demonstrate blind loyalty to the Republican Party, and more so now blind loyalty to the guy who has channeled all that frustration so effectively, Donald Trump. You think there aren't young politicians out there who are sharks like Josh Hawley, luckily they have no charisma, or Tom Cotton, that are going to see this level of simping, this level of standing of Donald Trump just because he said the fucking quiet part out loud over and over again? You don't think that they're going to want to utilize that same kind of demagoguery? Of course they are. And yes, they are literal simps, dude. They are. They're fucking simps. They're stans. Dan Crenshaw won't be able to do it. He's too much of a fucking dweeb, and he wants to be too much of a middle of the ground guy. Leftists used to be unafraid of doing stuff like this 100 years ago. What happened? Dog, 100 years of labor unions and labor organizing squash in the hands of capital owners. That's what happened. Are you fucking stupid? How do you not recognize that this stuff, this is not against the status quo? This is just a logical extension of utilizing white supremacist agitation and racial grievances over and over again for 100 fucking years. This is just normal and logical because that's what fucking billionaires, millionaires, and the wealthy, and mostly the Republican Party, has used to organize people around. So, of course, this militia movement, or this fucking revolution, I guess, is going to be a lot more legitimate because it doesn't go against the status quo. Whereas labor union organizing requires there to be actual fucking labor unions when there are none. Okay? It requires for actual organizing to happen when there is none in America. The real reason why the left can't do stuff like this is because the left has no way of organizing in the same capacity. It's like a slow, creeping fascist it's the slow, creeping fucking threat of fascism and fascist organizing. It's the same reason why the American political Overton window is like planted firmly on the fucking right. And also, when there are progressive causes with legitimate grievances and they fucking mobilize completely randomly because of like one instance, like George Floyd, for example, that builds upon others, like the Arbery shooting. When that happens, cops beat the fucking shit out of them. When right-wingers protest, like they did in Michigan, or when right-wingers protest, like they fucking storm Capitol buildings, or even the Oregon Bird Sanctuary, or numerous times over and over again, they're literally not met with the same level of violence. Well, I guess with the Ammon Bundy one, it was different because there was actually a shootout and they ended up dying. Some of them did. But in Michigan, they literally walked up the cops' faces with fucking guns and shit and spat on their faces, and not a single tear gas canister was opened. So they have a sense of entitlement. Is it true courage? I ask you, how much courage? How much courage is there for one who has no fear of getting shot? Like, how courageous are these people that they have no fear of getting shot? There's no expectation. They're roaming the fucking halls of Congress saying, ACAF, all cops are friends. They're taking selfies with them. How much courage do you need to stand up to, I guess, power when they're not going to kill you, when you have no fear? It's completely outside of your understanding. Like, it's outside of your fucking worldview. Here, how much courage do you need when cops are literally escorting you down the steps of the Capitol? That's not necessarily a bad thing, by the way. I'm not expecting the cops to fucking kill this person. But remember, there is an imbalance here. The irony, of course, is that most black people just want to be treated like this by the cops. That's the inherent irony here. The Black Lives Matter protests can be reduced to, please treat black people like you would treat a rich white person who's a Trump supporter. Going inside the building. And if you get triggered by the race card or whatever the fuck, and I am someone who also talks about the material conditions and usually offers a class first perspective whenever I'm talking about the shit. But if you get so triggered by the race card and you don't see what the fuck is happening here, it doesn't matter what these people's races are individually, by the way. They are there because they are upholding a white supremacist institution or a white supremacist understanding of power. And it is fundamentally an American perspective. Are you saying this was handled well by the police? Partially. I'm not going to turn around and be like, why didn't the police kill these fucking people? I don't think the police handled it well. They shouldn't have let these people in. Okay? They shouldn't have let these people in to the halls of Congress. They shouldn't have opened up the gates. The Boo Boo Bennett take? What the fuck is Boo Boo Bennett saying? And I must say tonight that a riot is the language of the unheard, and what is America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. Martin Luther King Jr. God, she's so disgusting, dude. She disgusts me.
Again, in the final 2 weeks. You have the National Association of Manufacturers. It's one of the business groups in town that represents manufacturers, saying the vice president should consider invoking the 25th Amendment and removing the president from office in his final 2 weeks, all because of this scene, and more importantly, the much more dangerous scene we saw earlier in the daylight hours at the United States Capitol. And to echo what Phil Mattingly just said, I've been in communications with some leadership aides on both sides, both in the Senate, the Republican leadership still in the Senate, and the Democratic leadership in the House, about how important both leaders, Speaker Pelosi and Leader McConnell, believe it is to get back in that building tonight and to at least get back. Whether they finish tonight, I think, is an open question. That depends on whether you have more objections. But they both believe it is absolutely critical to send the signal that you may have disrupted us, you may have knocked us out of the building, but you will not stop us from doing what we came to do today, which is supposed to be a cherished constitutional tradition in the United States, embracing and affirming and accepting the election of Joe Biden as President of the United States.
A peaceful transfer of power. That's what we've always seen. Alex Marquardt, what's going on where you are, Alex?
Well, Wolf, we are back on the western side of the Capitol. What you can hear there is a flashbang, presumably from this police force that has just moved in. Wolf, what you're looking at now is Metropolitan Police from Washington, D.C., who just before this 6 p.m. curfew have moved in here to push out the rioters. They have been shouting, "Move back," at this crowd of hundreds, if not more, Trump supporters on the western side of the Capitol building. This, Wolf, is where in exactly 14 days' time, President-elect Biden will be inaugurated. In the background, you can see the Washington Monument. The police have now decided, after several hours of this huge mass gathering on the western side of the Capitol, to flush them out. We have heard reports of tear gas. I have not seen that in the last few moments, but there's no question that the Metropolitan Police Department, as well as the other law enforcement agencies, will not hesitate. Here we're being asked to move back. Yes, officer, we will. You can see this officer, for example, fully equipped.
That's cool that they this is the tactical gear that they were running in, and also they have their camera. He's probably live streaming this entire process. That's how fucking
of rioters away from the Capitol, which they attacked and have been, which they got in.
For the record, I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop this for a second, but like, that's no different than the motherfuckers who literally traded the Klan robes for the tiki torches and the khakis. Okay, that's when you are. That's no different than Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, coming back into D.C. after there was an arrest. There was a warrant out for his arrest because he literally openly and brazenly said he was the one who vandalized the famous African Methodist church, like by ripping over a BLM sign that they had outside of it and lighting it on fire. These people are brazen because they've never faced consequences for their actions. They're brazen because they understand intrinsically that they are on the side of those who control the reins of power. Okay? Now they're out of pocket. It's gotten way too far, certainly, and some of them might get a slap on the fucking wrist. But ultimately, he's on the side of those who are working for Donald Trump and MAGA, and that's why he doesn't fear the repercussions, okay? That's it. You don't fucking act this way. You don't act so brazenly and live stream you fucking your own criminal behavior if you don't feel like you're ever going to see any repercussions. That's the reality. This, in essence, is absolutely no different, like I said, than KKK members and Nazis literally substituting Klan robes and swastikas for the khakis and openly showing their faces as they yell, "Jews will not replace us" on the streets of Charlottesville. Okay? It's no different. Motherfucker looks like my man looks like he's out of Tenet, dude. Like he's out there. What are you going to do? He's got military grade or police grade fucking handcuffs too. Whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, police grade zip ties. Like those are fucking not even regular zip ties. Flex cuffs. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, what's up? What were you trying to do? What were you trying to do with those zip ties? Like, someone should ask him. Yes, I did see Donald Trump's tweet get aged poorly. I'm aware.
Amendment, the First Amendment, for a very reason, which was to, as the framers talked about, to hold public powerful officials accountable, as Madison talked about. I'm showing you now live pictures. Come on, guys, go home. You hear the Metro Police trying as peacefully as possible. Let's listen into this.
The irony of holding up a Jesus fish flag, dude.
We just got a small criminal class that's running this country. Y'all don't defend them. You stand with us. We're going to church on Sunday. We got a big good guys. Let's go. Let's go. Love you guys. We still support you. We love Jesus. What you guys do?
Not only supporters of the president, but supporters of Jesus gathered as well, concerned about and protesting, which is a right, but this has gone beyond protesting, as has now placed the lives of law enforcement and others in danger, as well as the destruction to our federal property and disrupted the
look at this shit,
the work of lawmakers and diligent public servants.
And you heard, Nora, the audience heard one of the protesters,
fucking nuts,
criminal class that runs this country. That is an embedded grievance that Donald Trump did not invent, let us be honest, but as a candidate and as president, he has pointed to and suggested is real and is given a sense to these people who held that grievance that it's real. And he's the only alternative to it.
Listen just a minute.
What happens when we have the power and you guys are getting pushed down? You guys don't want us with your weapons.
And we should tip our hats to the DC police, who frankly have put up with a lot of this over the past year, whether it's pro or anti-Trump supporters, the Black Lives Matter protests that were held. This is a police force that has been worn pretty thin.
Yeah, dude, it's the BLM protest. That's the reason why the fucking police force couldn't react appropriately to what's happening here, and nothing else, dude. There's nothing suspicious going on here at all, dude. It's Black Lives Matter.
Guard that have been mobilized. 200 Virginia state
scumbags,
troopers
dude.
and an unknown number of Virginia National Guard that have all been sent to D.C. at the mayor's request. 500 Maryland National Guard and state troopers. Montgomery County Police have sent 53 members of their special events response team, an all hands on deck. Look at this picture as the Capitol is lit up bright tonight to give law enforcement a clear picture and to remove those. And the reason, as Alan He, our Capitol Hill reporter who just spoke with Senator Manchin, he said to Senator Manchin, what's the plan for tonight? And Senator Manchin told Alan He, we plan as soon as they get everything cleared, but we're going to go back and do our business. And Alan said, in the Capitol tonight, and Senator Manchin said, we sure hope so. So we'll say whatever it takes. These thugs are not running us off. That from the senator from West Virginia.
As we discussed many hours ago, there would be an institutional imperative to send a signal. The Capitol is lit up not just to aid law enforcement in the removal of these insurrectionists and mob violence committers, but also to look the way it does, to be a shining light symbolically and quite genuinely on Capitol Hill. It is the place that when you're in Washington, you see from a great distance. It is inspiring. It's always been inspiring to me. I consider it the most beautiful building in America. I really do. I love to be inside that building. Our whole story of America is there.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Hey, man. Hey, you guys want to know how many people have been arrested? 13. 13 people got arrested today. 13 people got arrested today. They opened up gates. These people basically fucking walked right in. They took selfies with the Trump supporting protesters. Maybe there should be some police accountability. Maybe the police should actually be there to protect and serve the interests of the citizens, not just some citizens that they agree with politically. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking crazy, but it seems like there should be a little bit more accountability in the police force. Kind of a bad situation when you have 84% of the police force that said that they voted for Donald Trump, according to Police Magazine's own study conducted in 2016. I don't know what the latest numbers are, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that that support within the police force only grew since then. Now, this tweet is from, wait, what? 2:37? Brother, that's from fucking 3 minutes ago. Or 4 minutes ago. This tweet is from 4 minutes ago, man. Yeah, maybe that number grew to 1,000 since then in the last 4 minutes, dude. Maybe.
Now is at about 30,000.
Oh, man. Hold on, I'm going to tweet about this as well. Where? Shut up. I know my fucking typing, my WPM is terrible. Substitute their hoods for khakis. Shut up. Stop making fun of me for typing slowly.
Flashbangs, some smoke. Some people were complaining about pepper spray or tear gas as well. That has certainly helped thin the numbers of people that are out front of the Capitol here. There's still a number of people right up along the Capitol base there that are continuing to protest. But for all the talk about what happened inside the Capitol today, a lot of the people that gathered out here did so peacefully. They were here to protest, here to be heard. And many of the folks were just as surprised to hear about what transpired inside the Capitol as everyone watching at home. We have seen not only Montgomery County Police, but a large number of Fairfax County, Virginia Police come into the Capitol area here as they've been moving forces into the area, not only from D.C., but Maryland, Virginia. And if you talk about that curfew,
I got maced.
You got maced.
It's been quite some time since where we have seen any police officer.
Okay, hold on. Let's see how the police stop these fuckers from coming in. Wow. There's a line of officers over there. What are they defending? That's so strange. Wow. Just basically letting him walk right in, dude. That's so strange. What a strange sequence of events that took place there. Wow. You want to see how fucking...
Ma'am, what happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced.
Oh.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
Yeah, I made it like a foot inside, and they pushed me out, and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Wow. Wow. How interesting. What an interesting sequence of events. Wow. Wow. Like, she literally just like doesn't feel the need to hide her face, doesn't feel the need to even like hide what her intentions are. And the reason why they don't need to, they don't feel the need to do that is because they've never fucking been harassed by the motherfucking law. Like, imagine self-doxing on Twitter while simultaneously admitting that you're trying to like storm the Capitol building and being offended. Like, she's literally about to call the cops on the other cops. Like, it's like, I'm from Knoxville and goddamn, like, hello, officer. There's other people here. They might be police and they're tear gassing me as I'm storming the fucking Capitol building. Oh, fuck, dude. Like, she's like mad. The fucking sense of entitlement on these fucking freaks, dude. The Sergeant of Arms has claimed that it's now secure. Like, the Capitol grounds is now secure, but I assume there might be a second push. I don't know.
People have to do something.
Okay, there's this level of blood is not TOS, so I will show you this.
We have to do something. People have to do something because this could be you or your kids. We have to do something. People have.
Bitch, what did you step on a Lego on the way over there? Like, no, fuck that. Stepping on a Lego is infinitely worse than that's like me when I bite my fucking fingernails and like it bleeds into my hand a little bit.
Have to do something because this could
happen to your kids.
Be you or your kids.
Your kids could get a fucking paper cut. Excuse me, but there's more blood coming out of my vagina at the moment. The woman who was shot is dead. NBC News is reporting that the woman shot inside the U.S. Capitol building has died, according to multiple law enforcement officials. I don't know what happened, but I do know who's responsible for it. Partially the cops. But also, definitely, every single Republican in positions of power that agitated to this point. They are responsible. Republican commentators who have salivated at the opportunity. They are responsible. There's a video of the woman being shot. Don't watch it on stream, obviously, but she was one of the mega people who stormed the Capitol. It's still very clearly they could deal with these people in a non-violent way, as they did deal with them in a non-violent way. So, no, I don't think it's appropriate to... I don't think it is appropriate to fucking clap these people. By the way, 10-minute warning until... 10-minute warning before we get to both the top of the hour, but also, where I will run a 6-second ad break, but also 10-minute warning until curfew begins in the streets of D.C. D.C. Mayor speaking to CNN right now.
To stay at home. We want everybody protesting and rioting on the Capitol grounds and anywhere else to go home, and they need to start moving out right now.
All right, we see some people moving. I don't know if they're moving out right now. I certainly hope
that they are. Mayor Bowser, best of luck battling this. I know in addition to this, you have the COVID crisis you're dealing with. You need this like you need another hole in your head. Thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
I mean, one of the things that I think looking at these images, you have to ask yourself, just as an American, is Donald Trump is going to be president for 2 more weeks, and can the United States last that 2 weeks with him as president of the United States? This is somebody who has not only turned a blind eye to a deadly pandemic that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Yesterday was the deadliest day in the U.S. for the coronavirus pandemic since it began. But we have a president now inciting violence and praising those who commit acts of violence. And I think it has to be asked, does the vice president, does the cabinet need to step in, invoke the 25th Amendment, and remove him from office before he wreaks even more damage? Abby, you and I were talking, Jay Timmons.
Oh shit, I'm muted. I was talking to my mom. I don't know. Sorry. Fuck. I don't know what good that would do. If like you're invoking the 25th Amendment, like there's still congressional proceedings that need to take place and shit. Like that's not gonna. All you're gonna do is like just agitate the hogs further, and what's the difference? Like what are you gonna do? What's gonna happen there? Like, I mean, his institutional legitimacy is not the problem at this stage. That's far too late. 4 years of fucking institutional legitimacy from people who were like, this is the moment that Trump became presidential and shit like that, already created a reality where these people looked at him as the guy from the bully pulpit. Him being impeached at this stage is legitimately not going to change anything to stop this from further getting out of control. As a matter of fact, him being impeached at this stage might even make things worse. Who knows? It doesn't matter. It's symbolic. Sure, do it. Go off, kings and queens. But I don't think that, like, I think the real problem is, like, you need to cut off access to these people somehow. You need to stop him from fucking tweeting. Take his goddamn phone away. Like, literally, detain him. It's not the motherfucking president saying these things as the president that's a problem. It's the fact that he has the capacity to say these things to his supporters and agitate them. That's the real issue. I want to hear from all the people who keep saying that, you know, Trump is not a significant threat, though, because there's a lot of lefties who, like, I mean, I've laughed at Trump as well, but there's a lot of lefties who are like, oh, it's freedom of speech restriction. It's a freedom of speech violation to even do anything to Donald Trump. Fuck you guys, blah, blah, blah. Where are they now? At some point, you literally have to fucking do something. I guess we can't deal with it at all. We can't deal with any of the problems at hand. Lefties, but like, no, there are people who are leftists who literally like have talked about this as well. Anyway, the fact that we need to treat the president of the United States like a 10-year-old with too much internet access. I mean, dude. The issue is 10-year-olds with too much internet access, or people with the brain capacity of 10-year-olds with too much internet access, is the reason kind of why this is happening currently. My father's the biggest Trump supporter. He's defended everything Trump has said and done, and even he is stumped. I mean, what the fuck was he thinking? What was going to happen? That's what I don't understand. Like, why are Trump supporters doing the surprise Pikachu face? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this is like, I mean, you did the sowing, and when it comes down to reaping, you're like, wait a minute, what? I don't understand it. It's like, well, you did this. Okay, there's no surprise Pikachu face anymore. The fuck are you expecting?
Alyssa Farah, one of them, who essentially says, I am one of you to the MAGA world, as she puts it. She says, before I worked for the president, I worked for Mark Meadows, Jim Jordan, and she goes on to say, I need you to hear me. The election was not stolen. We lost. Strong.
Man, where the fuck were you fucking dumb bitches like a month ago, dude? This should have it took you literally storming the Capitol building and one woman dying by getting shot in the fucking throat to say, oh, the election wasn't stolen. Bitch, it's been a fucking month. It's been more than a month. It's been 2 months. 2 months. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. Fuck you. It's fucking insane that these people are like, oh, well, oh God, it's gone way too far. Really? Now it's gone way too far? Motherfucker went way too far 2 months ago. We've been saying that this is going to get to a fucking insane place.
Those false claims of fraud, tried to pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to take actions that he cannot take under the law to block the election results from being counted and from announcing the winner as Joe Biden. And there is a sense that in that speech, the president was riling up his supporters. And now this is what has come from a day and weeks of a lot of energy toward trying to relitigate this election. So, Savannah, I can just tell you the pressure is mounting here on President Trump to do more.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary to hear from former officials who were diehards, who worked for the president until those last moments, to say it's enough, it's over. What about Vice President Pence? Of course, he was over there at the Capitol presiding over the Senate at this time. And the last best information we had was that he was still there, that it was not safe for him to even go that short distance back to the White House. Have you heard anything about his whereabouts? Any update?
Watch the video of that woman who died. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, let me just pull up a person who got fucking killed in front of 220,000 people, dude. What a great idea. Let's do that. Is there some porn that you want to show me too? We can maybe watch some fucking after that too. You know? Just really get the full Monty out there. Come on, bro. Mods, please ban anyone who links that, by the way. Don't link any fucking NSFW shit. Yeah, that's it. I'm going out with a fucking blaze of glory, baby. McConnell wants Congress to go back to finishing the certification. Okay, cool. Sorry, Turks. I was just kidding. What I'm doing is sarcasm. I know you get very excited. Turkish people are going, Pog. Abi vallahi dedi porno izleyeceğiz galiba. Helal olsun. Aslan adam. It's not happening, though.
Making it clear to the American people that that's how he viewed his role, and that is how he plan to proceed and will proceed once these proceedings get underway. And so a really stark, dramatic development there. And it's also worth noting that the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell.
What is this? The fuck is this? You fucking kidding me? Shit is broken, dude. Hold on. What?
By the president's supporters over the last 4 years. How do you explain it?
Oh, boy. There's going to be a lot of time for us to try to analyze all that's gone wrong the last 4 years. But we know from looking around the world and in current times as well as in history that leaders can gain power by fostering hate, by fostering division, and that's exactly what Trump set out to do. I heard my colleagues over the years say, well, it won't get any worse, it'll get better, this will be the end of it. And then suddenly they find that they're hostile.
Yo, is this a fucking meme, dude? What the fuck?
We should tip our hats to the DC police.
Oh, we saw this.
Put up with a lot of this over the past year, whether it's...
We saw this live. Guys, we literally watched this live when I fucking freaked out on the media for a second before moving away.
And we should tip our hats to the DC police, who frankly have put...
Watch them blame Black Lives Matter for how underfunded and how tired the police force is.
Up with a lot of this over the past year, whether it's pro or anti-Trump supporters
the Black Lives Matter protests that were held, this is a police force that has been worn pretty thin and worked pretty hard dealing with situations.
Like, dude, you're such a scumbag, dude. I mean, seriously. You're such a fucking scumbag, dude. You are a gigantic fucking scumbag, dude. You are not on the side of justice. You're not on the side of truth. Like, you are such a fucking piece of shit, dude. God damn. Like, you're a terrible fucking piece of shit for saying that. Oh man, those poor cops, like they threw fucking, no one's talking about the tennis elbow I got while I was beating 17-year-old black teenagers senseless for daring to protest police brutality. No one's talking about this. Okay? Where is my disability payment? Where's my hazard pay? I was beating the fucking shit out of Black Lives Matter protesters, and I didn't get a single fucking dime out of that, dude. Come on, I threw my back out, dude, while I was trying to shoot people. When I was trying to directly aim at people's heads with a projectile. Wow. Yikes. Trump tweeted again. These are the things and events that happen when it's scared. Oh, fuck you, dude. WPM. I'm gonna start banning people that fucking. Yeah, it's. Did I write it? Did I misspell it? Fuck! Fine, it's whatever. Everybody gets what that is. IED or suspicious package found at RNC and DNC. Yeah, I know. Okay. Things are heating up in Inslee out here in Olympia now. Yeah, there's like protests happening all around the country, not just fucking, not just the Capitol either, but hold on.
And we now
Washington,
turn to
DC.
Leon Panetta, who of course is the former defense secretary under the Obama
All right, Washington, D.C. curfew is now in effect. I'm going up, and I'm also running a 1-minute ad while I go pee. It's top of the hour every hour. There's a 60-second ad break. Sorry. Contractual obligation. You can avoid the ads in numerous ways.
What your gut, how you feel.
One of them is by subscribing. You can do that with your Twitch Primes for free.
That we've all been watching.
I'm going to go pee, and I'm going up right now.
Savannah.
But here is the 60-second ad break.
The scenes that I've seen today are the most disturbing events that I've seen in my entire public life. I never expected to see rioters take over the Capitol of the United States, stop our democracy from functioning, and basically undermine the very form of government that depends on both order and freedom. And to see that happen is something I thought I would never see in my lifetime.
And the business of the Congress must go on. We're told from our reporting from inside the room that senators and members of Congress are very focused, almost defiant in their feeling that they have an obligation to go on and continue this work, even if it goes late into tonight. What do you know about, without giving away anything, what do you know about the plans that would have been in place for something like this? I mean, I talked about it a little bit with Secretary Napolitano earlier in our coverage, saying, I'm sure you had plans on the shelf for an attack on our Congress. You probably didn't imagine that it would come from inside, from Americans, from our very own people?
Well, as you may know, I signed a letter with all 10 of the former living defense secretaries that raised the concern about the possibility that something like this.
I did run the ad. You might not have seen it, but I did run the ad. Some of you probably didn't see it.
The military in order to change the results of an election, and we cautioned against that. But it was clear at the time that there are those that were going to conduct this kind of protest. The president obviously was saying things to incite what we saw today. Everybody knew that, in fact, something like this was very possible. And I'm a little surprised, very frankly, that sufficient steps were not taken to secure the Capitol and to make sure that something like this did not happen.
And Secretary Panetta, just bring you up to date because the president tweeted about 7 minutes ago, and this is what he said. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. How does that statement strike you?
It strikes me as not only irresponsible, but undermining the very role that he should be playing as President of the United States, which is to make very clear that this kind of behavior is unacceptable, that it violates every principle of law and order that he said he stands for, and further undermine.
Man, I'm so shocked that Donald Trump, perhaps the only administration as criminal as as transparently criminal as Richard Nixon's and caught in the act, would be so lawless after saying he loves law and order. Guys, I'm literally, I am shitting and farting and pissing my pants right now. Like, wow, this is just incredible news. It is. Cops let them in? I know. We already talked about it. Like, it literally, like, they did. They opened up the fucking gates.
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go.
They let them in. They fucking escorted them in. They escorted them out of the Capitol building. They were holding their hands and shit. And every now and then, when someone, like, threw a fucking punch, when there was like a little bit of hog-on-hog violence, then they turned around and pepper sprayed them a little bit. It's nuts. Yeah, they were taking selfies. Great. A lighter take on the events from us from us international frogs. What is this? Imagem exclusiva. Yeah, well, it's coming to you too. Listen, Europeans, Asians that watch me, what do I always tell you? You laugh today at America, but our main export is brain cancer, okay? This will come to your doorstep. It already is. You laughed at QAnon and you laughed at COVID deniers and anti-maskers in the beginning of the fucking lockdowns. And I told you, just wait. It's coming to you too. And it did. QAnon is spreading like fucking wildfire even in Germany and shit too. It's how it is, man. Our biggest, most important fucking export. Is brain cancer. I hate him. I hate this fucking piece of shit so much. Same thing happened in Germany, but the protesters failed to get into the Reichstag because of 2 police officers. Yeah, thoughts on McConnell finally doing the right things? Man, get the fuck out of here. McConnell can suck my dick, dude. Fuck Mitch McConnell, that turtle fuck. What do you mean doing the right thing? No, he didn't do the fucking right thing. Doing the right thing would have been not being Mitch McConnell, like literally erasing himself from existence. That would be doing the right thing. I don't even know where to fucking start with Mitch McConnell doing the right thing. Mitch McConnell is like Henry Kissinger, maybe on a smaller playing field, okay? There's no doing the right thing for these people. They are the Hitlers of our generation, okay? If you try to calculate it, which pound for pound calculations of like demise that they've brought upon the planet is impossible to fucking calculate. At least like with Hitler, you have real fucking numbers and a normative position on how bad he was and how devastating he was on the world. But with like Henry Kissinger and Mitch McConnell and people like that, you literally cannot calculate it because it's happening right in front of our fucking eyes for the most part. Okay? Mitch McConnell doing the right thing. There's no doing the right thing for Mitch McConnell. He has to go back in time. If Mitch McConnell were to do the right thing, he would have to literally build a time machine, go back in time, and I guess maybe end the younger Mitch McConnell. That's when he would do the right thing. So that his devastation he never brought upon the American Congress. Okay? He'd have to fucking time loop. Doing the right thing. Anyway, I'm so cooked that I thought you were talking about taking McCool had. What? Oh, brother, it is everyone on the planet saying that there are COVID deniers, not a great prediction. I mean, I didn't just say that there is going to be COVID deniers in Germany. I said there's going to be QAnon COVID deniers, which is very specific, and that is literally a direct American import. Okay? You imported that from America. Dave Weigel, GOP is trying to convince Trump loyalists to stop their objections? Yeah. GOP is trying to persuade Trump loyalists to abandon a challenge to Biden's win. Yeah, good luck. First of all, these fucking crooks don't even give a shit. Like, they're not real Trump loyalists. They're loyal only to themselves. Now that they saw how many people were rising to action, they're salivating, dude. They want to be able to inevitably get the kingmaker's blessing. They want that shit, partially because there is no counter to that. There's no repercussions for that. Okay? Those guys aren't like legitimately interested in maintaining a Trump or solidifying a Trump win, even though he didn't win. They're doing it because they want those votes. Just like Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue don't give a fuck about the election being stolen from Donald Trump. No, they just think that that's what's going to rile the fucking hogs to go out and vote for those bitch asses. That's it. That's all it is.
It starts to move in and enforce the 6 o'clock curfew and try to get this situation under control. And as we speak, you look at the United States Capitol on this night, you have members of Congress, senators and Congress members who are sheltered in place, locked down, unable to leave, unable to perform their constitutional duties because of a throng of protesters turned rioters who breached the grounds of the Capitol and stopped democracy. But if I have Casey Hunt with me, they have not stopped it. They have paused it because there is very much a feeling on Capitol Hill from our sources in the room where some senators are gathered in the same room watching this coverage. Some members of Congress gathered together watching this same coverage. There's a feeling, a defiant feeling that the business of this country will be done, even at nightfall, no matter what it takes. Andrea Mitchell, you are a longtime correspondent in Washington. It goes without saying that there has never been a night like this. What are your sources telling you about what happens next and whether this sacred duty can be performed by the United States Congress under these circumstances?
Sacred duty.
Well, I just got a text from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from Michigan.
Debbie Dingell, lol. Okay, look, here's the other part of this, okay? Like, even if they did this with like cloak and daggers behind closed doors, like when in all of your fucking years of being alive on this planet, maybe you weren't really interested in politics all that much, but maybe you heard about it. Maybe you're now looking back into it. Maybe you read about it in books. Have you ever heard the authentication of the Electoral College votes in a joint Senate proceeding getting this much coverage. It doesn't fucking matter. It's just symbolism, okay? It's just symbolic. Like, they're making it seem like they're doing this, like, incredibly courageous act or some shit. Like, who cares? Joe Biden's fucking president. The real problem is Donald Trump acting like he's not. And the real problem is literally fucking Republicans who are still very much advancing this dangerous narrative that Joe Biden is not the president and that Donald Trump is. Okay? These people storming the Capitol is not going to change the outcome. That's why I thought it was funny when someone was like, oh, one brave campaign aide like actually secured the Electoral College votes or whatever. Or one brave staffer. Like, oh, so what? Like, you think fucking 85 million people voting is all of a sudden magically going to go away because some fucking dipshit from Nebraska flew in and, like, stormed the Capitol building and stole the Electoral College votes? Like, oh, okay, I guess, oops, got to do a do-over now. Like, that's not how this works. That's not how this shit works at all. That's why these people are delusional. Like, oh, yeah, we're going to storm the building. And then what? What's planned? What's the second step in that plan? Okay, you stormed the Capitol building. You took over. What's the second stage of that plan? Do you make demands? Do you hold Nancy Pelosi hostage and say, like, Donald Trump needs to be president? You're going to get executed. Like, they're going to shoot you in the fucking head. And by the way, if that happens, you low-key deserve it. Like, literally, if you fucking take hostages and shit. Like, what were you thinking? It's so dumb. Yeah, motherfuckers are literally like, they're stealing the Declaration of Independence, dude. Fuck.
But our Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms, law enforcement did a phenomenal job showing restraint and actually keeping the members safe. These guys have families too, and they did their best to protect us. They were strongly outnumbered, which is why I stood there with them, and we made sure that the chamber was completely clear. The members got out, the staff got out.
Bro, he stood with them, bro. He was defending the Capitol building. Oh, I stood with our brave law enforcement officers. Shut the fuck up, Mark Wayne Mullen.
You're a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, and as I understand,
bro, you got two names in your first name. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
To object to certifying the elector, so we know where you stand politically. This, it seems to me, is a different issue. You're talking about people breaking the law, coming into the United States Congress and stopping the business of America. Do you feel that what the president
proudly
said
alongside our law enforcement officers
in his tweet and in his video message, is it enough, or do you think that he's still in some way fanning the flames by contending that it's a stolen election?
Listen, people are responsible for their own behavior, first and foremost. You can't blame this on the president or anybody else. You're responsible for your own behavior, full stop. And the president told him to go home, and even he said, I love him. And people are trying to criticize him for saying he loved them. But I wake up every single morning and I say, love the people, love the call. And I love these guys too. That doesn't mean I condone what they did. I went and I talked to a whole bunch of law enforcement that they have a triage center set in the basement of one of our office buildings. And if I said there was 25 or 50 of them, I'd probably be underestimating. And I shook every one of their hands. I told them, thank you. Every one of these guys have families. Every one of these guys, or for the most of them, had families. Most of them were married with kids, and they were shaken up. They were shooken up quite a bit. One young man, unfortunately, is probably going to lose his eye.
They were, because they were like, I can't believe our friends would do such a thing. They were hurting us, but we're cops, and we love Donald Trump.
These guys had evil in their eyes when they came after us. The rest of the protesters continued on their way. These guys broke away. They were there as agitators. And when they started breaking the glass out, I even confronted them at the door, and I said, guys, because I started yelling, don't shoot, don't shoot. And I hollered at the guys at the other side. I said, you almost got shot. You almost got shot. Are you serious? Are you willing to do this? And most of them calmed down a little bit. One of them, he was the agitator. He was the one that was probably the one that got most of them stirred up. Of course, he kept running his mouth, and he's just unreasonable. He's one of the guys you can't be unreasonable or you can't reason with. But we're all, at the end of the day, we have the right to protest, but we don't have the right to destroy public or private property. We don't have the right to go this far. And you should feel strong and be willing to stand your ground for what you believe in. And I believe you have the right to do that. But this is not the America. I've seen this overseas. This is not what we do inside the United States, and this went too far.
Yeah, no question about it. The pictures tell the story. I mean, when you think about now, many of your colleagues have said and communicated that they want to see this process go forward. They want the Congress to perform its duty.
Look at him
As
standing.
mentioned, you were one who was going to object to the electors.
Oh, mega lol! Oh, Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen cowers in fear at a coup he helped create. Oh, that's so good. Oh, multiple chef's kisses on that one. Oh, yeah, I was standing tall. I was standing loudly and proudly. I said, what are you doing? What are you doing? I care about your right to protest. He's like, meanwhile, he's like, oh my God. He's literally pissing his fucking pants. And that's normal, by the way. Totally normal to fucking cower in fear in a circumstance like this. Of course. But again, you're there for the sowing, but not there for the reaping. This is me when Marat walked in, when I was playing VR, when I had the VR kit on. Like, that's what he did. And of course that's what he did. You did this, you fucking dingus. Also, you can say this isn't America all you want. It's literally America. Saying this isn't America is just as fucking idiotic as like trying to claim that these are Antifa supporters, okay? It's literally America. You literally made this happen. They're rocking American flags.
Democracies is people had faith and they believed in their vote and their election and they were fair, and that belief isn't there. But what happened today, what transpired today, is no excuse for that. There is no excuse for what happened today.
No excuse for that happening.
And as I said, there was a lot of peaceful protesters. A lot of them came in from Oklahoma that I knew, and they're all headed home. They weren't part of this.
Wow, I can't believe he's admitting to knowing terrorists. That's cool.
They came there to make as much destruction as possible.
You know, and it's one of those things because there are, you can have, I mean, politics is all about passion and passion for what you believe. Sure. And I always say, you know, if you're not protesting, I mean, that's what America's all about. People fought and died for that right.
What is going on?
But when
why are you agreeing with this fucking dipshit, dude? Yo, mainstream media is so psychotic, dude. Seriously. Yeah, it's just like, this is what America's all about, like protesting. Shut the fuck up.
Asking you, you know, whether you feel that there has been rhetoric that's irresponsible, that
there's been rhetoric irresponsible on both sides. The rhetoric's been irresponsible on both sides. We've seen it from both sides. I mean, there's been some really big flames that were flamed, that was fanned before President Trump even got into office.
Yo, dude, jail, okay? Literally, do not collect $200. Do not skip go directly to jail, dude. Jail. No, I'm done. No more rehabilitative approach. Jail. Okay? That's insanity, Dad.
They've had conflict with Antifa and the other groups, and it has never went to this point. This is the first time we've ever seen it go to this point. And as I said before, it doesn't make any difference who's fanning the flames. At the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions. And the way you choose to act is you should be held responsible for. And I hope everybody that came in there is held responsible because a lot of people's lives have changed. There's a lot of law enforcement, a lot of Capitol Police and D.C. Police and Sergeant of Arms that came to work today that's going to go home a little bit different. There's a young lady that died because she stormed through the door and an officer had to make a split decision and had to shoot her. And guess what? Their families' lives have changed. His life has got changed because the first time you discharge a weapon, it changes you. It changes you, and it changes you forever. Yeah. And unfortunately, there's some people out there that's lost a loved one too, a daughter, a mother. I don't know how old she was, but there's a family that's going to grieve tonight because of what got out of hand. Yeah. And it should have never ever got to this point. This is a dark day for all of us, and I hope we can all take a deep breath and learn something from this. But we still need to be passionate. You have a right to be passionate about what you believe politically, but we can debate in a better manner than this.
We can. We're better than this. Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you for your time this evening, sir. Be safe and keep us posted on the plans as Congress tries to get about the business.
No. There's no both sides. You're responsible, okay? Representative Mullen, you are responsible, Mr. Mark Wayne Mullen. No both sides. You're part of this. You can't, no. Also, fuck you, NBC. Are you fucking insane? Are these people insane? Oh, you're better than this, sir. No, they're not. They did this. I'm losing my mind. I mean, he's like literally pissing and shitting his pants. Yeah, I typed it off screen because you guys make fun of my fucking typing skills, okay? Fuck you. But like, holy shit.
A statement point blank and say, stand down. This tweet does what he did at the rally, which is to reiterate those false claims, saying, remember this day forever. It is worth noting it has now been flagged by Twitter saying that it could incite more violence. So that is the backdrop against which we are seeing that tweet come out. So I would anticipate, Savannah, that you are going to continue behind the scenes here to have a number of his top aides try to push him to say more and, quite frankly, to do more. I can tell you that the world is watching. In fact, we're just seeing a tweet come out from Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who says Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally.
What are they doing? Like, bro, yo, guys, hello? Al-Qaeda didn't do this. Al-Qaeda did. Why are they acting like, what is going on? They're literally bringing the people responsible on television to be like, yeah, I can't believe they did literally what I've been telling them to do for the past fucking 4 years. What is going on? I'm losing it, dude. It's fucking insane. You did this, and now you're turning around and be like, I can't believe this happened. And NBC is just like, literally, they're pulling as many Republicans as they can to like wag the finger so that they can play this song and dance as though they were literally not culpable. What the fuck? What is this song and dance, dude? Like, even if you don't want to say Mitt Romney, for example, is responsible, right? Like, I mean, fuck him. I think he is responsible too. He's a Republican. All Republicans are. But let's say like Mitt Romney didn't agitate to you know, and he pushed back against Trump every now and then, lightly and gently, okay? But like, these are the ones who literally were like, no, this election is stolen, okay? Like, there's definitely a group of individuals within the Republican Party that you can point out, as you have done so in your coverage thus far, where you can be like, wait, so you're saying that these aren't your friends and family members that are protesting the Capitol building, but, you know, here it says that, a week ago you said, it's time to take back democracy, that Donald Trump actually won and that illegals voted in the election. What do you mean by this? Do you feel like this is not in any way, shape, or form related to the events that are taking place right now as you are sitting here and having this conversation with me? Like, can you just pull up one fucking take that he had? Can you pull up any of these Republicans who have literally personally agitated for this? This is psychotic. It's completely psychotic. Where is the personal responsibility from the party of personal responsibility? Where's the personal responsibility for the actions that they took?
All right, this group.
By the way, Trump supporters in Washington state have breached the gates around the governor's mansion. Officials say Governor Jay Inslee and his family are in a safe location. They decline to be more specific. I wonder why.
Broken through the gate, blocking the entrance to the state capitol.
I'm losing it.
All right, this group has broken through the gate, blocking the entrance to the state capitol.
It's great.
We look at Washington, D.C. tonight. On a night like no other, the United States Capitol is locked down. Protesters stormed the building today, stopping the business of Congress at a critical moment, the moment when under the Constitution they're to certify the electoral votes of the election and ensure the peaceful transfer of power. We are going to turn over our coverage. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt just ahead. Stay with NBC as we continue to cover this breaking story throughout the night.
This is an NBC News special report.
And breaking news tonight, the deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters.
It's nuts, dude.
Steps forcing their way inside. Both the House and the Senate evacuated. Lawmakers moved to safe locations. The invaders roaming the abandoned Senate floor, one hanging from the balcony. Police with guns drawn inside the House. The violence erupting, one woman fatally shot outside the Capitol.
Yo, these motherfuckers cut out a Hollywood sequence, dude. Oh my God. Scored by Hans Zimmer, dude. What the fuck?
To quell the unrest with that city now under curfew. The breach abruptly halting a joint session of Congress just as Republicans launched a last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory in the Electoral College. This unrest breaking out just after President Trump spoke at a rally near the White House, stoking the crowd by falsely claiming he won the election. Later, in a taped message, the president still baselessly saying the election was stolen, but telling rioters to go home. All of it coming just as Democrats win control of the Senate after the historic election in Georgia. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage. I want to welcome you back to NBC News coverage of the siege at the U.S. Capitol. Right now, police in Washington enforcing a curfew, driving rioters from the streets and Capitol grounds after securing the inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate met to formally count the certified election.
They wouldn't show it, but still, it's good to be safe.
President. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building, but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes, normally a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour, that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as
they're deleting all of his fucking tweets. It doesn't matter. They should just ban him off the platform, dude. They literally should ban him off the platform.
Stunning
like, this is insane. I don't give a fuck about your freedom of speech.
Overrun the Capitol, scuffling with police.
Like, it's literally not a violation of terms of service. Like, it's literally not a violation of terms of service to fucking ban him off the platform. He's literally inciting riots, dude. You can't do that. Like, I mean, we are watching him incite the riots, and then you consistently tweet out statements that are like wishy-washy. That's still fucking incitement of riot. That's not protected by the First Amendment. Like, there is no protections there. What the fuck? Like, there isn't even a fucking constitutional protection there. And Twitter is literally a fucking private corporation. They could do it regardless if they wanted to, but it's not.
Declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police.
Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks.
We were just told that there has been...
This is what got congresspersons to wear a mask, by the way.
Being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory.
There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known.
The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, others wandering in the rotunda, some scaling down the building. At one point, point, an armed standoff. Police say one person was shot. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building.
There were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. It took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely.
Mods, you know what to do.
And then depart the Capitol. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today.
Top House Republican.
All news broadcasts already censor any instance, any fraction of fucking blood or anything like that, any sort of violence, unless it's literally a live stream. But I'm just being doubly safe regardless.
Stop now. Multiple Democratic and Republican lawmakers urged President Trump to appear on camera to tell the protesters to leave. Instead, he later tweeted, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue." The president-elect then imploring President Trump to speak.
At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
By about 4:15 this afternoon, this message from the White House.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you.
And Casey, that statement not going far enough for many on Capitol Hill tonight.
That's right, Lester. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure calm, to calm this situation down and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden. Lester.
All right. Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You know, you heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the police. Earlier in the day, one of the buildings have been evacuated when protesters breached the perimeter, and then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself, and they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor, and then, you know, the vice president was evacuated by Secret Service, and then someone was shot, and it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol, in America today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time, and that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here.
The real bummer, dude.
Somehow stolen, and the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move.
People constantly engage in really racist fucking takes about black people and like fatherlessness and all this other shit, or like no role models. Like, right? White people love saying like black people don't have good role models, or like rap music or whatever, because it's a substitute for saying it's like their genetic differences. They say culture. But in fact, like there is no better example of like having horrible parenting than these people running around like fucking children. Like, did Did you not have a parent scold you? Like, would you jump off a bridge if your friends were doing it? No. That's why they don't wear fucking masks when everyone else is not wearing a mask. Could you fucking at least experience defeat with a little bit more grace? Literally, just like, no parenting whatsoever. They're like they're running around like headless chickens that have had zero fucking parenting whatsoever, dude. Well, I guess their parents are there alongside of them. But then again, if Trump asked them to jump off a bridge, they would do it. I mean, they literally are doing it right now. British reporter inside the Capitol interviewing Trumpers. Oh, hell yeah, let's do it. This is my favorite thing. As you guys know, one of my favorite things to watch is always like British fucking reporters literally like Jane Goodall interviewing hogs in the wild. Like it's a David Attenborough piece. You know what I mean? Like, here we are in the Chod Safari in the Serengeti of Republican MAGA territory. I have in front of us a couple of chuds in the wild. We're going to ask them questions about why they're doing what they're doing. Let's go.
USA! USA! USA!
For 4 years, we have witnessed turmoil in America. But nothing quite like this. The pro-Trump crowd fought with the police, trying to break through their lines.
Wait, there is
intoxicated by the...
There is no, they don't show, right? Like, ITV doesn't, like, show the one woman being shot, I hope. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll through it really quickly, just to make sure. I don't wanna, like, fuck up. It's important for me to do this, sorry. Oh, wow, this is wild. Oh, this is really good footage. Holy shit. Stop scrolling. Keep scrolling, motherfucker. What is this? Yes, someone did get shot at the protests. Yes, that happened. And killed. A woman got shot and killed at the protest. Shot in the neck. And I'm trying to figure out if this like video features it by the cops. I think not enough details. Hold on. Doesn't seem like it. Okay. In the chest. I don't know. Even the footage of her being shot doesn't actually feature the shot itself. Like there's no blood, but I don't want to risk it.
USA! USA! USA!
For 4 years, we have witnessed turmoil in America. But nothing quite like this. The pro-Trump crowd fought with the...
No, I watched one of the videos where, like, the moment where she gets shot and falls down from one of the angles doesn't actually show the blood. But it doesn't matter.
Police. Trying to break through their lines. Intoxicated by the unlikely prospect of reversing America's election outcome. We watched as the standoff continued for at least an hour. Tear gas canisters were fired from the very stage on which Joe Biden will be inaugurated. But for Capitol Hill police officers, this was a losing battle.
This is exactly what was feared, but in no way is this a surprise. It has been fueled by the president's rhetoric, and it's increasingly clear this election has not healed the wounds. It has simply amplified them.
We followed the aggrieved and infuriated Trump supporters as they stormed the building.
Remember all of this that's happening in the context of what we watched last night. If you recall, we watched Alex Jones field one of the rallies last night, and the things that he said as his voice was going out, as he was screeching about like violence, vengeance, blood, justice, storming the Capitol Hill, all of it, demons, literal fucking demons that they were fighting against because God was on their side. Remember all of that in the frame of reference, in context with what events took place today. And then remember that Donald Trump literally went on Alex Jones's TV show for 45 minutes. He gave a 45-minute interview to Alex Jones in the beginning before he was elected. So, that's the kind of country that we live in, and that's the kind of politicians that we have. So make no mistake, this is not an accident, okay? This was deliberate. And a big part of the problem here is actual people in legitimate positions of power within the Republican Party, 100%, without a doubt, galvanizing, agitating, emboldening some of the more extremist and, dare I say, Nazi elements within their own ranks, within their own media apparatus. They didn't just say like, oh, those are our guys. They would literally make them more popular. They would offer institutional legitimacy that they themselves had back to those people that should not be legitimate and should not have institutional legitimacy. They did this with even the likes of like legitimate Nazis, okay? Charlottesville put an end to that the first time. Nazis knew better than to openly say that they're Nazis unless you're Stephen Miller, in which case it doesn't fucking matter. When you're Stephen Miller, you can still write legislation that's white nativist in nature. But this did not happen as an accident. This was expected. So make no mistake, if any Republicans going forward act like they're surprised, act like they're shocked by this, act like this was not expected, this was not the expected outcome, shove those words back into their fucking mouths. You reap what you fucking sow. Where is your personal responsibility? You kept crying about Antifa. You kept crying about how violent the BLM protesters are. There's a difference between legitimate grievances and illegitimate ones. You are a sore fucking loser. And perhaps that's not shocking considering Trump was a sore winner too. Remember, Donald Trump started his administration by complaining about Hillary Clinton getting 3 million illegal votes because she had defeated him in the popular vote. He won the election and literally set up an election integrity committee. One that he disbanded later quietly when that very own committee found no malpractice or no harm had been done to the election's integrity. But hey, he still cried about it. Of course he was going to be a fucking sore loser too. Yeah, it is illegal, you fucking oof. What?
Through broken windows and doors they had forced open. And for a few heady moments they felt
okay,
they had
at
won
5:40 I'll skip. Like, the thing is, there are legitimate forms of oppression that these people, along with many white people and many brown people, many black people, face, right? Legitimate forms of oppression. They probably have a shit job that they fucking hate. They probably have a shit manager that they work at the shit job that they hate. They're working their fucking asses off, okay? Some of them. Maybe a lot of them are recipients of a neat little sum of intergenerational wealth, and that's why they have the freedom to be able to fly across the country to go fucking storm the Capitol building. But they absolutely do experience some form of oppression under capitalism. But you cannot tell me that they are currently literally desperately seeking a new form of struggle for themselves. They are looking for victimhood in places where there is none. You are creating a problem for yourself. Why are you doing this on a Wednesday? You're doing this for Donald Trump because you're upset that Donald Trump lost the election and that hurt his fifis and therefore it hurt your fifis. I mean, nothing says you have at least a profound amount of privilege, like flying from Bakersfield, California to fucking Washington, D.C. so you could storm the Capitol building after listening to your, like, Ku Klux Klan adjacent a desert rave, okay? And then storming the Capitol building. On a fucking Wednesday, dude. Real freak shit. What a racist statement. Really? Come on, bro. That's racist, dude? That's racist? Fucking freak. I swear to God. There's a black guy right there. Oh, shit, dude. There's a black guy. Never mind. I was wrong. Donald Trump is not racist. You owned me. Yeah, no, Candace Owens is also the representative of black people and also black grievances. And she's the spokesperson for black people and not a fucking white supremacist herself. You know, she's a black woman, but racism ended, guy. Holy shit, I had no idea. I didn't know the CEO of black people was there. Or Candace Owens, I guess, is the CEO of black people. Shit, dude. Thanks. Anyway. Yeah, it's Burning Man, but with burning crosses. That's what I was trying to remember. That's why I said KKK rally in the desert rave. It's literally Burning Man for racists, okay? And fucking psychotic reactionaries.
They were now in the very heart of the congressional building.
What's the purpose of storming Congress itself?
Because they work for us. They don't get to steal it from us. They don't get to tell us we didn't see what we saw. We respect the law. We were good people.
The fuck did you see, you dumb fuck? What the absolute fuck did you see, bro? What did you see?
The government did this to us. We were normal, good, law-abiding citizens, and you guys did this to us. We want our country back. We are protesting for our freedom right now. That's the difference.
Like what?
What's the purpose of storming Congress?
How do I know that?
They reached and entered the Speaker's office itself. Although Nancy Pelosi and other lawmakers had already been evacuated to safety.
There you go. There you go, brother.
As we filmed, protesters tore down Pelosi's nameplate.
And so here we are right now inside the halls of Congress. This is exactly what so many anticipated, and yet the Capitol Hill police are doing their best, but failing to control the situation.
Oh, God, imagine the smells, dude. Actually, don't do that. It really is all divorce dads. Yeah, no, that's a fact, okay? A couple things we joke about around here that's, like, probably real. It's not scientific evidence, but divorce dads make up 99.9% of the, the vanguard party of Trump supporters. Like, those in the front lines, all divorce dads. 17 years old, probably a divorced dad. I don't care. I don't care how old you are. You have divorced dad energy. Okay? Victim of family court, brother. That's why I'm out here. Fuck Nancy Pelosi. Walking down the street, gets 900 cops out in full riot gear. People taking over the Capitol building. It's 3 security guards. Yeah, soon to be divorced dad if they're not a divorced dad yet. Yeah, they're like JROTC kids. You know how, like, you're talking to a future Marine Corps. Sir, I'll have you know you're talking to a future veteran. Like, that's what the 17-year-olds are. They're, sir, I'll have you know you're talking to a future divorced dad, okay? Excuse me, sir. I might be 15, but I'm going to be a divorced dad soon.
We all know that they changed the rules mid-game, and they're not being held accountable, and that's a shame.
What's your message to the Capitol Hill police and to lawmakers here?
This is our country. This is our house. That's it. This is our house. This is our country. This is our country.
Inside the chamber itself, there was chaos. Agents hastily blocking the doors with furniture to keep the protesters out. Officers ready to open fire as a last resort. In In the galleries, people took shelter. The great constitutional showdown in Congress had to be suspended.
Madam Speaker and members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States.
A little earlier, the passions and America's political schism were on display as Trump loyalists acted to stop the certification.
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
But I would urge to both sides perhaps a bit less certitude and a bit more recognition that we are gathered at a time when democracy is in crisis.
But the plea to suspend certification of the election was fiercely contested by the leader of the Senate, who broke definitively with Trump.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again.
100 miles away in Delaware, President-elect Joe Biden pleaded for the intervention of the one man who could halt this.
I call on...
Yeah, the one man. The one man who can stop it. 542 to 559 is audio, the gunshot, and close-up of the woman on the floor, no blood. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm, like, afraid of.
On President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials.
Stop
it's
it,
not
sir.
protest.
Cut it out.
It's insurrection.
Indeed, amid the chaos of this afternoon, shots were fired, and one protester badly wounded.
That person died.
The circumstances are not clear, but it is proof of how perilous it remains here tonight.
Again, there is no blood in the video. I just don't want to risk it. Also, I don't know. Maybe she might be pregnant too on top of that, but I don't know. Anyway, here you go.
This morning,
fucking
to
DMCA.
the crowd in front of the White House, repeating his false claim that the election was stolen.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
The cost of that rhetoric is increasingly clear.
I know my right!
As crowds tonight are still swirling around Congress. And America's long journey as a stable democracy appears to be in genuine doubt.
Every single person that participated in the Saving Our Democracy events, which was literally an anti-democracy protest, by the way. Okay. They are all responsible for inciting violence. This summer, Biden addressed BLM protesters as you and they. He just addressed the coup attempters as we. I don't know. I'm not like reading too much into that. But it is obvious that like he literally fucking feels like, you know, he's the uniter of America. Yes, AOC tweeted that she's safe. Luckily, thank God. What point in my life am I at where I'm just watching Twitch streams by myself while eating dinner? LMAO. I mean, what's the difference? You would be watching what Don Lemon talk about this shit instead of me if you were. Like, is it being on Twitch making it worse? Does Don Lemon get to talk to you while you're fucking eating dinner? No. So shut the fuck up and eat that dinner, bitch. There you go. That's the point of your life you're at. In front of 200,000 people. Imagine if Don Lemon was like, whoop, opened up the fucking gates and was like, hey, nothing wrong with getting your news from fucking Twitch. Feel me? Just kidding. Auf Wiedersehen. Congress is back in an hour. It's also top of the hour every hour where we have a 60-second ad break. I'm going to run that right now. If you want to avoid the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Congress is going to come back in an hour. So far. Uh-oh. I'm hearing police sirens. It's probably nothing. If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with your Twitch Prime. We're going to keep covering the events of today. And then afterwards, we will get back to Congress. Trump supporters were in downtown LA. Yeah, fuck them. But anyway, you can subscribe for free with your Twitch Prime. Here's the ad.
Day at the U.S. Capitol. I've covered the Capitol for over a decade on and off, and none of us who have been here in that time have ever seen anything like this. I think it has rattled people quite deeply, both members of Congress and also the many hundreds of aides and reporters who also work in this complex.
Dude, a fucking literal siege of Congress rattled people in Congress? That's fucking wild, dude. His color commentary is just absolutely just excellent. Thank you. I have heard so far today, we've watched a lot of mainstream media, okay? There are brilliant reporters on the ground giving you round-the-clock coverage, and what they're doing is incredibly brave, and fuck yeah for them. I'm lucky that I'm lucky to know some of them. I'm happy that some of them are actually unionized. But as far as the commentary proportion goes, it's literally bringing on Republicans to have them wag their fingers at the protesters that they fucking agitated, okay, and act like they're not morally culpable without any pushback whatsoever. Talking about how shocking these events are, talking about how this is not the America they know and love, and a number of different things like that. Not a single point of reference on like how this got to the point it did. Not a single point of reference on like, you know, why this is happening, how to stop it. Like, where is the opinion of the opinion pieces? And it makes no sense to me that like this is what mainstream media looks like, where it's just like, oh, it's shocking, I can't believe it happened. And it's unironically the same as like Black Lives Matter protests too. This is America. Wake the fuck up, okay? There are millions of people who have these sorts of thoughts and feelings, and part of the reason why they have these sorts of thoughts and feelings is because leading up to this point, we legitimize the opposition and their points of view as though they were legitimate and should be legitimized by virtue of being thought by an American citizen. It's crazy. Yeah, I know Twitter removed both Trump's tweets. It doesn't matter. They should just fucking ban him, dude. They shouldn't just ban him. They should arrest him. Like, they should detain him. Legit. Straight up. It's fucking nuts. Oh, by the way, yeah, Israel, from what I understand, bombed the fuck out of Damascus today. Apparently, I didn't look further into it, but oh, so now Trump is out of his mind.
To a source, a GOP source close to the president, who speaks with him regularly, and I take no.
Yeah, fuck. I'm sorry, dude, but Jim Acosta, you're a bitch, dude. Seriously, like, God, CNN's never gonna have me on. But like, what do you mean? You're talking to a fucking non-disclosed source? Like, no, these don't fucking shield the identity of like Republican insiders, dude. What is this shit? Oh, now they're saying Donald Trump is crazy? Where the fuck were these sources a year ago? I bet that source literally goes on CNN regularly. I bet his private source that wants to fucking maintain anonymity in this circumstance is probably very openly a Trump supporter that literally has defended Donald Trump's mania on the timeline. What is this source, dude? You're not protecting a whistleblower, brother. You're literally protecting powerful Republicans who are morally culpable, okay? They are responsible for the things that have happened today. Meanwhile, Where the fucking fuck were these people who were saying Trump is real crazy now a month ago? Or were they a week ago? That's one of the things that really fucking frustrated me when the whole, like, you know, election cycle saga was happening, was like Donald Trump was claiming that this is not real, it's not a legitimate election, and that this is all bullshit and all that. And like, Republicans behind closed doors are saying something much different than what they say on camera about how they think Donald Trump is being a little ridiculous right now. Bitch, what do you mean? I mean, you're a reporter. What do you mean? Like, oh, they're saying different things behind closed doors. What? Okay. Sick. Who cares? The hogs aren't hearing that. Even CNN host agrees with you should put a name on it. If you're saying the commander-in-chief is out of his mind, you need to put your name on it. Oh, never mind. Other CNN anchors and chief national security correspondents agree with me as well. So maybe it's not that crazy that we're doing
no pleasure
source.
in reporting this, but this source tells me that he believes the president is out of his mind. The quote used by this source is he is out of his mind. And the source said the president is so traumatized by his loss in the election. It is all he can talk about. It is all he can think about. It's all consuming for him. And that, in this source's opinion, he is out of his mind. Now, I talked to...
Oh, sick, dude. In his source's opinion, he's out of his mind. As a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we've required the removal of 3 real Donald Trump tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. This means that the account of real Donald Trump will be locked for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Okay, so... no, it's not a fucking pog moment. Like, this is the bare minimum. First of all, they should have permanently banned him when he literally said he was going to do terrorism by destroying cultural landmarks in Iran, okay? That is literally like, if that's not terrorism, if that's not inciting terror, then nothing is inciting terror. That is literally the definition. When he said, after executing Qasem Soleimani, if Iran wants to fucking, get fucked, we will bomb their cultural landmarks. They should just ban them. Future violations of the Twitter rules, including our civic integrity or violent threats policies, will result in permanent suspension. Our public interest policy, which has guided our enforcement action in this area for years, ends where we believe the risk of harm is higher and or more severe. As in, doesn't matter if fucking Iranians get blown to bits. We'll continue to evaluate the situation in real time, including examining the activity on the ground and statements made off Twitter. We will keep the public informed, including if further escalation of our enforcement is necessary. Okay? That's sick. Trump is banned from Twitter, or at least like on lockdown. Can't wait for the hogs to fucking literally be like, dude, this is the biggest violation I've ever seen of individual liberties. Anyway, well, now they have the guts since soon he won't be president anymore. Yeah. Iran is celebrating these protests. Iran is pro-Trump. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I love, dude, I don't know if I don't know if there's still ops in here or not. Like, hello, I am Iranian, bro. Bro, I love MEK, bro. Seriously, we love John Bolton. We call him hero. We call him Hero John Bolton. Please, bro. I live in Iran, bro. Please glass me, bro. You don't understand. Believe me, bro. I am Iranian. I love MEK. We are big fans of Saudi Arabia, and we want America to glass us, bro. Right? That's real Iranians, dude. Thank you for bringing the voice of Iran to the table here, sir. Iranians love Donald Trump. Lan biz de böyle konuşuyoruz. Evet amına koyayım. Sizde de taşak geçiyorum böyle konuştuğunuz zaman. $100 trillion on defense every year and you could just walk into the literal capital. Yeah, but that's a good defense is a strong offense, as I always say. And strong offense is when you knock down doors of fucking brown people or give $100,000 to some fucking pedophile warlord in Afghanistan. That's a good offense. That's the strongest of offenses. When you build forward operating bases around goat herders. Who needs to defend the capital? We're defending the world, baby. Matt, how Republicans don't leave the party like politicians do in the UK. They're all career politicians. I mean, the politicians in the UK are fucking scum too. There's one thing that's consistent. Most politicians are scumbags, okay? Like, universally. Newsmax said it's Antifa? Oh my god, dude. Downtown LA right now? Downtown LA right now? Stay from downtown LA City Hall, Rodeo Drive, and 110 stay home? What the fuck? Okay, my food is here. Hold on. I gotta sit down. I'm starving.
Earlier today, two Trump supporters basically saying, I am one of you, but she said, I need you to hear me. Quote, the election was not stolen. We lost. Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, tweeting out, the president's tweet is not enough. He can stop this now and needs to do exactly that. Tell these folks to go home. We also saw tweets from Kellyanne Conway, a former top advisor here, as well as members of the president's family who essentially urged the people who were storming the Capitol to be peaceful and to stand down, to go home. So that was the counter messaging that we were hearing from President Trump, these very clear messages to those who were storming the Capitol, and this very mixed messaging that we were getting from President Trump. So I can tell you the effort continues here to try to get the president to speak out in a forceful way, but I don't anticipate that's going to happen tonight, Savannah. We just got what is referred to as a full lid here at the White House, which means it is almost unlikely and impossible that we would hear from President Trump, at least that we would hear him speak. And now that his Twitter account has been locked down, it's hard to see that that would happen either. And just to take a step back, I would remind people about how this day started with the president addressing his throngs of supporters here at the nation's capital, reiterating those false claims of fraud and trying to apply pressure to Vice President Mike Pence to get him to block the election results that were going to be read today on Capitol Hill, something that he cannot do, something that Pence was quite clear today he does not have the authority to do.
Hey, Kristen, it's Lester. As you talk about these calls for the president to be more forceful in his condemnation of all this, who is he listening to right now? We know he's been huddled around a group that have been encouraging him to continue to fight the election, but is there anyone in his immediate orbit who might be pointing him in that direction?
Well, we know that among the people he has spoken to today and who have been advising him most closely, his chief of staff, of course, Mark Meadows, and then his family members, Ivanka Trump, one of the people who he listens to most closely, Jared Kushner, another one. And so we know that he has been speaking with these people, but the question is, will he listen to his family members? Will he listen to his top aides? And so far, he has not. So far, he has, again, put forward this very mixed messaging, reiterated some of his very heated rhetoric, and at the same time trying to urge peace, saying that we are the party of law and order. So will he listen? That remains to be seen. I can tell you, Lester, that heading into today, there was a real effort to try to get the president to view today and what was supposed to happen on Capitol Hill, which was the reading of the Electoral College votes and then the declaration of President-elect Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. The president's aides and allies are trying to get him to see this day as really his last stand, as the last airing of his grievances. One person telling me privately, look, we understand this process and we understand the reality. Joe Biden's going to be the next president. And so there is an effort behind the scenes here to get the president to, if he's not going to concede publicly, at least to accept that and to try to move forward with his next steps. What will that look like? He has talked about a potential run for himself in 2024, but it's just not clear what his next steps are, what his off-ramp is here at the White House, Lester.
All right. Kristen, thanks very much. And we've seen these pictures of people occupying some of these offices, and shocking as they may be, as I pointed out earlier, they're also potential evidence. I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. Pete, there have been various descriptions of, how do you characterize these folks? Some have called them terrorists. The police have called them rioters. But in the eyes of the law, what kind of jeopardy are they in, these folks who stormed the Capitol?
Well, the ones who simply went into the Capitol are in jeopardy of being charged with, believe it or not, trespassing on government property. And I think that's one of the reasons why you didn't see more of an aggressive law enforcement response early on to try to arrest people. The law enforcement people were simply way outnumbered, and to stop and make arrests is a big consumption of manpower resources. And it may well be that the Capitol Police just said, you know, what.
Here's the other part about it is that's bullshit. They knew that this was going to happen. Trump telegraphed that this was going to happen. They literally fucking organized these protests months in advance. They knew that this many people were going to come to DC. They could have. Muriel Bowser literally wanted to bring in the National Guard ahead of time. The fact that they were so understaffed for this is literally on purpose. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's because like they're Trump supporters themselves. I don't know if it's for some other fucking weird reason, but they 100%, 100,000% knew that this was going to be like this, and they didn't do shit.
Face. Now, there are also more serious things being investigated. There were 2 improvised explosive devices, homemade pipe bombs in essence. We don't know whether they were working devices or not, found outside the headquarters of the Republican and separate Democratic national committees, both of which have their offices on Capitol Hill. The RNC is right near the House office buildings. The DNC is a little further away. Those were both identified and destroyed. And then, of course, we have the most serious thing of all, the shooting of a woman who was inside the Capitol building. She died of her injuries a couple of hours later at a D.C. hospital. We still don't know the circumstances of the shooting. We don't know which law enforcement agency had the officer who shot her. We know it was a law enforcement shot. What we've been told is the woman was trying to climb up onto a ledge over a doorway. One congressman has said she was trying to get onto the House floor. We just don't know if that was the case or not. The D.C. police still have not.
I'm eating a burger. For those of you who are wondering, I'm eating a plan check burger. I am treating myself today instead of eating my regular chicken tendies because I'm hungry and I'm emotional and I'm eating my feelings. Okay, there you go. It's a moment of weakness, and you get to see it.
We're clearly out to do some damage.
All right, Pete Williams. Thanks, Pete.
Joining us now on the line, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. He's currently in a secure location with other senators. Sir, I'm glad you're able to talk to us. We're glad you're safe. First of all, just give me your what you witnessed today from your perspective. What did you see happen? What did you hear?
You bet. We were on the floor of the Senate.
McCarthy's on Fox News. Let's hear what he had to say.
States in Pennsylvania changed the laws. But what happened is in there and also in Michigan is the law was actually silent on whether or not you could solicit votes, whether or not the Secretary of State could send out solicitations, applications, and ballots. And so what the courts ruled was, well, the law doesn't say you can't do it, so you must be allowed to do it. I disagree with the ruling, but the way we fix this is next year in Pennsylvania, we control the Pennsylvania state legislature. We should pass a law that says you're not allowed to, the taxpayer dollars aren't allowed to be used to solicit votes. And that absentee voters votes have to be counted according to the law, and that secretaries of state can't change the law passed by the legislature.
Jail.
Don't do it by destroying the Electoral College. If we destroy the Electoral College, all the calls now are going to be from the left to get rid of the Electoral College. Conservatives will never win again in this country. So we shouldn't be trashing the very institution that has been the way we win the presidency, and the only way we've been winning the presidency recently is through the Electoral College.
That's absolutely true. With regard to your party on the whole, the Republican Party, we heard from Mitch McConnell today. He talked about a shared commitment to truth and ground rules. He said he was worried about a death spiral for democracy, and this is before any of this happened. He said that he had respect for people's decisions and would defend our system of government for the future. Now, that put him in stark opposition to Ted Cruz and to Senator Hawley, who wanted to use the process to contest these states, which they have a right to do. But where does this leave the Republican Party when you've got this very deep cleave over how all of this has been handled?
Well, there's a certain degree of disingenuousness from those who are.
Wait, I thought the reason for the Electoral College was so that we could care about Iowa. And, small states like Iowa, and definitely totally avoid small states like fucking Alabama because they're deep red, or Kentucky. Just Iowa is the only. It's just swing states. That's why. Small states like Florida would be important. Oh wait, those aren't small states. Some of those are small and no one gives a fuck. Some of those are large and everybody gives a fuck. Turns out the Electoral College literally is just about allowing Republicans in the minority to win.
Election laws in the states. I can't vote to overturn the election, but they keep telling us, oh, we're not voting to overturn the election. We're voting to protest the election. That's not what the vote is. They're characterizing the vote as a protest, but it's not a protest. The vote is not to seat these electors. The result is Donald Trump would win the presidency. That's what they're asking us to do. It's an extraordinarily radical idea that would overturn everything we've ever done in this country with regard to the Electoral College. And I can't believe people have been thinking, oh, yeah, this will just be normal. And I think that this heightened tension that everything's been stolen just, has led to this feeling that nobody believes there's any integrity anymore, and so they're just going to riot. And the thing is that we can fix this problem. It's not a problem that can't be fixed. We fix it by going to all the state legislatures, and that's what I'm going to spend the next year doing, going to every state legislature and trying to pass election reform laws so they can't do this again. But rioting and anarchy is not the answer.
So you think even though Republicans will not have a majority in the Senate, that these things, these vote fixes can be pushed through Republican state legislatures and will make a difference by the time the 2022 elections roll around?
It's the only thing. It's the only constructive thing being offered is what I'm offering. Fix it at the state level.
Yep.
At the federal level, we don't control the House. We don't control the Senate.
Nope.
We won't control the presidency. But the other thing is as a conservative and someone who believes that elections should be done at the state level, it's what we believe in. We don't believe in a federal fix to this. So what happens is people jump to the easy solution. They say, oh, there's this problem. We got ripped off in the election, so Congress should fix it. But the problem is it's against our philosophy to say Congress fix it. Our philosophy says it should remain with the states, and really state capitals should be important places. State reps, state senators should be incredibly important. I will lobby mine. I've already started lobbying my state reps and state senators to say we need to pass election law reforms in Kentucky. But it's not the business of Washington to do it. And then setting up this false expectation that will overturn the Electoral College and everybody's going to be happy with that. No, it would have led to chaos and war coming from the other side had the election been overturned.
Senator Rand Paul, thank you. Good to have you here tonight on a very rough day for the country.
So good, so rough, Senator Rand Paul. I hope your feelings are not hurt too much.
I suspect they will succeed. They will say any arguments we wanted to present have been presented over Arizona. And actually the arguments...
We already talked about...
And there's no important is to just recognize we just had a violent mob assault the U.S. Capitol.
Dick Cheney's daughter, by the way. Demon spawn.
In an attempt to prevent us from carrying out our constitutional duty. And there's no question that the president formed the mob, the president incited the mob, the president addressed.
Like literally sold out her lesbian sister. Like that level. That level of demon spawn behavior. Fun fact. Liz Cheney backed like anti-LGBT legislation because it was favorable to do so in her state, despite the fact that her literal fucking human being sister is lesbian.
The mob, he lit the flame, and this is what America is not. There's just been, it's absolutely intolerable and unacceptable, and the mob will not prevail. What's important is to just recognize we just have.
The American people have decided she deserves power over them. Yeah, it's great. There's a lot about this country.
Joined in that effort, failed to stand up when leadership demanded that people stand up.
Well, Senator, we appreciate your time. It's going to be a long one for you. We'll be watching. Keep us posted on what transpires. And thank you again. We're glad you're safe and your colleagues are safe.
Thank you very much and take care.
Thank you.
NBC law enforcement analyst and former Seattle police chief Carmen Best, I believe, is with us. Is she with us?
I am here.
You are here. Great. Thank you so much for being with us. Watching what transpired today and thinking 2 weeks from now, we'll be looking at an inauguration at that very same spot outside. What is your level of concern as a law enforcement professional?
Well, obviously, what we saw today was absolutely surreal and just reprehensible. I don't think anyone could have quite imagined it to be as violent as it was. Certainly, I know that other law enforcement officials who are looking at this will be ramped up, if you will, to make sure that they have sufficient resources available. And I imagine security will be extremely tight, come January 20th, given what we've seen today at the in D.C. here.
Let's talk about the intelligence about what this group might have done, given what was out there on social media. Does it appear that something was missed?
Well, it's easy to, we're very early on, it's easy to make those types of suppositions. But, I imagine there was a lot of security around, inside the facility. And when these folks showed up, I know as being a former chief, my first priority would be to make sure that we could account for all the electeds and get them out of the facility and out of harm's way, that there weren't any hostage situations.
They took at least photos of laptops and shit. They could have very clearly done like actual security breaches. Okay. And that they could be very literally, like a bunch of national secrets could have very literally been leaked.
Certain that when things began, that they were very concerned about the health and the welfare of the electeds inside the building.
Yeah, and at that point when things are happening, it did seem for a long time that everything was kind of left in place. People inside, people outside, and then this evening with the curfew, things began to move. Was that ultimately, did that make the most sense to bring in as much mutual aid as you described as possible before actually moving to clear the area?
Yeah, very much so. The last thing we needed to have the officers overrun because of a lack of resources. So they were going to need to have as much personnel, including the National Guard, on hand to assist with the large numbers and crowds that they had. And even in those situations, you need to use some sort of less lethal munitions to help disperse the crowd and get them out of the area.
All right. Listen, we thank you for sharing your expertise on this. And I think a lot of questions will be asked in the days to come, but we appreciate the insight. We want to go to NBC's Frank Thorpe now on Capitol Hill. And Frank, you were locked down for a good part of the day. When were you and the others finally allowed to leave?
We were locked down in our studios, in our booths in the Capitol for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Told that we were not allowed to leave, and also that we were to stay away from windows, try to stay away from the hallways, and to be honest, that was a good warning, because when I went into the hallways, there were rioters walking through the hallways, and they were going to the chamber. They were in the chamber. The video that I was shot and was airing earlier. This was a situation where it was an unprecedented situation. And I have to say, there's a level of sadness. There's a level of sadness here in the Capitol from lawmakers and aides who are just surprised and shocked that this happened. They're just stunned that something like this could happen to a building that they consider to be so secure and is so important to the happenings of the U.S. government. So we were evacuated from the Capitol and brought to a secure area in the Senate office building. And that's where also senators were also housed as well. But those senators are currently headed back to the Capitol to proceed with these proceedings, to continue on with the count. So I just have to say, it's just
I'm not going to make fun of this dude too much. He's very clearly fucking traumatized, dude. Holy shit.
Sad feeling within the Capitol, not only with lawmakers, but with aides as well.
Yeah, Frank, this the way
they broke him today, dude. Holy shit.
The ceremonial counting of the electoral votes typically goes about a half hour. We knew there would be these Republican challenges today, leading to 2-hour debates for each state challenge. Even with them coming back to work tonight, will they hang on to that model? Do we have a sense of even whether the objectors might consolidate their arguments for the sake of time, or are we looking at something that could stretch easily into tomorrow morning?
So there is an indication that they could try to consolidate these objections.
I mean, this is like, this is an act of terror, right? Like, I mean, it's like no different than a fucking school shooting. Like, if you're witnessing the events that are taking place around you, where you watch like a fucking rabid mob of MAGA hogs break in, mace cops, and like fucking try to kill you. Some of them are like literally bringing zip ties with themselves so they can like actually make citizens arrests on you and like kidnap you and shit. After 4 years of white supremacist terror that goes unchecked, yeah, no shit, you're gonna think like, okay, they're gonna kill me. So for a lot of them, like, they are probably going through very legitimate, like a very legitimate grievance period of and potential PTSD in the aftermath of all this.
Have their voice heard, and they had their vote, and they can go be and accept the vote count for the Electoral College.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk that some of the objectors may have a political expediency and their own futures in mind, and of course political expediency is nothing new to these chambers. That said, is this now being looked at as a potential political risk to keep pushing this hand?
I'm sorry, Lester, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it considered a political risk for some to keep pushing this hand, and then maybe withdrawal is the better part of valor?
Well, I think that there's a political risk in general. I mean, I think that Republicans were kind of trying to figure out the political risk on both sides of this. If there was, if you're joining objectors, you're trying to appease yourself to the Trump base. A lot of the senators and lawmakers who were joining the objectors were the ones that were up for re-election, who have to face Trump voters, the Trump base, in the next 2 years. So, but this is also a situation where this has gotten out of hand. It just has, and I think that they recognize that. And so this is, the debate has already begun on this first objection for Arizona. It has to be completed. But the question is whether or not they go through with the rest of the objections, up to 5 more. And I think that there is a sense that they could finish this debate and vote after this one debate and feel like they've had their voice heard here and that they can move on.
All right, Frank Thorpe, thank you. Thanks very much.
And Lester, I mean, I think where Frank is right now is notable. He's been allowed back into the Capitol complex, and the vice president's press secretary has said that Vice President Pence has returned now to the Senate. He never left the Capitol grounds and was in regular contact with the Capitol Police, and they are now going to finish the people's business. That is according to the vice president's press secretary, and we're being told that staff and press are being allowed back in, and they're I don't know if we have the video yet to show you, but we're pulling it right now, which is this is a day that was mostly ceremony, certainly in years past, where there's this process of certifying these physical electoral votes that are sent from the 50 states into the Capitol, and those electoral votes in the heat of that moment.
I cannot wait for all the wonderful documentaries and movies that come out of the events that took place today, where they celebrate this moment of like democracy winning with tears in their eyes as the Republicans and Democrats finally get together and celebrate, when like literally half the aisle is responsible for the terror. Like, I can't wait for the incredible moments of positive recognition of those Republicans who like finally learned their mistakes. Like, dude, they almost died. They almost died. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You almost killed them. You almost died on your own. It's like, why do you want me to fucking check AOC Twitter, bro? What do you want? Check AOC Twitter. What? She literally just typed out impeached. That's it. Did she write something new? Is that what you want me to check? Chill, bro. Quiet down, little soy boy bitch. He's back. Aw, he's back. What a cutie. What a cutie patootie you are. Little pet. We'll keep you. We'll keep you as a little pet. It's the way she typed it. No way, dude. No way. What way did she type it? That's crazy. It's poggers.
Really important to emphasize, with just 2 weeks left, the significance of this moment today, of watching what we all watched play out on television.
Oh my God, I can't believe Melania Trump's chief of staff resigned in the wake of protests. What? Like what, 2 weeks out of fucking being completely out of power? No way, dude. No way, dude. It's so significant.
Decision, submit her letter to the First Lady, whose sources tell me.
Dude, fuck this shit, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Said here, he has issued a series of tweets, as you noted at the top of this broadcast here, some of which have been removed. His Twitter account is now locked for the next 12 hours. We cannot hear from him on Twitter because of how that platform has suggested his tweets are so incendiary. There is the potential that his entire Twitter account will be suspended permanently if he continues to issue the kinds of tweets he's been issuing. Through all of this, and including through that video that the president issued, that taped message that was taped by his staff, not by members of the media who were present, the president really hasn't had a tough word to say about the people.
It's great. No, it's definitely not weird that we are straight up behaving as though, you know, the president is a baby. He is a big, wet, giant baby. We put him in timeout. One person died so far. And, you know, the entirety of the American Congress and all the staffers, media, everyone is fucking traumatized. But
all right, Hallie, thank you so much.
He's in timeout. He's in the timeout corner because he did a no-no thing.
It's Frank Filguzzi. Frank, you and I
Turns out inciting a fucking riot because you're mad as you lost was a no-no thing. Yeah, plus one plus like 4,000 fucking COVID deaths today. Dude, I'm sorry. If you're coming in here and you expect me to say stuff like, oh, how brave of these fucking Republicans to like finally come out and you know, speak out against the orange man. He's so bad. Like, don't expect that. Okay. I think all these people are fucking crooks. Okay. If you literally turn around and you like try to run even a shred of defense for Republicans on this fucking day, you either don't recognize the events that took place as serious as they are, or you're a piece of shit and you literally just only care about like normalizing every event that took place. And every no matter how cruel someone's acts might be, no matter how disastrous, how dangerous one's acts might be, it's like, oh, we just gotta, they're trying their best. No, they're not. No, the fuck they're not. They're literally trying their worst. And they're gonna go back tomorrow to being the same fucking dipshits that they were yesterday and the day before and literally today as well. The only time where they were, I guess, not as big as a dipshit was when they were trying to cover their asses on mainstream media, talking about how like, oh my God, yeah, it's really bad. I can't believe this happened. It's bullshit. Stop inciting your chat to attack me. How shameful. Dude, people are so funny. Like, you write in the chat because you want to get my attention. In front of 200,000 people, I literally pay attention to you. You get what you literally were seeking out, and then you cry about it. Seems like some soy behavior to me, dude. Why don't you chill, bruh?
One or more articles of impeachment, and then it just means that he's been impeached twice. The feeling is so strong, Lester. These people, when you realize they were on the floor, literally crouching on the floor, under their desks, in the House and Senate, grabbing gas masks, seeing their staff, their young staff members, terrified by what was going on, and the violation of the sacred space that these chambers are in our history. Watching those images as we were on the air all afternoon, watching the protesters going through Statuary Hall, climbing on the statues, perched in Pelosi's office. The damage to our psyche, as well as the physical damage, is just so profound that I don't think this is acceptable. And the Confederate flag, as you saw, going through Statuary Hall. There's a lot of reason to think. I think, Savannah, also, the fact that the president was silent for so long, and then when he did issue that video and subsequent tweets, he still kept talking about how fraudulent the election was, lying about it, and that's why Twitter has locked his account for 12 hours.
Yeah, those are words that will not extinguish the flames, but will fan them, which is why Twitter evidently chose to lock the account and until he deletes those tweets. We have some news breaking out of the White House, has to do with the First Lady's press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who was at one time was the president's press secretary, resigning over what transpired today in Washington. Tell us more.
Because of the violence here. Yes, Stephanie Grisham, who is actually the First Lady's chief of staff, basically the right-hand woman, if you will, to Melania Trump. And, of course, the former White House press secretary didn't hold briefings, but she held that position, leaving her job now because of the violence on the Hill. I'm going to read you her statement that is on the record now to our Monica Alba here on the White House team, saying, "It has been an honor to serve the country in the White House. I am very proud to have been a part of Mrs. Trump's mission to help children everywhere and proud of the many accomplishments of this administration." Savannah, there are those who will certainly say Ms. Grisham was going to be out of a job in 2 weeks anyway. And so consider the timing here. Yet it is absolutely undeniable that this is certainly the most drastic and significant action that we've seen from any member of President Trump's.
I hate these people so much, dude. I mean, really, dude? Really? She literally put in her 2 weeks out of losing her job? Really? Wow, how brave, dude. Like, listen, man. This is what really fucking bothers me. Like, this is the type of shit that makes people go, this is fake. Like, what you're doing is fake. You are acting. You are literally acting out a role right now. When you turn around and you say, like, oh my God, I can't believe Melania Trump's chief of staff resigned 2 weeks before she was going to fucking lose her job anyway. Like, you're fake. That's not a real emotion that you're experiencing when you act like that's an incredible moment of resistance or some shit, like, or a big deal for that matter. You're literally playing a role. You are acting. The real, like, I don't think those people legitimately believe this is a significant deal either. They're just playing out a role. I feel like if it was real, behind closed doors, those people would be like, what a fucking bitch. Like, she literally worked with, what, like, in the instance of a terror attack, like, you want to fucking put the spotlight on yourself? That's what that person would say. If she was honestly, like, if that person was being honest, behind closed doors, that is precisely what the fucking conversation would be. Like, really? A terror attack occurred? And, like, you're trying to bring yourself to the spotlight by, like, resigning in a symbolic matter? Zero pity. All right, senators are heading back to Capitol.
Thank you for helping us. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Schumer, how long do you think the proceedings are going to go tonight? Senator Schumer?
What's your message tonight, Senator Schumer? The country.
Senator Paul? Senator Marshall, do you still plan to object tonight?
That's a good question. Yeah, I want to know. Hey, motherfucker, are you going to object still? Yo, that's brave, okay? You want to know what's brave? You want to know what's fucking brave? If one of those shitters actually objects, dude, I want to see Ted Cruz get the fuck up and be like, yeah, I still object. That's brave, motherfucker. That's brave, dude. I need to know. Oh, that's so sick. That's so sick. Imagine Ted Cruz still like, you know, I watched a little porn-a-rooney back there and I decided that I'm going to stand tall because in 1987, no, not in 1987, sorry. In 1876, one time, we actually went and found precedent for this situation that's ahead of us. I, Theodore Jebediah Cruz, object.
Senator Hawley, do you still plan to object to Pennsylvania tonight, Senator Hawley?
Yeah! His name is not Theodore, I found out yesterday, okay? His actual name is Raphael Edward Cruz. And it's really fucking annoying that, like, he calls himself Ted. It's like a real Beto O'Rourke moment. What's up with that, dude? Cuban Canadian Republicans try to sound them, make themselves look more fucking, make themselves look more white, and white Irish Texans that are Democrat try to make themselves sound more ethnic. What is that? What's going on? Why can't you be of the demographic that you claim to be a part of? I don't understand. There's no shame, dude. Literally, like, Texas is just, like, distorted. Beto's a childhood nickname? Oh, okay. Fucking Beto stands, dude.
Hey, guys. Hey. Hope you're safe. You're safe. Are you expecting objections tonight more than Arizona? Senator, are you expecting more than one objection tonight beyond Arizona?
Don't know yet.
You don't know?
They're working on an expedited procedures, but it requires UC, so we don't know yet.
Senator Cruz. Senator Cruz, any limited objections?
We want to finish. We want to finish.
Bro, he got thick, dude. He's like, Ted Cruz is like me. It's the most relatable moment in his life, dude. He put on the fucking quarantine 15, dude. Holy shit. Looking thick as fuck, bro. Looking like a fat vampire, exactly. Damn, dude, he's really beefed up on that adrenochrome, dude. He's been sucking the soul out of fucking aborted fetuses.
So Romney, what's your message to the country right now?
Let's come together with a new president.
Hi guys. Hi.
Senator Kennedy, do you still plan to object to Pennsylvania? Senator Graham, do you plan to support the objections tonight?
Finish the constitutional work of 35 years.
Hey, Senator.
Senator Haggerty, do you still plan to object tonight?
Bro, it's so funny. They always hit you with the, oh, I'm on my phone. It's like, bitch, you're not on your phone. We know you can hear him. There's no one else in that hallway that's even saying anything else.
Hey.
Huh? Oh.
Bro, this is the total amount of cops that were literally there the entire day. Like, low key, this is how many cops existed on Capitol Hill at the time of, like, the 200,000 or 100,000 or however many fucking people were, like, marching on the Capitol. Wait a minute. I got it. The real reason why there weren't that many cops available on that day is because they were attending the protest. Oh my God. Oh my God. The reason why they were understaffed is literally because they were attending the protest, dude. Probably took the day off to go, you know, blow off some steam. Probably walked up to the cops and be like, hey, Hank, want to move this barrier? Me and my friends need to walk in. Hank, I'm your commanding officer. Just because I'm not wearing the badge right now doesn't mean we're not boys in the blue, brothers in the bond. Open these barriers right now, Hank. Hawley is one of the who's holding back the GOP caucus now, not Ted Cruz. Hawley has yet to agree to drop his plans to object to the tallying of Pennsylvania's electors. Man, Ted Cruz is such a cuck. Of course he wasn't going to fucking bet. Of course he wasn't going to continue, dude. It's like, it was a political calculation for him to begin with. Some Congress members fashion weapons. Representative Ruben Gallego tells me that when the protests began banging on the door, some members fashioned weapons. One grabbed a hand sanitizer stand, taking out the bottle and based to fashion a club. Yeah, right, dude. She made the joke 7 hours ago. Why y'all keep asking where the police at? Y'all ask where Miley's at when Hannah's on stage. So boom, support Black Womackson. Links loading. Black Womackson. Okay, that's a good ass tweet. Christ. Gallego. Lego. Jalapeno. McCarthy staff are threatening to resign. Text from a friend I worked in the Hill. Chaos in McCarthy's office. McCarthy staff apparently threatening to resign. There's a lot of internal pressure at the moment. That's not a text you got from a friend who worked on the Hill. You wrote that out on a notepad and then screenshotted it. Dude, here, do you want me to look at the Sarah Cooper? Congress will proceed tonight. Someone order Nancy Pelosi a pizza and don't let Ted Cruz have any of it. Why? Why do you want me to see this? Why, dude? This is the worst thing I've seen today. This is it. This is a bigger fucking war crime or an act of terror than everything else that we saw. This is weaponized nuclear grade enriched uranium cringe, dude. What do you want? Why do you want me to see this? In 10 minutes, McConnell will give another big speech. Lauren Boebert knew this was going to happen. That's why she carries her Glock to Congress. Yeah, to be fair, I want to apologize to Lauren Boebert, the owner of the shooting-themed restaurant Shooters and the Colorado District 3rd representative who said she was going to bring her Glock to Congress. Now I want to apologize for my take where I made fun of her and her husband, who also has no control over weapons, i.e. showed his cock to a minor, just like she is currently under investigation by authorities for giving a weapon to a minor, neither of which are responsible gun owners, it seems. I want to apologize to them under one condition, and that is that she didn't literally mean I'm going to do a shooting in Congress. Because with Lauren Boebert, it goes both ways. You know what I mean? Like, she could have meant, like, I'm going to bring a Glock to Congress tomorrow because I need to defend myself and, like, people are coming maybe, who knows? Or she could have literally been like, I'm bringing a Glock to Congress tomorrow. Like, some of you I like. Don't show up. I'm bringing a Glock to Congress tomorrow. Like as though she was a grievance employee. You know? Going postal, if you will. Regardless, nothing. Yeah, you guys are all right. Sarah Palin on Fox News is blaming Antifa. Oh, God. But she's such a queen. She is my queen, dude. Here's Lou Dobbs and Representative Mo Brooks basically speculating that the hundreds of insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol today may actually have included Antifa false flag elements. Oh, dude. Fucking Fox News, baby. Let's go. Back on the...
Of course, obvious videotape suggestion that Trump supporters themselves were involved. But it could be any number of other groups, anarchists or what have you, that could have taken advantage of this opportunity to try to vandalize the United States Capitol. So I urge everyone to not form a judgment until our investigative capabilities have been exercised in full. And I promise you, we will know whether it was one or more of those groups in combination that conducted this violence on the United States Capitol grounds. And I don't care who they are. Yeah. They need to be fully prosecuted under the United States law to the fullest permitted by law.
Yeah, dude, no. It must have been those violent Black Lives Matter anti-fascist protesters that were rocking the Confederate fucking flag, dude. It must have been those guys, dude. Yeah, it was probably all Antifa. Come on. Oh, give me that copium. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, these rioters, where were they coming from? When they were saying, we are literally doing this to kill Nancy Pelosi because we love Donald Trump. What made you think they were fucking Antifa? Like, they literally telegraphed what they were doing and what they wanted to do after being addressed by Donald Trump. There is no additional evidence that you could literally have that would point to them and their intentions. Like, they were literally wearing shirts. Like, I want to be like, what is a better evidence? Like, what is more evidence that you need to figure out if they are actually like Trump supporters or not? Like, or what they were doing was for a specific purpose. Should they have worn shirts like, I am attending this Trump rally because I think that the election is fake and I want to kidnap a governor or a congressperson, hopefully Nancy Pelosi. Like, is that what you wanted to see on the t-shirt? And then maybe then it's like, okay, I guess it's not a fucking false flag. Like, is that what you, like, what would have allowed people to come to terms with the fact that, like, no, this is very much like MAGA territory across the board, through and through, very much a manifestation of all the violent behavior and all the violent agitations from other MAGA and Trump supporting Republican politicians. Like did they need like a fucking, I survived the Congress beer hall push and all I got was a shitty t-shirt? There is not a better way to telegraph who you're from or where you're from or who you're with than the way that these guys did. Every single one of them owns like at least 8 eyesore, ugly ass Trump merch, dude. This morning I woke up, didn't know that this was going to happen with my day. But when I first woke up this morning, because I have a bad brain, it's broken, I'm sorry, I was thinking about how every single fucking Trump supporter that you hear at rallies, whenever they're asked the question like, how did Trump benefit you? And they'll say, oh, well, you know, my business has never been better. You know, Jordan Klepper asks people at Trump rallies, like, how has Trump fixed the economy for you? And what they always end up saying is like, well, you know, I'm a bail bondsman, or, you know, I'm a debt collector, or literally half of the fucking people make money directly by selling Trump merch. Like, I feel like, you know how I have a Hasanabi Clips cottage industry now? There's like a franchise where, you know, I have like clip channels that are unaffiliated with me. They're just fan-made clip channels, but like they themselves make a fuckload of money now, which is awesome, and I'm happy for them. Like, that's how Trump has built his support, where like, I feel like there's a franchise of Donald Trump supporters who also make money by supporting Donald Trump. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme. Not to say that my clip industry is like that. It's not. But it's basically the same mentality where they not only love Trump, but they also make money off of their love for Trump. And that's precisely why you have like 80,000 different variations of the same ugly ass Trump shirt. Trump with a big penis. Trump as John Rambo, as you can fucking see right here behind me. You know, Trump with massive pecs. Trump on a fucking hog. Trump on a literal porky hog. Trump riding a fucking Harley Davidson bike. There's just like so many different ugly fucking Trump merchandise out there because there's so many different like third-party retailers. Okay? And that's how it's impossible not to recognize when someone is a Trump supporter. That's it. Because they're like vegans. You know how you know when someone's a vegan? Because they'll fucking tell you. It's like Donald Trump supporters. You never can, like, you can't avoid learning that someone's a Trump supporter. They cannot shut the fuck up about loving Donald Trump. And because they're also 3 IQ overall. Yeah, shut up, vegans. Oh, Jesus Christ. Immediately, vegans are upset at my joke. I'm vegan, by the way, is like a meme in this community, and you're still fucking mad that I'm like doing the most cliche bit on the planet. Anyway. It's impossible to avoid that they're Trump supporters. And because they're 3 IQ, they literally telegraph their moves. Because I feel like if they don't say it out loud, like what they were going to do, they're going to forget what they were going to do and then end up trailing away because they have no object permanence. And they literally cannot do two things at once. So that's why they have all the ugliest shirts, so you know that they're Trump supporters. And then on top of that, they're literally telegraphing what they're going to do. They're like, we're going to break into the Congress so we can steal Nancy Pelosi's gavel. I'm going to fuck that gavel. I'm a Trump supporter, by the way. Now, let me just let you know I'm doing this because I hate Democrats and I love Donald Trump and he told me to do it. And then you still have dumbass Republicans like Representative Brooks saying, oh, maybe it was Antifa. Bitch, no, the fuck it wasn't.
Yes, and there have been reports that there were instigators. There is no evidence or proof, as you allude to those suspicions, and in some cases,
well, we did have Lou. We did have some advance
speculations.
warning that there might be Antifa elements masquerading.
No, there wasn't. That's why I went on this long ass rant about how Trump supporters be like. Anyway,
as Trump supporters in advance of the attack on the Capitol. So there is some evidence, but whether that's true or not, I can't say.
Then why did you just say it? Then why did you just say it? Also, here's another thing that you must know. It's top of the hour every hour where I run a 60-second ad break. You no longer want to see the ads. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with your Twitch Prime. But here it is. Here's the 60-second ad break. After that, we're going to continue on with Sarah Palin. And then finally, we're going to watch Congress reconvene tonight after the riots. And, do democracy because they're so fucking brave, dude. I love them. I love how brave they are, dude. Fuck! Here's a 6-second ad break.
It's evidence of intelligence that wasn't apparently well used by the authorities. But when I said we don't have evidence, we have nothing more than speculation at this point. Some conjuring about the prospect or the possibility, but I think your caution is a correct one nonetheless.
Of course,
yeah, it must have been Antifa.
Obvious video.
Out there that some misguided, very, very wrong-headed yahoos are out there causing this mayhem.
I mean, longtime fans of the show know that this is speaking to me in a way that I cannot describe to you. She got the bangs, she got the glasses, and the Midwestern accent. I gave myself a paper cut. Holy shit. With my nicotine gum, that's crazy. No septum, but she does have the Midwestern accent. I love Sarah Palin. I'm sorry. I'm just going to admit it. I mean, she's a freak, but also.
And we don't, and a lot of it is the media's fault. But Martha, keep in mind, we don't know who all were the instigators in this, of these horrible things that happened today. I think a lot of it is the Antifa folks. I've been sent pictures of the same characters whom were captured on images today storming the Capitol, as had been in protests on the other side of politics earlier in the summer. So I don't know, there's a lot of questions out there, and I wish we could trust the media to do its job, to go research, report who all these people are.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm looking.
You just say she's like Peggy Hill? Yeah. Except Peggy Hill's like way smarter than her, but Peggy Hill's awesome. She's a catch, dude. Are you kidding me? You're going to tell me Hank Hill doesn't have the ultimate woman? God damn it, Bobby. Peggy Hill's a saint, dude. You kidding me? Peggy Hill's smart? She is smart. Wow. Wow. What is this big city attitude I'm sensing in my bi-coastal elite fucking audience shitting on Peggy Hill and saying she's not smart? Wow, you should be ashamed of yourselves, dude. She is a substitute teacher of the year 3 years in a row. They should literally call it the Miss Peggy Hill Award. She speaks El Spanisho. Yeah, exactly. She's not. Have you watched the show? I think Peggy Hill has her own sensibilities. She's a boggle champ. Dog, her character was a Spanish teacher, was notoriously bad at Spanish. Yes, she's bad at Spanish, but she's a smart person outside of that. She unwittingly smuggled drugs into federal prison. She was coerced. She's trying her best. How dare you? I will die on this hill, dude.
For is whether or not we see arrests for the individuals who broke into the Capitol today. Their images are very clear. You can see their faces. They're smiling. It ought to be fairly easy to identify these people, just as we called for that over the course of the summer when we saw business owners who were beaten, whose businesses were set on fire. We called for arrests as well.
What about Dale, though? His son is so handsome, bro. Looks just like him. Dude, King of the Hill is a great show. It is a great fucking show. I can't stop watching it. I've been obsessed with it. It hurts my feelings that Hank Hill, without a fucking shred of a doubt, would vote for Donald Trump, though. Like, he is not voting for Hillary Clinton. I'm not from NA, and I literally came back to ask you what the fuck is going on. Oh my god, everybody loves to inhale that copium and act like Hank Hill would not fucking vote for Donald Trump. And it's just, you're wrong.
The chamber because of broken glass right before the senators had to walk in. All eyes will be on Senators Hawley and Cruz and a few of the other objectors. Anderson, I can tell you, behind closed doors, those objectors were meeting, trying to figure out a path forward with staffs on both the Democratic and Republican side.
Barack Obama came out with a statement. History will rightly remember today's violence at the Capitol incident by a sitting president who is continuing to basically lie about the outcome of a lawful election as a moment of great dishonor and shame for our nation. Yeah, bro, that's way too long, bro. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm happy for you. Or sad that that happened.
The men and women who stayed at their posts.
But I ain't reading all that.
To defend this historic place.
Motherfucker wrote a twit longer like he's
For
some
those who
fucking
wreaked havoc in our capital today,
sexual deviant Twitch streamer or some
you
shit.
did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience
they're
and
so
strength
brave,
of our
dude.
democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
I want to say to the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today.
I feel bad for the staffers. I feel bad for like a lot of the Democratic politicians. Fuck it. Maybe I'll even feel bad for like a Mitt Romney type. But I do not give a fucking single moment of empathy to this turtle fuck, dude. He is literally responsible. Sorry. You're a piece of shit. You don't get to have empathy. Fuck yourself, okay? I don't give a fuck how shell-shocked he is, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
For our republic.
Him
our nation was founded precisely
and the agitator pieces of shit that stand behind him do not deserve a single moment of empathy. They should literally be detained currently. They should not be on. They should not be inside of those halls currently. They should absolutely be detained for inciting riots and terrorism and engaging in white supremacist incitement of acts of terror.
Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens'
Also, I got it shell-shocked, like,
their choice
this is a turtle. It was pretty
of
funny.
the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7th, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6th, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple
you know
to
they didn't clean
democracy
those fucking seats, bro. There's
windows
literal
smashed,
fucking
our offices
sneeze. Like, there's
vandalized.
MAGA sneeze all
The
over those
world
halls,
saw
baby.
Americans elected
Y'all are
officials
getting
hurriedly
COVID.
ushered out.
Actually, it doesn't stay too much on surfaces, right? It's not like a foamite transmitter as we previously thought it was.
Was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life.
Oh,
We mourn
fuck, they all
her
got vaccines. Never
and
mind.
feel for her friends
I
and
forgot.
family.
All these motherfuckers literally got vaccinated.
These images were projected to the world.
It's the staffers that are
Foreign
fucked, as
embassies
always.
cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists.
Not a single one of these pussies will be like, Republicans, you're responsible. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
There were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next.
Any of them call out the Republicans for being responsible?
They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today.
Open the Hasino,
and worked
baby.
to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself.
Wait, what?
Who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us
Bro,
to
that's
complete.
sick. Thanking Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell.
Of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people. And do again.
Too late. Don't even. I would refund the bet. It's not going to happen.
Make no mistake. Make no mistake, my friends.
I don't know if any of them talk.
Today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs.
Oh, wait.
The president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital.
I said Republicans, though.
Egged them on.
Not just the president.
He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him.
President Trump is a Republican?
Now,
no,
January
that doesn't count.
6th
We're
will go
talking about
down
something very specific.
as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the senator from Oklahoma, Senator Langford.
He's such a coward, dude. He can't
Senator
really
from
do it,
Oklahoma.
but he said his enablers.
Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right?
Wait, hold on.
Why would you do that?
I'm not going to call it yet because others are speaking too. If another Democrat does it, I still will call it. If another Democrat does it, it still is called, in my opinion.
But we talk it out and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means.
Where the fuck was it? Oh, here.
Peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want this, what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude.
Obviously, the commission.
Bro, you are literally from Oklahoma, dude.
Happened at this point, and I understand
Stop.
that. And we're headed towards tonight towards the
Republicans should not have a say on this.
certification of Joe Biden to be the president of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic Leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President, I know that this room is full of leaders of both parties who love this country, and many believe that for America to succeed, our politics must find common ground. And that has never been clearer than today, when armed rioters the U.S. Capitol, emboldened by President Trump's false and inflammatory rhetoric about the 2020 elections. I believe that we in this chamber have a special duty as leaders to work together to lower the temperature of our politics. And I hope that my colleagues who have questioned the
Bro, they literally are like, can we all just get back to bipartisan compromise and like expand the surveillance state? Like, what are we doing out here?
And dangerous
shit got heated, bro.
Sowing doubt and uncertainty. I also know that as U.S. senators, we all take solemnly the oath we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. At this moment in history, I can think of nothing more patriotic than renewing our faith in the charters
Republicans
of freedom
out of Senate
that our founding fathers crafted for our republic, starting with the fundamental American principle in our Declaration of Independence that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. The people have spoken in this election, and our only job here today is to do what they ask. It is not to argue election security. That's not the place for what we are doing today. Our Constitution specifically reserves to the people the right to meet in their respective states and vote for the president and vice president. As a result, individual states oversee and implement the election process, not the federal government. To guard against fraud or irregularities in the voting process, the states are required to have robust election security measures. Likewise, state legislatures have the opportunity to examine evidence of voter fraud before they certified their electoral college votes. And our courts, from district courts to the United States Supreme Court, adjudicate legal challenges and election disputes. All of those things happened after the 2020 election. State houses and courts across the country took allegations of voter fraud seriously and followed the constitutional process to hear challenges to this year's elections. No state found evidence of any widespread voter fraud, and neither did any court ask to review the state's findings. In Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Robert Brutinel all certified the results of the election on November 30th. And we have heard, Arizonans have been voting by mail for almost 30 years. And Governor Ducey has expressed confidence in the state's process numerous times. In November, he said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong, and that's why I have bragged on it so much." He further stated, "We have some of the strongest election laws in the country, laws that prioritize accountability and clearly lay out our procedures for conducting, canvassing,
a Trump supporter
and
wrote
even
murder the
contesting
media on the door,
results."
dude.
And they are right. Arizona has one of the most transparent election processes in the country, with built-in accountability, starting with internal auditing. We have heard unfounded allegations that voting machines in Arizona and elsewhere somehow changed vote tallies or somehow improperly rejected ballots while claiming to accept them. These allegations all ignore the fact that Arizona counties conducted ballot audits by hand to double-check the machine counts, and these audits found no widespread fraud or irregularities. Maricopa County, the county where more than 60% of the state population resides, conducted a post-election hand count audit in the week after the election, which showed perfect 100% accuracy in the machine tabulations. So why would we need, my colleagues, to call for a 10-day emergency audit to be conducted by a legislative commission when it's already been done by the state of Arizona? What happened to states' rights? The audit involved checking ballots for the presidential election, but also ballots for federal and state legislative elections. The audit report shows every precinct's machine and hand count totals for each of the races audited. And for every single race in every precinct, the difference between the hand count and the machine count was 0. Maricopa's audit report stated no discrepancies were found by the hand count audit boards. Seeking to find any reason to contest these results, some of the state Republicans then tried to claim that Maricopa County failed to follow state law in conducting this audit by selecting voting center locations to audit instead of voting precincts. This was wrong. And this, too, went to a court. In rejecting this claim, state court in Arizona found that the county followed the properly issued guidance on hand audit procedures from the Arizona Secretary of State. And the court found that Maricopa County officials, therefore, could not lawfully have performed the hand count audit the way the plaintiffs wanted it done. If they had done so, they would have exposed themselves to criminal punishment.
The senator's 5 minutes is expired.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would close by just saying, please, my colleagues, do not disenfranchise the voters of Arizona and certify their votes
Not
tonight.
happening.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Lee.
Senator from
That's
Utah.
not going to happen.
Mr. President, at the time I prepared my remarks for today, it seems like a lifetime ago.
Is there a time
lots
on it?
changed
Is there
in the last few
did
hours.
you guys put time on the bet?
So I'm going to
Or
deliver
no?
some of the same remarks, but it has a little bit of a different feel. than
Okay,
it would
then
have
let's
just
keep
a
it
few
going.
hours ago. My thoughts and prayers go
Let's
out
keep it going then.
to the family members of those who have been injured or killed today. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the Capitol Hill Police who valiantly defended our building and our lives. Well, it's true that legitimate concerns have been raised with regard to how some of the key battleground states conducted their presidential elections. This is not the end of the story. We each have to remember that we've sworn an oath to uphold, protect, and defend this document, written nearly 2.5 centuries ago by wise men raised up by God to that very purpose. That document makes clear what our role is and what it isn't. It makes clear who does what when it comes to deciding presidential elections. You see, because in our system of government, presidents are not directly elected. They're chosen by presidential electors. And the Constitution makes very clear under Article 2, Section 1, that the states shall appoint presidential electors according to procedures that their legislatures develop. Then comes the 12th Amendment. It explains what we're doing here today in the Capitol. It explains that the President of the Senate, the Vice President of the United States, shall open the ballots, and the votes shall then be counted. It's those words that confine, define, and constrain every scrap of authority that we have in this process. Our job is to open and then count. Open, then count. That's it. That's all there is. Now, there are, of course, rare instances in which multiple slates of electors can be submitted by the same state. That doesn't happen very often. It happened in 1960, it happened in 1876. Let's hope it doesn't ever happen again. In those rare moments, Congress has to make a choice. It has to decide which of the electoral votes will be counted and which will not. That did not happen here. Thank heavens, and let's hope that it never does. Now, many of my colleagues have raised objections or had previously stated their intent to raise objections with regard to these. I've spent an enormous time on this issue over the last few weeks. I've met with lawyers on both sides of the issue. I've met with lawyers representing the Trump campaign, reading everything I could find about the constitutional provisions in question.
A little sleeper.
And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with legislators and other leaders from the contested states. I didn't initially declare my position because I didn't yet have one.
No, because you were a pussy.
First, and I wanted to understand what was happening. I wanted to give the people serving in government in the contested states the opportunity to do whatever they felt they needed to do to make sure that their election was properly reflected. I spent an enormous amount of time reaching out to state government officials in those.
Okay, he's definitely not going to say it anyway. He's not going to blame Republicans regardless because it's fucking Mike Lee. But look at, I tweeted out about why are people acting like if these were stolen by some dipshit lawnmower salesman from Kentucky that we'd have to redo the election. And I just looked at the fucking photos because this is where the box was being carried or whatever of the Electoral College votes. Look who's in the background. That's Andrew, right? It's got, or is that Andrew or is that like? Nah, Andrew doesn't wear Sperry's though. I don't think he'd be caught dead in Sperry's. Are those Sperry's? If those are Sperry's, then that's not Andrew. It does look like him though. Hold on. I'm gonna send the photo of this to him and ask him if that's him. Someone says Sherrod Brown. No, it's not. He would not be caught dead wearing
Sperry's. Will have the authority to prescribe.
Andrew, man, all gas, no brakes.
Time, place, and manner of elections for senators and representatives. There is no corresponding authority with respect to presidential elections. None whatsoever. It doesn't exist. Our job is to convene, to open the ballots, and to count them. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, I'm calling it after this Democrat who speaks.
Democratic leader.
Colorado, Mr. Bennett.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's been a terrible day for everybody here.
GG's.
And
no, GG's, bro. No.
One of the things I
Ain't
was
no
thinking
way
about
Michael
today is
Bennett's
something I
fucking
often
saying it,
think
dude. You're
about
done.
when I'm on this floor. which
Believers, it's
that
over.
The founders of this country, the people that wrote our Constitution, actually knew our history better than we know
There's
our
no
history.
fucking way,
But I was
dude.
thinking about
There's
that
no
history
way.
today
He says
as we saw
actually
the
the
mob
Republicans.
riot in Washington, D.C., thinking about what the founders were thinking about when they wrote our Constitution, which was what happened to the Roman Republic, when armed gangs doing the work for politicians prevented Rome from casting their ballots for consuls, for praetors, for senators. These were the offices in Rome. And these armed gangs ran through the streets of Rome, keeping elections from being started, keeping elections from ever being called. And in the end, because of that, the Roman Republic fell and a dictator took its place.
Oh God, I
And
can't
that
believe
was
this guy
the
ran
end
for
of
president, dude. Oh
the
God, I'm
Roman-
dying. Okay, listen.
Any republic, for that matter, until this beautiful Constitution.
It
was
wasn't
written
Andrew. He
in
said
the
he has
United States
FOMO.
of
He
America.
said, I have FOMO beyond
So it
relief.
is my fervent hope that the way that we respond to this today,
It wasn't
my
him.
dear colleagues, is that we give the biggest bipartisan vote we can in support of our democracy and in
calling
support
for
of our
bipartisanship. Of
Constitution
course
and
he
in
is.
rejection for what we saw today and what the Roman Republic saw in its own time. There's a tendency around this place, I think, to always believe that we're the first people to confront something when that's seldom the case, and to underappreciate what the effect of our actions will be. We need to deeply appreciate in this moment our obligation to the Constitution, our obligation to the democracy, our obligation to the Republic. There are people in this chamber that have twisted the words of a statute written in the 19th century that was meant to actually settle our electoral disputes, to leave them with the states. As the senator from Utah was saying, to give us a ministerial role, except in very rare circumstances. That's what that law is about, that the senator of Texas was talking about today. And that's the law that's leading us to be asked to overturn the judgments of 60 courts in America, many of them courts in Arizona, some of whom have howled the president's lawyers out of the courtrooms because there's no evidence of fraud. And by the way, the fact that 37% or 39% of Americans think there's no evidence of fraud or that think there's evidence of fraud does not mean there is fraud. If you turned a blind eye to a conspiracy theory, you can't now come to the floor of the Senate and say you're ignoring the people who believe the election was stolen. Go out there and tell them the truth, which is that every single member of this Senate knows this election wasn't stolen. And that we, just as in the Roman Republic, have a responsibility to protect the independence of the judiciary from politicians who will stop at nothing to hold on to power. There's nothing new about that either. That's been true since the First Republic was founded. So now we find ourselves in a position just days after many senators here swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Every single member of the House of Representatives,
he knows he was watching the
swore
stream.
the same oath as well.
That's why he's edging it.
And I think we've got a solemn obligation and responsibility here to prove once again that this country is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members of the House and Senate who seek to overturn the decisions that have made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts.
He fucking said it, dude.
Follow what they have proposed. We will be the ones.
He did.
That will have disenfranchised every single person.
I mean, he is. He's calling out Republicans
vote in this election
by name,
whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject.
It doesn't get more than that, dude.
I appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
He literally called him out. He singled him out.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Georgia, Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Can I still place my bet? Delay it further? They're getting more radical?
President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events
He not only said Republicans, but
me to reconsider, and I cannot now, in good conscience, object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool of democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today.
Scared.
And I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American people's faith in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith that their voice and their vote matters. America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Why is it so loud? What the fuck?
Democratic Leader.
Minutes to Senator Booker and 2.5 minutes to Senator Kaine.
Okay, none of those are gonna, yeah, none of them are gonna fucking do anything. They're all centrist Andes, dude.
Senator from Virginia.
I applaud the comments of my colleague from Georgia deeply. My first job after school was in Macon, Georgia, working for a federal judge, Lanier Anderson. And I learned a lot about integrity and a lot about law.
Wait, guys, is that?
I also learned some sad lessons. That in the history of Georgia, and indeed Virginia and many states, so many people, especially people of color, have been disenfranchised over the course of our history.
There are 10 things you need
Our
to
late
do.
friend, John Lewis, congressman from Georgia, was savagely beaten on Bloody Sunday just for marching for voting rights.
Your cousins in Ohio,
That act of violence
Number 3. Watch Hillary examine the terrain. Watch a campaign with a man, Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain.
To be coming together today after acts of violence as a United States Senate to affirm the votes of all who cast ballots in November. Instead, we're contemplating an unprecedented objection.
It was so weird that collectively everyone decided that Hamilton was brilliant as shit, dude.
Voters. The Georgia result was very clear.
I'm in dangerous territory. I'm treading dangerous water right now. I got a lot of fucking liberals watching me currently. These are not matters to be fucked with. I'm sorry, liberals. I also love Harry Potter. I swear to God. Please don't get mad at me. And Hamilton is brilliant.
If we object to results like this, the message is so clear. We are saying to states, no matter how secure and accurate your elections are, we'll gladly overthrow them if we don't like who you voted for. But more importantly, what we'll be saying really what we'll be
Pick
doing.
something, give us more predictions. I think he
is
said
as
it.
the body
I think
that acted together
radical
to
liberal Michael Bennet
guarantee
said it.
Americans the right to vote.
But you guys don't want to
we
believe
will
it. So
become
if you want,
the
we can
agent
refund and move on.
Of one of the most massive disenfranchisements
I think he literally called out
in the history.
Or he singled
of this
out a
country.
Republican even.
So I urge all of
and
my
not just Donald
colleagues,
Trump.
Please oppose these objections. Thank you, and I yield to my colleague from New Jersey.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. Vice President, I can only think of 2 times in American history
I mean,
that
no refund. Dude, fucking
individuals
call
laid
it,
siege
dude.
to our capital,
He did.
stormed our sacred civic
He
spaces,
literally, what do you want him to say? Like
and tried
every
to
single
overrun
Republican is responsible for this? Like I don't think he was going to say that. I meant like, are they going to call out Republicans for this? And they did. Trump itself is not enough.
And the other one was today. What's interesting about the parallel between the two is
he did.
They both were waving flags.
Yeah, I'm calling it.
To
Yeah,
a sole sovereign.
he did.
To an individual, surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England.
Even
the other were the flags
Nopers
I
are
saw
admitting
all
defeat
over
right
our
now.
Capitol,
Lose gracefully,
including in the
Nopers.
hallways and in this room, to a single person.
Let's see what the
named Donald
cash transfer looks like here.
The sad difference between these 2 times is one was yet another nation in the history of our country that tried to challenge the United States of America. But this time, we brought this hell upon ourselves.
144 million points!
My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes,
the
that
greatest
is true.
voice transfer of all time.
They were unprecedented when the president, before the election even happened, said, if I lose this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting, even the counting of the vote was even done, that he called it rigged. And it's unprecedented that he is fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create a smokescreen in this nation to cover what he is trying to do, which is undermine our democratic principles. But it's not just that. The shame of this day is it's being aided and abetted by good Americans who are falling prey, who are choosing Trump over truth, who are surrendering to the passion of lies as opposed to standing up and speaking truth to power, who are trying to fundraise off of the shame of conspiracy theories as opposed to doing the incalculably valuable patriotic thing to speak truth to our nation.
What are you guys gonna do? Huh? Are you guys gonna storm the Hasanabi Hasino Capitol building?
Pictures of yet another insurgency, of a flag of another group of Americans who tried to challenge our nation. I saw the flag of the Confederacy there. What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history? I pray that we remember a Georgian. And his words, all I can say is we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus, who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson, and Adams willingly leaves the executive mansion and moves back to Massachusetts, and Jefferson peacefully assumes
Mods, you can
power.
come up with a different
And
gambling
people all
prediction
over
if you
Europe
want.
said that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power.
Too much
And yet
pressure. I
Adams,
hate being
in
the person who
defeat,
has to deliberate
did
on these.
something glorious to give all of us
Or
a gift.
decide
I wanted
on
to
these.
celebrate that, and it feels a little bit harder now. This building has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways. I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness of today? Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is. What happened today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair and if the president pro tem was, I'd
It took literally like 20 minutes of senators talking for me to feel not so angry about what the Trump supporters did today. What a yikes. What a fucking horrible country we live in. Holy
Dear
shit.
dead, but it's still got a
Still
ghastly
angry,
laugh.
but not as angry as I was
don't
earlier.
think we want to tell the Americans that come after us.
It's like they're like a bunch of millionaires who just like got on the podium and are celebrating one another.
Institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometown.
Holy shit.
I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfields and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it.
Yeah, it's about O'Driscoll's, dude, not Hatfields and McCoys. Them O'Driscoll boys are who the bad boys.
Probably not a word. Our ancestors have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document.
Hey guys, by the way, like someone also pointed this out in the chat, but like someone got shot in the neck today in those halls that they walked by to get back into the fucking this in this area. Like someone literally got shot in the neck today and died a couple hours ago, and these fucking sociopaths are like, this is America, baby. Well, also, I mean, I guess when you're a fucking senator, it literally doesn't matter, considering 3,000 people are dying every day of COVID. ICU capacities are at 0% in places like Los Angeles. Doesn't really matter. Move on. Vote and move on. Stop jerking each other off.
So that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together.
Wrap it up.
The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word.
I know why Trump supporters hate this fucking dipshit, dude. He's just such a Like, he's such a fucking theater kid, but he sucks at being a theater kid. He's like,
Ed,
oh.
organize, persuade.
Oh,
Most
everything is like,
importantly,
come
love
on,
your
guys.
neighbor.
Like,
Visit the
shut
widower
up.
down the street who's lonely, no one tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, or shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
He blamed Trump,
Democratic
probably.
leader.
He blamed Trump earlier. Ben Sass, he loves blaming Trump.
Senator from Illinois.
I mean, he's right, but, like, he sucks regardless.
In March of 1861, a Springfield lawyer caught a train to Washington. His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as a congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president.
Wonderful Dick Durbin, dude.
It was a different place than he knew it as
Tell us how it is,
15
Dick.
years had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house across the street, which is now the Library of Congress, was gone.
Literally the ultimate, like, can we just shut the fuck up and get back to increasing the military-industrial complex budgets, please? That's the guy.
But they were also in the earliest days of a war, and President Lincoln
Come on,
was
bro. We'll
counsel.
throw you a bone. We'll, like, rename one of the fucking Confederate...
It costs too much money, and we can't
rename
spend
one of the
any more
fucking
time.
Confederate bases. Come on.
And he said, no.
We're gonna name it after, like, Manuel Miranda or something.
And this
Just
building
shut the fuck
will be
up.
a symbol of this country that will survive this Civil War and come back strong. So they built the dome. They won the war. And since those days, that dome and this building have been a symbol to this country, a symbol of unity and of hope. Tourists come through here before COVID-19 by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building. We know this building in the Rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roam the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day. He wanted this mob to disrupt the constitutional process which we are part of. This mob was inspired by a president who cannot accept defeat. If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say,
find myself to give
just
a shit
read
about
the transcript with the Secretary
Like,
of
I'm
State
literally
from Georgia.
looking for fucks.
And listen to this president's
But,
wild conspiracy theories, one after the
But just like symbolistic jurisprudence fetishism, or not jurisprudence, but like the symbolic fucking nature, or all these like aesthetic Senate proceedings. Like, I don't care. It's so fucking dumb.
Find the votes he needs. In any other venue, that would be a simple, obvious crime.
This shit sucks, dude.
The lengths he will go to are obvious. The Texas senator says to us, well, many people still agree with him, you know, when it gets down to the bottom line. Many people have fallen for this presidential position that it must have been a rigged
I told you the
election if
real
I lost.
psychos are going to come back at night.
Well, I would say that after we've lost count, 57 lawsuits, 62 lawsuits, I've heard so many numbers, after 90 different judges, after this president took his case, the best he could put together, to the highest court in the land across the street, where he has personally chosen 3 justices on the Supreme Court.
You want revolution, not democracy?
I say to the senator from Texas, you know much more about that court than I do.
Sometimes democracy
I don't
only
believe
comes
they let that
with
paper
revolution,
that he sent
but
up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court.
what I want is these old
And that's
fucks
the
to
best he
stop
had to
jerking
offer.
each other off and like move
No
on. Just
evidence
vote.
whatsoever
Just vote.
of this rigged
Just vote.
election and this fraudulence.
Okay.
The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states.
Like, if people talking about how they're so great on both sides of the aisle is democracy for you, if this theater is democracy for you, then yes, you're exactly the type of person that gets duped into thinking that these people have your best interest in mind. They just all are saying the same shit with like platitudes and stories about Abraham Lincoln and blah, blah, blah.
There's a commission that
Just
killed
fucking vote.
Reconstruction.
Just get it over with, dude.
That established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America.
Top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break coming right now. Get ready.
The vote we're going to have here.
I got to get up too. Fuck, I got to move around.
Of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls.
You already know what to do to avoid the ads, baby. Get those primes out. Or get your ad block ready to go.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kansas.
Here it
Senator
is.
Marshall.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest are provided in our Constitution. And while I share the same frustrations many Americans have over the presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable, and I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so that we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to sit down with patients and give them a very bad diagnosis. It might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer. Or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight.
I wonder what his take is on women's reproductive rights.
It's going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And today's decision, once again, is from my heart. Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed, patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise to undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system.
CBS News officially reporting that Trump's cabinet members are discussing potentially invoking the 25th Amendment. I don't know if this is like lib shit or not, but
for the removal. This is not news that we deliver lightly, and I want to make clear that what I'm explaining here is what is being discussed, whispered about among some cabinet members today, and that is whether to move forward with formal proceedings to try to invoke the 25th Amendment. That would allow for the removal of President Trump from office and for Vice President Mike Pence Pence to effectively become commander-in-chief for the remaining days of the Trump presidency. My sources are telling me it has not been formally presented to the vice president. This is not about to happen. It is, however, being discussed right now. The very fact that the highest levels of the U.S. government and cabinet members are discussing this.
Bro, they fucking literally did that New York Times op-ed and shit about this a while ago. The anonymous op-ed from that fucking DHS dipshit. Like, I mean...
is quite new.
Also, what? Like President Pence? Sick, dude.
Newsworthy, quite notable. And it underscores the moment that we are at. I just want to make clear, this is not just political watchers. These are not just Democratic lawmakers who had been speculating all day that this should happen. I'm talking about actual members of the cabinet.
Cabinet resignations are going to be announced soon. Source close to Trump says more resignations are expected in the next 24 hours. Who cares? Like, oh, sick, dude. Slay queens. Like, bro, you literally have blood on your hands aside from this act of terror. Not just this act of terror, but like so many acts of terror that came before this one. Like, y'all are fucking culpable. Putting in your 2 weeks before you're literally out of a job in 2 weeks doesn't change that reality. Let's see what Duckworth
raised
saying.
our right hands. When the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, we did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharge our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator on the precipice of losing power and relevance. No, there is no ambiguity here. Joe Biden won the election with a record number of votes. Republican officials nationwide confirmed those results, including in Arizona, as has judge after Trump-appointed judge. Even Trump's attorney general admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found widespread fraud that would have affected the outcome. Yet still, many of my Republican colleagues are asking us to ignore all of that. With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people across this vast, great nation.
Bro, listen, when you see this political theater...
They are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution.
No, you don't get more points because she said
that appeasing Trump is more important to them
Hold on.
than protecting the most basic tenet of our republic, the adherence to free and fair elections. There's one thing I know. It's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country, the power of the people has always mattered more than the people in power. That is the ideal that this nation was founded upon. That is why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965. It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic to make their voices heard. Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy, always foments chaos whenever something doesn't go his way. But today, we here in this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here, in this country, truth matters, that right matters, that the will of the people matters more than the whims of any single powerful individual. I have no tea to throw in Boston Harbor tonight. And I regret that I have no rucksack to pack for my country, no Black Hawk to pilot, nor am I asking for any grand gesture from my Republican colleagues. All that I'm asking of you is to reflect on the oaths that you have sworn, on the damage done to our union today, and on the sacrifices made by those who've given so much to this nation. From the service members at Fort Huachuca and Marine Corps Air Station Yuma to the marchers who bent America's moral arc a bit more towards justice with every single step that they took, every bridge that they crossed, then ask yourself whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper.
The problem is,
we all know the right answer.
A lot of this criticism revolves around like Republicans operating in a way that is like to defend Donald Trump and like to not fucking hurt his ego. When in fact that's not the problem. The problem is the defense that Republicans and a lot of Democrats engage in to defend not only Trump but the current order, the status quo. That is what the problem is.
All right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states?
Remember, he earlier admitted on Fox News that the Electoral College benefits Republicans. Why would you ever want to remove it? We'll never win an election ever again.
Overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest. Well, this is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state.
Did Twitch just remove PogChamp because he's... Oh no, because he went alt-right.
Overturning a state certified election.
I think that emote is... Yeah, he's been like radicalized on the internet during COVID. And like literally went from like a COVID denier. I don't know what he tweeted out today, but it doesn't matter though. That fucking face is like transcended the person itself. It's gone way beyond. Pog and PogChamp and Poggers and things of that nature are they've taken a life of its own. It has nothing to do with the creator, the original creator. It has nothing to do with Gutex. Most people don't even know that the creator himself. Let's spam it.
To devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible chaos would ensue every 4 years? Imagine the furor against the Electoral College if Congress becomes a forum to overturn states' Electoral College slates. It's one thing to be angry. It's another to focus one's anger in constructive ways. That hasn't happened today, to say the least. We simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process. I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms at the state level. America's admired around the world for our free elections. We absolutely must fix this mess and restore confidence and integrity to our elections. We must.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Virginia, Senator.
Yeah, it's this tweet.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President,
he went full tilt.
I think like most of us, I'm still pretty reeling from what happened today. What I was going to talk about was...
Okay, shut up. I don't care. Oh, my God. Ay, ay, ay. We made a decision to remove the PogChamp emote following statements in the face of the emote encouraging further violence after what took place on the Capitol today. We want the sentiment and use of Pog to live on. Its meaning is much bigger than the person depicted or image itself, and it has a big place in Twitch culture. However, we can't in good conscience continue to enable the use of the image. We will work with the community to design a new emote for the most hype moments on Twitch. Yeah. I mean, it's not cringe, dude. I totally get why they did that. Are you fucking kidding me? That doesn't mean I'm going to stop using it. But because the emote itself is like completely fucking transcended it completely transcended like the person itself that was originally the face of the emote, which has got to be weird in and of itself. But yeah, it totally makes sense, dude. What are you, crazy? Like, he was literally, I mean, they are basically admitting it themselves. The person, a lot of these emotes that you see on Twitch are emotes of people's faces. They're cherished, loved content creators. Trihex, a friend of the show, famous for the tryhard emote, which I do not use, but there are global emotes that Twitch themselves have created from some of the oldest content creators on the platform. Total Biscuit is Lil W. And basically, after today's like takes from the face of the emote, from what Gutek said, I assume that they that's the reason why they banned it, which is understandable. I mean, it is understandable that happened. Having said that, though, like, if you asked 1,000 Twitch users, like, what the fuck, who is the PogChamp emote named after, they would not know. They wouldn't know that it's, like, Gutex. Just like they would not know that it's, how he, like, went off the deep end, kind of. And it happened recently, too. His radicalization happened literally during the course of COVID. It's kind of sad. But the emote itself is still, of course, cherished, celebrated. I love using it. Like, Pago is a big part of this community. Pago Palum. You won't be able to use PogChamp, which I'm sure Twitch will try to come up with a different face for it. But we will probably still keep using the Pog variations on this channel, like Poggers. Let's be real. Isn't this cancel culture? Not really. Did he go off the deep end? No, he went off the deep end. He's not a grifter. I don't think he's a grifter. I think he's a legitimate believer. Oh, shit, hold on.
Out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been a terrible year in America this last year. We've seen a lot of violence against law enforcement, and today we saw it here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. Our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets.
If you gave me $1,000 and asked me
no place for that
if this was Josh Hawley or Tom Cotton,
submit to my colleagues that what we're doing
I'd be short of $1,000 almost every time. I'm sorry. I know this is Josh Hawley, but they are literally the same person, dude.
This is the
appropriate. Like, tell me that they're not the same person, dude.
Where those objections and
they have that fucking long neck, or not long neck, that long fucking white guy head.
Our laws provide for those concerns to be registered.
Like a Team Fortress character looking Andy over here.
But here in this lawful process,
it's just so hard to distinguish, dude. And their behavior is exactly the same, even though they are technically on the opposite sides of this battle this time around.
Ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years. I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital, because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms.
President Trump and
I
Rudy
bet my
Giuliani
friends
are
on the
calling
other side of the aisle
senators
don't
and
disagree
urging them to
with
push
that.
ahead with the protest of
We need to find a way to move forward on that together.
Yeah,
so
I
that the
think you
American
missed the
people
boat on that one,
from
brother.
both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections, and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Wait, so did he object? I'm confused.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Did anybody pay attention? I was struck by how average he is, and I couldn't pay attention. Did he object or? Oh, he said he will object. They will vote after this, but yes. Oh man. Oh baby.
Who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a falsehood.
You can't take it back. Like, but
that same lie.
Does he feel bad about
the
it?
Seeds of today's violence.
He wanted to object, but he wasn't expecting to be at work for so long today.
Here in the Capitol.
Come on, dude. I want Trump's voters, but like not that bad. You know, I gotta go home.
Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania.
Want to feel
This
old?
would be the
It's still
ultimate
today.
destruction of our democracy," unquote.
Bro,
Susan
we
had
are-
it right. We cannot allow
we are literally-
anybody, and she put
guys,
that word in all
guys,
caps.
Sorry, boring guy. I don't care. Listen, we are 6 days into the year, okay? Just a reminder that we are only 6 days into 2021. 6 days. For those of you who thought 2021 was going to be better than the last year, like, I'm letting you know, probably not. Okay? Doesn't seem like it. Is 2020 version 2 Electric Boogaloo? Israel is bombing Syria. The MAGA chuds have finally reached the final level where they're just like literally storming the halls of Congress. 2020 looks like a fucking journalist mode in comparison to 2021 so far. It looks like a tutorial mission where we were trying to get ready. Literally, fucking super COVID is taken over in the UK and is also is infinitely more infectious, by the way, is taking over Colorado and California as far as we know. And nearly 4,000 people are dying every day from COVID. So you should have been warned when the boss music came on. When the clock struck midnight on December 31st, where the boss music started, you were like, haha, it's nothing. You know, hey, we were too busy celebrating. Turns out, if 2020 was Nameless King, this is DLC.
the FBI, the Secret Service, who face the most difficult challenges,
I'm
did
gonna
their duty
throw
with
up.
confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached.
Wait, what? They didn't hold shit, bro. What the fuck do you mean?
Thank you for this round of praise.
Yeah, did they die, dude? They didn't hold nothing. We saw Mark Wayne literally peeing in his pants. Right there. I'm pointing to it with the mouse. He was standing right in front of that pew motherfucker as he was peeing his pants, dude.
Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves.
Is that Germa?
That we can disagree with one another, but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should.
Christ, dude.
There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it.
Oh my God!
But nobody has a right to.
Oh my
become a
God!
mob.
I'm giving out my address to the Trump supporters so they can come and kill me instead in a video game.
Together.
That's it. I would rather do that than listen to Kevin McCarthy talk about having a difference in opinion in the aftermath
We
of
solve
literally
problems before our nation,
Trump
not through
supporters literally
destruction,
storming
but
the
through
fucking
debate. That is the heart of this democracy.
holding a siege
I know what we
in
debate
Congress.
today is tough, but it's just, it's right. This isn't the first side of the aisle
This is
that's ever
insanity.
debated this issue. I thought what Madam Speaker said back in 2005, this is democracy at its best, when they talked about a presidential election in Ohio. These are the moments.
No, this is the
that we
house.
should
I
raise
flipped over to the
issue
house to
about
see if it was more
integrity
fun.
and accountability and accuracy in our elections. But you know what we should do, the next difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems. Now is the moment.
I'll die if I hear Mitt Romney talk about
unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in the shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage
Trump has
have
banned
withdrawn their
Pence's chief
objection.
of staff Mark Short from the White
For
House
any
today.
who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the
Top White
election
House
was stolen,
advisors are thinking about
I'd offer
resigning.
this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth.
The woman who died today was the woman who shot dead in D.C. today used QAnon phrases like the storm, dark to light in a tweet yesterday. She was a QAnon follower. Photos have surfaced. According to Travis View, who is a QAnonymous host, host of the Q Anonymous podcast. Ashley Babbitt, the San Diego Air Force veteran who died today after Capitol Police shot her inside the Capitol building, had previously tweeted a picture of herself wearing a We Are Q shirt with a fellow QAnon follower. This shit has real consequences. It does. It's kind of sad. I don't know if she was a mom or not, but yeah, local San Diego media has confirmed her identity. KUSI News confirms identity of woman shot and killed inside a U.S. Capitol as Ashley Babbitt, a 14-year veteran who served 4 tours of the U.S. Air Force and was a high-level security official throughout her time in service. Her husband says she was a strong supporter of President Trump and was a great patriot to all who knew her. Metropolitan Police Department says an investigation into her death continues. KUSI sends our condolences to the family and friends who knew her. Yeah, the lady who got fucking shot while trying to climb into the window, in through the window, was shot and killed by cops. A great patriot. Yeah, exactly. In one of the brief moments of officers not being so gentle and actually being really, I mean, they should not have done that. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how fucking brainwashed they are. It doesn't matter if they're trying to storm the halls of Congress. Like, no one deserves to get killed, especially like that. They're calling her a martyr? Yeah, because they're fucking freaks that are broken-brained, who also are probably going to get killed in a similar capacity if they keep this shit up. I don't know what else to say.
Spurred by rhetoric coming from those who are looking out for themselves, not country. And it is stunning, Madam Speaker, that there are some in this House who have voiced support for what happened. It was not a protest. It was treason. It was sedition. And it should be prosecuted as such. At its root is a disease that has infected our politics, one that will make some political leaders do anything, including lie and incite violence to hold on to power. That's what we're seeing before our very eyes. In contesting the outcome of this election, my Republican colleagues make contradictory argument that puts party and power before country. They argue the election results were valid when it showed they won their races, but the same ballots were somehow fraudulent when it produced a result President Trump did.
They're literally fucking arguing over the Arizona objection, dude. It's like...
did not like. Keep the results we like, they demand. Cancel. Here's the truth. Arizona has a long bipartisan record of conducting safe, secure, and fair elections. And I say that as someone whose party has more often than not been on the losing end of those elections. This last election was once again safe and secure. And I commend our state and county election officials, public servants on both sides of the aisle for making Arizona proud once again. We are here because
we're going to move on to Tucker Carlson's absolutely batshit banana boat crazy segment from tonight where he basically takes the blame away from Trump supporters and says that it's the liberals who have been inciting violence. Let's take a look.
Images of what has taken place in Washington. Too little time has been spent thinking about why. Anyone who's trying to understand the significance of what's going on right now ought to watch the video of the woman who was shot.
Okay, dude. Come on, dude.
Inside the U.S. Capitol this afternoon. In the footage, which we're not going to show you because it's too upsetting, but you can find it on the internet, the woman is standing in a hallway right off the House floor at the center of the Capitol building. She appears to be in her 20s. She's got an American flag tied around her neck. The scene around her is chaotic. People are bumping into each other, yelling, trying to get through the door into the Senate chamber. Suddenly, with no warning...
Bro, she literally died because of you. Like, her blood is on your hands, Tucker. It's people like you that have gotten these people whipped up in a fucking frenzy of lies and madness and do your own research mentality from... all the way from your show down to the fucking psychotic QAnon radicalization that occurs on Facebook, where a woman, a 14-year Air Force veteran with a high security clearance, apparently, finds herself flying from fucking San Diego to motherfucking Washington, D.C. to storm the halls of Congress and gets clapped while she's climbing a fucking barricade. If there is anyone who is responsible for this, it's Republican politicians and the Republican media apparatus that have elevated these psychotic claims and at every step of the way used it to their advantage because they thought that it would provide them electoral success. If you organize around psychotic conspiratorial ramblings, if you consistently defend conspiracy theorists on the virtue of freedom of speech, despite the fact that they are legitimately damaging the marketplace of ideas by lying routinely, then you are responsible. What the fuck were you expecting?
There is gunfire. You hear a shot, and the woman falls. She's been hit with a bullet. Seems like the neck could be the chest. Apparently it was fired by someone in law enforcement. People in the hallway scream. The camera closes in on the woman's face. She looks stunned. She is staring straight ahead, unblinking. In her eyes, you can see that she knows she's about to die, which in the end she did. The woman died a couple of hours ago at a local hospital. So what can we learn from this? It's not enough to call it a tragedy. Imagine for a second getting the call and learning that was your daughter. The last time you spoke to her, she was heading to Washington for a political rally. Now she's dead. You'll never talk to her again. Seriously, imagine that. If you have children, it will put you in the right frame of mind. That's what we're watching. And we may be watching a lot.
Yeah, you imagine that. And the fucking anger that you should feel as a father or as a loved one, as a husband, is towards Donald Trump. Is towards those who fucking led her astray. Is towards those who said that they were preaching the truth when they put them in this position of desperation. Okay? Those are the people responsible for it. She doesn't know any better. I'm sorry. She's too fucking stupid. Okay? Yeah, I am belittling a person who just recently got executed in the hands of the police. She's too dumb because she believes in QAnon conspiracies. Okay? Sorry, that's the fucking hard truth. And the same goes for your parents too. And the same goes for your loved ones as well. Why do I always tell you, no matter how far gone they are, do not abandon your loved ones. Try to keep in contact with them because they've gone off the fucking deep end, but you can still save them because that isolation is a big part of the reason why they go further and further into those conspiracies. Okay? But the people that know better and the people that willingly and purposely spread misinformation, this poison that these psychos mainline, those are the people who are responsible for her brainwashing. Those are the people who are responsible for her dying. Those are the people who have blood on their hands. And Tucker Carlson absolutely is one of those people.
A lot more of it in the coming days. Political violence begets political violence. That is always true. It is an iron law. It never changes.
Yeah, now he's going to turn it around to Antifa. Antifa is the real reason why the fascists and the psychopaths, the QAnon supporters became violent.
Changes.
Watch.
And we have to be against that. No matter who commits the violence or under what pretext. No matter how many self-interested demagogues assure us the violence is justified or necessary, as they have been assuring us, lying to us for the past 6 months. We have a duty to oppose all of this. Not simply because political violence kills other people's children, which...
This motherfucker defended Kyle Rittenhouse, bro. I mean, he defended Kyle Rittenhouse. He has criticized Black Lives Matter over and over and over again. He has no sympathy for black causes of equality and justice that pertain in some respects to a larger percentage of black people, I guess, because police brutality is not an issue that simply only affects black and brown communities. It affects poor white people as well. But Tucker doesn't care about that. What did he say? He didn't. Anyway, let's keep going.
But because in the end, it doesn't work. No good person will live a happier life because that girl was killed in the hallway of the Capitol today. So our only option as a practical matter is to fix what is causing this in the first place. We don't have a choice. You may have nothing in common with the people on the other side of the country. Increasingly, you probably don't. But you're stuck with them. The idea that groups of Americans will somehow break off into separate, peaceful nations of like-minded citizens, that's a fantasy. That will not happen. There is no such thing as a peaceful...
Kind of a weird take from a dude who literally wants to have a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant ethno-state, like...
peaceful separation. There never has been, and there won't be. The two hemispheres of this country are inseparably intertwined. They are co-joined twins. Neither can leave without killing the other. So that's the first thing to know. As horrifying as this moment is, we have no option but to make it better, to gut it out. The second thing to consider, and it's related to the first, is why the woman who was killed today went to the rally in the first place. We don't know anything about her, but she did not look particularly radical. She bore no resemblance to the angry...
Bro, she literally was wearing QAnon garb, dude. Shut the fuck up. If I could fucking find this information off of Twitter and a fucking San Diego local newspaper that confirmed it, you can too. She's literally a QAnon supporter. Unless you are unironically claiming that being a QAnon supporter is not an indication that you are a radical person, which Tucker Carlson very well might as well be saying. I don't know. I mean, he is a fucking complete psychopath. So maybe he is saying that. The person who got killed today was tweeting about save the children. I could have met this person at the fucking Cuties rally and not know it, because when I went to the Netflix Cuties rally. Ashley Babbitt, the San Diego Air Force veteran who died today after Capitol Police shot her inside the Capitol building. It's an unacceptable level, no matter what your political perspective is. That level of police brutality is unacceptable. I'm sorry. She's storming into the Capitol building? Certainly. Why didn't they kill all 1,000 of the people that stormed in? Clearly, they were able to de-escalate, and clearly they were able to deal with the matter without killing people, right? Obviously, taking photos with them is unacceptable. But what's infinitely less acceptable is killing one of them. Okay? When I criticize police for the way that they deal with black protesters during Black Lives Matter, and then I compare it to how they dealt with these HOGS, these terrorists that fucking stormed the Capitol building, I'm not making that comparison to say, why don't you fucking kill these people? Or why don't you fucking beat the shit out of these people like you did with the black people protesting? I'm saying that because they should de-escalate conflict with black people protesting as well. Of course, I'm not asking them to take selfies with the BLM protesters. But it's still unacceptable that she was shot and killed. Sorry. Unacceptable. Yet another instance of police brutality. But many relatively well-off white people, or delusional white people, and black people too sometimes when they are conservative, mostly just conservatives though, make that trade-off where they believe that the police are killing the bad guys and keeping society safe. So sometimes a couple good guys, a couple patriots get killed along the way, and that's just collateral damage. It's gonna happen. But ultimately, they are separating the good guys from the bad guys, so it's acceptable. It's not acceptable. Anyway, regardless, stop trying to justify fucking killing someone who's storming a Capitol building. I don't care if it's a black person doing it. I don't care if it's a white person doing it. I don't care what their background is. It's still fucking ridiculous. The real problem in that circumstance is the fact that they were allowed in to the halls of Congress to begin with. The real problem in that circumstance is that there were 4 barricades that they basically opened up. The real problem in that circumstance was National Guard was not deployed ahead of time to do a show of force to make sure that this conflict never even escalated to that point. I don't know why it did. I don't know what kind of decisions were made, or lack thereof, rather. What allowed people to think that having 100,000 Trump supporters get agitated outside of the halls of Congress by being goaded into doing acts of violence by the literal fucking president? just like he has agitated them for the past 4 years, was going to prove to be a peaceful gathering. I don't know why you thought that. Everyone knew what was going to happen. And yet they didn't take the necessary precautions. That's bullshit, man. That's the real fault there. That's the real problem. The fact that not a single one of these people got arrested is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How the fuck are you drawing comparisons here? I respect your consistency, but I disagree with you. You disagree with me on what? Does she deserve to get killed? No, I don't think she deserved to get killed. 13 arrests, ladies and gentlemen. 13 arrests were conducted today. 13. Cops detained 13 black kids when they're looking for, like, someone who engaged in grand larceny on an off day. 10,000 hogs stormed the Capitol building, break in, fight cops, steal government, like, classified information, take photos of classified information left on laptops and shit. 13 arrests. Don't tell me there's not fucking white privilege in this country, dude. Come on. Now, I know some of those people that were there were black. I know. They were fighting for a white-ass cause. Okay? Last night, the people of Georgia elected the 11th African-American senator in the entire history of the United States. Not this year, not this past year. The 11th. The 11th black senator in the entire history of the United States. Come on. Come the fuck on, dude. People love to immediately run to say, hey, well, there's not that many black people in America. They only make 13% of the population, Hasan. Senate's not supposed to be proportional representation. But even if it was, your argument does not stand. That's 0.07% of all senators throughout history, motherfucker. Not 13% of senators. Was it 0.26? My bad. Throughout history, chat. Throughout history. Anyway. Regardless. So yeah, we got here because Tucker Carlson said that she was not radical. That's a lie. She was. Unfortunately, like millions of others, she found herself believing the dumb shit that she saw on her timeline. Some of you have relatives just like her. Luckily, maybe they're not so far gone that they fucking flew out. Some of you have literally relatives that did fly out to DC. Some of you know people that flew out. Even I know fucking people that flew out. And I got no immediate or distant relatives that believe in Trump or like Trump. I'm very fortunate that way. Possibly because a lot of them are Turkish. Almost all of them. These people are all around us. They're not like a couple random violent extremists. They're all around us. That's the union plumber that comes to your house. You know? That's the guy who owns the fucking used car dealership down the street. They're your dads, they're your brothers, they're your wives, they're your sisters. They're all around us. Don't let like Republicans try to make it seem like this is just an aberration and an anomaly. When in fact, this is the logical conclusion of many years of white grievance politics and racial agitprop that Republicans have utilized to win elections. Paired up with the insane, insatiable thirst for profits that companies like Facebook and YouTube have. So they just unload on these rabbit holes. They open up the floodgates on radicalizing boomers and even Zoomers with as much psychotic misinformation as possible because it profits them. It increases time spent on the platform. So, hey, that's good. That's a lot of ad dollars, baby. Saying that these are random, or not random, but like saying that these are extremists, violent extremists that are not necessarily regular old folk shows that you don't understand regular old folk. They are responsible for it too, and especially Tucker Carlson.
Angry children we have seen again and again wrecking our cities. Pasty, entitled nihilists dressed in black, setting fires, spray painting slogans on statues. She didn't look like that. The woman in the Capitol...
Yeah, those are the real radicals. What Tucker is saying is she wasn't black, okay? That's what he's saying. Like, you know, come on, she wasn't Antifa, she wasn't black. Doesn't look like a radical.
Did not look particularly radical. She bore no resemblance to the angry children we have seen again and again wrecking our cities. Pasty, entitled...
Yeah, because it's okay to kill those, right? You fucking piece of shit.
Nihilists dressed in black, setting fires, spray painting slogans on statues. She didn't look like that. The woman in the Capitol hallway looked pretty much like everyone else. So why was she there on a Wednesday? Why were any of them there today? We ought to think about that. If you want to fix it, you have to think about that. The only reason this country is rich and successful is because for hundreds of years we have enjoyed a stable political system. And the only reason that system is stable is because it's a democracy. It responds to voters. Democracy is our pressure relief valve. As long as people sincerely believe they can change things by voting, they stay calm. They don't storm the Bastille. They don't burst into the House chamber. They talk and they organize and they vote.
I mean, yeah, that's true. So why were they there? Because one man decided that democracy just means like I win every time. And because Republicans have been running that line for so fucking long that it's stuck. How many segments do you think Tucker Carlson dedicated on this election cycle alone to election integrity? How many hours did Tucker Carlson spend lying about how our elections are fundamentally broken? And not because of the Electoral College. That is a fundamental flaw. Not because the Senate is literally unjust. That the Senate, the injustice built in, the inequalities built into the Senate. Lindsey Graham is speaking. Okay, we'll get back to Tucker Carlson in a second. Tucker Carlson very much contributed to the lies, just like every other Republican did.
And Florida sent 2 slate of electors. They had 2 governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody.
I don't know why you guys want me to fucking watch this clown ass dude. I don't know. I don't care.
Me out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong.
It was a literal Federalist Society judge that overturned
Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons.
No, they don't realize the grift has gone too far, my friend. It's that it's over. Like, they knew the grift had gone too far a long time ago. They just didn't care. But it's like, literally, the time is done now. They just don't have time.
We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution.
Yeah, where the fuck was this a month ago, you dipshit? This is why it's so frustrating. All of these fucking crooks and liars literally stood back and kept their fucking mouths shut when Trump was running his goddamn mouth, radicalizing the people nonstop. None of them demonstrated the courage of like literally being like, come on, you had 4 fucking years, but it's time to go.
You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying.
That's fucking bullshit, dude. This is why you cannot be blinded by this last second, like, oh, come on, we're all just friends over here. Come on, Trump has gone really out of control bullshit, okay? They are all fucking crooks. And I'll take it one step further. The Democrats that also try to normalize this sort of behavior from the Republicans that make it seem like they're all just like, oh yeah, we're all just getting together. We're all just colleagues, aren't we? They're fucking crooks too. These fucking pieces of shit, dude.
That maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
I mean, this is just like, this is a performance. It's a facade. That's all this is. It's theater. They are acting like the past fucking 4 years didn't happen in one last-ditch effort.
All time has expired. The question is, shall the objections submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr.
feeling guilty as
and
fuck?
the
No,
senator
they're
from
not.
Texas, Mr. Cruz, and
No.
others, be
They're
sustained?
using this as an opportunity to wash themselves of the sin of defending Donald Trump literally until the last moment. They could have stopped Trump a month ago. They could have stopped Trump 2 months ago. They could have sided with the truth, and liberals still would have fucking hugged and kissed them. And they still are going to hug and kiss them after this.
Call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso.
You don't get to fucking bully the disabled kids for the entire school year, and then on the last day of class say, oops, sorry, and then come back next year to do the exact same shit. Okay?
Mr. Booker.
You don't feel guilt.
Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun.
What do you want to hear the votes, man? You already know what the fucking total is going to be.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham personally called for Republican states
Ms.
and partisan
Cantwell.
electors literally commit voter fraud. He literally tried to
Mrs.
pressure.
Capito.
He literally tried to pressure the Georgia representatives,
Mr.
dude.
Cardin.
Or the Georgia Secretary of State.
Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo.
Crapo.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Holy. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. I got excited. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. No. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Kelly. No. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. King. No. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. No. Mrs. Loeffler. No. Mr. Lujan. No. Ms. Lummis. No. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Marshall. Aye. Mr. McConnell. No. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Moran. No. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. No. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Paul. No. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Portman. No. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Risch. No. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. No. Mr. Rounds. No. Mr. Rubio. No. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
Cinemas with an S.
Mr. Warner.
Tommy Tuberville.
Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
No, I can't switch. Everyone's mad at me. They want to hear every single vote cast. As though it's important. You can't even hear it, but it doesn't matter. People in the audience needed to hear it. Without getting too political, how many monkeys is too many? What does that even mean? Bro, what is this community's obsession with, like, dude, look at this monkey. Dude, you need to look at this rock right now. Did you see this opal? Bro, look at how pretty this monkey is. Holy shit. Did I run an ad at the top of the hour? Is it fucking 7 p.m. already? I did. Okay. No, I ran one, right? I ran one already, right? I ran it early, right? Yes or no? Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. You didn't run an ad. I don't know anymore. Not getting political. Why don't they have red, white, and blue carpets in there? Felix donated monkey video for sure. You didn't run an ad? Good news though, all gas Save the Children rally video is out. That is good news. Okay, let's move on to fucking the house.
Or what might seriously
all right,
have gone
it's top of the hour every hour. I'm
Even
running an
if
ad.
You reject the notion.
You did in fact run an ad. It was for the votes in the Senate.
I'd like to offer a slightly different.
I did, right? Is DTS off? Yeah, right now.
Perspective. Perhaps it will be rejected. I think if I were sitting
No,
on the
you
other
didn't.
side of the
No,
aisle, it would be very difficult for me to
No,
listen
tell
to
me if I
tonight,
did
but
or not.
You all have heard it said, and it certainly is true, that many executive branch officials around the nation departed from state legislatures, enacted laws. I think it's less understood how this came to pass. It was
You didn't
not
run an
a
ad?
spontaneous,
Okay.
independent
Top of the hour every hour.
decision-making,
Time for a 60-second ad break.
but it resulted,
I'm running
I
it
would
right
argue,
now.
from a coordinated
Apologies
nationwide
if
partisan
you saw an
plan.
ad. But here it is.
And the fact
Just
and
60
scope
seconds.
of the plan, it really isn't disputed. If you go to democracydocket.com, it is the website of Mark Elias, the National Democratic
Okay, I'm going back to
election
Tucker
lawyer,
Carlson.
who appeared in hundreds of cases across the country in the course of the election year.
I do not have a system
this plan
for this
was
yet.
not a response to.
I rely on my chat. Literally, my chat tells me when I run ads and not. All right, let's finish this fucking dumbass rant that I was in the middle of when everyone was like, oh my God, you have to watch Lindsey Graham. He's really spitting right now. You have to watch Lindsey Graham do his tight five. He is kind of killing it, is what some of you literally sounded like. Let's finish this fucking WASP nationalist dipshit talk about how it's actually the liberals that are really violent and how it's actually liberals that are the reason why, Trump supporters stormed the fucking halls of Congress today. Ay, ay, ay. He is just, he really does it for me, dude. Tucker Carlson gets me in a way that is difficult to describe.
But the opposite is also true. If people begin to believe that their democracy is fraudulent, if they conclude that voting is a charade, that the system is rigged and it's run in secret by a small group of powerful, dishonest people who are acting in their own interests, then God knows what could happen. Actually, we do know what could happen. It's happening right now.
Because a group of secret people tilted the balance in favor of the Democratic Party. And that's why these people that stormed the Capitol are justified. That's what Tucker Carlson is saying, by the way. Just remember, that's what he's saying currently.
It's happened in countless other countries over countless centuries. And the cycle is always the same because human nature never changes. Listen to us, screams the population. Shut up and do what you're told, reply their leaders. In the face of dissent, the first instinct of illegitimate leadership is to crack down on the population. But crackdowns never make it better. Instead, they always make the country more volatile and more dangerous. The people in charge really understand that. They don't want to. They don't care to learn or listen because all of this conversation is a referendum on them and their leadership. So they clamp down harder. Obey, I tell you, obey. This is the Romanov program. It ends
on this vote, the yeas are
every
6,
single
the
time.
nays are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President. So, colleagues, here's where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote. We expect the House to finish voting on Arizona between 11:30 and midnight. I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator Collins.
And on our side, Senators Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
No.
Maybe not. We may have. Okay, so we'll figure it out.
The Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Without objection.
It is kind of funny. I guess let it be a moment of solace that all of these fucking 80-year-old freaks have to stay up way past their bedtime now.
This isn't yours, right?
I guess the little victories.
So we're in recent.
I have no idea what's going on. Are they in recess or not? Did they? I guess they are. Another YouTube link for on the coverage for after. Oh, thanks. Okay, let's finish this Tucker Carlson video, please.
But that doesn't mean they won't try it again. Of course they will, because it's their nature. It's how we got here in the first place. Millions of Americans sincerely believe the last election was fake. You can dismiss them as crazy. You can call them conspiracy theorists. You can kick them off Twitter.
I mean, they are.
But that won't change their minds. Rather than trying to change their minds, to convince them and reassure them that the system is real, that the democracy works, as you would do if you cared about the country or the people who live here, our new leaders will try to silence them. What happened today will be used by the people taking power to justify stripping you of the rights you were born with as an American. Your right to speak without being censored, your right to assemble, to not be spied upon, to make a living, to defend your family, most critically. These are the most basic and ancient freedoms that we have. They're why we live here in the first place. They're why we're proud to be Americans. They're what make us different. And they're all now in peril. When thousands of your countrymen storm the Capitol building, you don't have to like it. We don't. You can be horrified by the violence, and as we said, and we'll say it again, we are horrified. It's wrong. But if you don't bother to pause and learn a single thing from it, from your citizens storming your Capitol building, then you're a fool.
Yeah. No, for real. I mean, I said this earlier today as well. But it's people like you, Tucker, that have created this environment. It's people like you who defend the Republicans and the Democrats, too, from time to time, that have created this environment of instability. This didn't happen in a vacuum, just like Donald Trump is not the reason why everything fell apart. Okay? Donald Trump is merely a symptom and not the disease itself. The system is fundamentally broken, and anyone who does not speak out against the status quo, or even worse, acts like the system is broken exclusively so they can reinforce the dominant hierarchy of white supremacy. Because that's what Tucker Carlson does. Oh, the system is so broken. We really care about the workers, which is why we should make sure that immigrants are locked away in concentration camps forever. Like, that's Tucker Carlson's entire shtick. Oh, I just want like a little bit of socialism, but like not really. But even if we gave a little bit of socialism, it would be for just, you know, the workers that deserve it, the American, the folk, the folkish Americans, you know, the real Americans, not those unwashed immigrants that are coming over the border and bringing in disease. That's literally what Tucker Carlson has said, by the way. Stop saying folks with an X. Volk is the way that Nazis did the exact same kind of propagandizing that Tucker is doing. And ironically, Tucker, just like the Nazis, is very much in support of big business, just like the fascists were. Volks. So yeah, we do have to look at the problems. But the problems are not immigration. The problems are those who use immigration to deflect away from the actual problems. It's not because some fucking law-abiding abuela came over the goddamn border last year with her child in tow. That's not the reason why you don't have health care. Okay? Well, not you. Tucker is a quadrillionaire, Swanson Frozen Food Dynasty recipient, or an heir to the Swanson Frozen Food Dynasty. I mean, his literal fucking... His brother's last name is like Buckley, okay? Or not last name. His brother's middle name is Buckley, all right? That's all you need to know about their family. That's why he's always been and will continue to be a real libertarian, a right-winger. He can talk about how much he hates Jeff Bezos all he wants. But the people that he ends up defending are the ones who literally unshackle regulation so that Jeff Bezos can justify the horrific work practices that that his company benefits from. Okay? Matt Gaetz is covering for Trump. I'm going to finish this. I don't give a fuck.
You lack wisdom and you lack self-awareness. You have no place
We'll
running
get to Matt
a
Gaetz
country
in a second.
We got to this sad, chaotic day for a reason. It is not your fault. It is their fault.
No, it's Tucker Carlson's fault. Let's watch Matt Gaetz now.
But the Washington Times has just reported some pretty compelling evidence from a facial recognition company showing that some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were masquerading as Trump supporters and, in fact, were members of the violent terrorist group Antifa. Now, we should seek to build America up, not tear.
If you don't crack Matt Gaetz as a representative, you're sitting there right now, you don't punch Matt Gaetz in the back of the dome, like you're not for me. You don't represent my interests. In a video game, of course. Who the fuck is clapping for this shit?
I appreciate all the talk. Now, I appreciate all the talk of coming together, but let us not pretend that our colleagues on the left have been free of some anti-democratic impulses just because we signed on to legal briefs and asked courts to resolve disputes. There were some on the left who said that we should not even be seated in the body, that we ought to be prosecuted, maybe even jailed. Those arguments anger people, but people do understand the concepts of basic fairness. And no competition, contest, or election can be deemed fair if the participants are subject to different rules.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I hope every single day he suffers as much as the suffering he's brought upon the American people. I hope he feels at least a fraction of the suffering every single day for the rest of his life.
Stripped of their electors. This fraud was systemic.
I'm trying to be as kind as I'm thinking very like terms of service violation things right now, way worse than Dan Crenshaw. And I'm not going to say it, but I wish it in my mind. I really do. The things I wish for Matt Gaetz.
They went and pressured and litigated.
Matt wore a fucking gas mask to the halls of the Congress gates to delegitimize COVID, to make fun of it.
Laundered ballots, votes, voter registration forms, and then they limited review. In 2016, Democrats found out that they couldn't beat Donald Trump at the ballot box with voters who actually show up, so they turned to impeachment and the witness box. And when that failed, they ran to the mailbox, where this election saw an unprecedented amount of votes that could not be authenticated with true ID, with true signature match, and with true confidence for the American people. Our Article III courts have failed by not holding evidentiary hearings to weigh the evidence. We should not join in that failure. We should vindicate the rights of states. We should vindicate the subpoenas in Arizona that have been issued to get a hold of these voting machines, and we should reject these electors. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker.
If there was a shred of justice on this planet, there was a shred of justice in this universe, if there was any sort of like karmic justice, cosmic justice, if this world was just, equal, and true, Matt Gaetz would feel the suffering that he causes millions with both his words, his action, and at times his inaction every single day for the rest of his life.
Republican
but he won't.
From this house from Arizona and a
senator
from Texas. The whole discussion today, this challenge to the 11 electoral votes that are designated for President Biden and Vice President Harris.
Someone said he got thrown in jail for drunk driving. He's from Florida, brother. That's literally that's a precursor. You have to get a drunk driving charge to become a congressperson in Florida.
There's no legal standing.
Everybody knows this is in the rule book.
Arizona, time and time
you have to either like kill an intern or something, or get a DUI charge.
Violation. But we're here today, Madam Speaker, because of the
DUIs in Florida are like getting baptized, brother. It's the Florida state sport.
Who are desperate to please him. So what do we have to show for this process today? and regrettably and sadly death, arrests, present and real danger, threats, and assault on our institution, this House, this Congress, and the very democracy that we practice here. And to what end? What did we accomplish? The reality is that the challenge will be defeated. Come January 20th, President Biden and President Harris will be the President and Vice President of the United States. So what have we accomplished? To further divide this nation, to continue to fan the same rhetoric of division and us versus them, to paralyze and dismantle our democracy? Is that what we're attempting to accomplish today? The mob that attacked this institution, I hold no member specifically responsible for that madness that was around us. But we do share a responsibility, my friends, to end it. It's past time to accept reality, to reaffirm our democracy, and move on. I would urge my colleagues from Arizona who filed this challenge to withdraw their challenge to Arizona and to the electors that have been chosen to give their 11 votes to the winners in that election. But if that doesn't happen, then I would urge my colleagues to reject this challenge and defend all voters, defend the voters of Arizona, and that democracy that we practice daily in the representation of our constituents. That's what's at stake today. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Colorado and thank her for the time.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, every member in this chamber took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And there's only one vote tonight for those who took that oath, and that vote is to reject this challenge. I yield back.
All the time for debate has expired. The question is, shall the objection to the Arizona Electoral College vote count submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No! Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
We would ask for a roll call.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called.
Hey man, you may not know me, but you have an absolute dumpster. Thank you. Are any progressives gonna speak? No. I mean, this is boring as fuck, but it's process. Process is always fucking boring. Let me tell you something. None of this shit matters. There you go. That's my thoughts on it. I mean, this is just like, it's just this. They're just jerking off. I fucking hate Matt Gaetz so much, dude. Holy shit. God damn, what a fucking piece of shit. Oh my God, I can't get over it. These votes do matter. Splitting the GOP is great. No, the fuck it's not, dude. It's not splitting the GOP. They know they're playing out their role. They know that none of it matters. Like the GOP doesn't operate like the Democratic Party does, where there's like legitimate progressives and then the rest is like establishment. It operates as like there are some psychos and some people that are like, you know, Trump. They have like a big Trump constituency and they're going to play out their role. But ultimately, everybody fucking knows that Donald Trump's no longer the president. And they don't really care about the actions. They don't really care about the consequences of what they say. It's bullshit. Why do you think they defended Trump this entire fucking time? Are they going to do this whole thing for every swing state? No. The GOP still voting to reject? They're just trying to court his base's vote for when they run. This is some victory dividing them. Exactly. The GOP will rarely ever have like a divisive moment. The GOP is not going to have like a real a point of contention amongst itself. Maybe like sometimes the Freedom Caucus will like act out and be like, no, we're too Republican for you. But ultimately, there is no level to the cruelty that they will subject the American people to with both their actions and sometimes, as I mentioned, their inaction. It doesn't matter. It is literally endless. That's why they could get along with Trump so well while still simultaneously being like, oh my God, I hate him. Ben Sass, Jeff Flake, the OG Never Trump Republicans, like they were all still voting with the and caucusing with the Republican Party 90% of the way with along with Donald Trump. Why? But they aesthetically kept saying, oh no, sir, how dare you, sir? Why did they do that? They did that because Donald Trump was a regular fucking Republican. And his agenda was regular Republican agenda. Some of the squad, like AOC, voted for her. They had there's no other person to vote for. Who are you going to vote for? Kevin McCarthy?
Left is kind of going crazy. The left has become psychotic and it truly terrifies me.
It's embarrassing.
The left has gone insane, or it's been taken over by complete psychopaths, and it really does terrify me today.
Let's have trial by combat.
The Democrats have gone off the rails. Absolutely, in my opinion. This should be enough data to show you it's the Democrats going crazy. Now, I think
Did they actually end up putting, hold on. I need to check to see if they like put the person getting shot in this video just to be safe. I don't think they would, but still. They didn't.
Gone off the rails. Absolutely, in my opinion. This should be enough data to show you it's the Democrats going crazy. Now, I think Republicans got to rein it in a little bit for sure, but the Democrats have lost it.
Yeah! Thank you, President Trump!
What's happening to people to precipitate this kind of complete psychosis that is affecting the left?
One woman has been shot.
And I'm going to make the bold statement that the left is trapped in a paranoid, delusional state. And I've got evidence to back this up. They're in an anger-induced, paranoid, delusional state.
Staff and members in the Capitol are being evacuated.
Paranoid delusions come from the left.
We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election.
I can prove to you it's the left that's become a cult.
Who here is up to the task of not wearing a mask? Jesus is king, and it's time to let freedom ring.
My ideological vision of a world is very left-wing. But these people are nuts. What happens when moderate leftist Tim Pool calls out the insanity that is infecting the Democrats?
USA! America!
The left is fractured completely. I'm evidence of it, right? So is Dave Rubin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so strange. Well, Dave Rubin doesn't even call himself a leftist anymore. And Tim Pool said he voted for Donald Trump and thought that Donald Trump was going to win every single state. Remember, never forget that Tim Pool literally said Donald Trump was going to win every single state, with the exception of Colorado, I believe. Even California, he would win, but not Colorado.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. Our country has had enough, and that's what this is all about.
Well, that's the end. The Democrats are going to go insane.
The joke is that Tim Pool says the left is crazy, but it's actually the right that's crazy. That's the joke. Yeah, where is moderate leftist Tim Pool talking about the civil war when you need him? When actually civil war is about to break out. Fox News reporting on the second impeachment. Oh, yo. From colleague John Roberts. A well-placed source tells me there's talk swirling among Republicans in Congress for a possible second impeachment proceeding and conviction against Trump to ensure he can't run for re-election. Who cares? Rudy Giuliani called the wrong senator to delay the voting. Audio transcript in the article. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Oh my God. How incompetent can he be, dude? Thank you for explaining the joke. You're welcome. Shut the fuck up.
Abrams said that this is a long shot. I mean, you would need a majority of the cabinet, and then you would need the ascension of the vice president. We saw Vice President Pence do something that he had never done before, which is create distance between himself and the president when he defied that demand that he act votes today, and when he gave that very strong speech condemning violence, which Donald Trump himself had not done, but going that next step to actually voting to effectively declare the president mentally unfit and to remove him from office. It's hard for me to imagine he gets there. I do not get the sense that he has been a big part of these negotiations, these talks, these discussions. But boy, that would be a big one to imagine Mike Pence taking that step. That's a huge one.
It is hard to imagine right now. I want to go back to Mary Bruce up covering Capitol Hill. So Mary, we know that the House is going to vote later this evening on these Arizona objections. Are you picking up any more reporting on what the House and the Senate are going to do when they go back into joint session, which will be sometime around midnight?
Yeah, that's the big question, is what comes next? How long will this process drag out? Because initially we expected objections to 3 states in total, in addition to Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. It's not clear if that's going to end up happening, though. Many of those who had been previously objecting, many of those Republicans have obviously now changed course, come out and said, given what we saw today, they are no longer...
Oh, shit. Oh, nighttime police forces. Oh, yeah, the night shift is definitely hitting differently. Oh, they are Bill Dipperly. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Now that, my friends, is a little bit closer. Is this from the BLM protests or what's going on? Let me see. Let me just make sure that there isn't like any blood or anything here. Ooh, that is. Ooh, they got the long boys out baton wise. Oh wow. God damn, is this how fucking so dark out they can't tell they're white people? What? This is crazy. I mean, that like he tripped and fell is like textbook police work, okay? That is like, oh, he tripped and fell near the fucking stairs is literally, oops, stepped on his head with my steel toe boots. Regular police work. That's light work. That's like in the manual, dude. Damn, dude, Proud Boy's about to be like A-cab all the way. I mean, what is this guy? What is he fucking, he's got like the Roman, what the fuck is he wearing, dude? Someone explain to me what this guy is wearing, dude. Why does he have knight armor? What the fuck? Bro, he went and got the Azeroth armor, dude. He went and fucking, he outbid Miska for the fucking paladin armor, dude. What is this shit? What? Bro, what gear is this, dude? I've never seen this. Yikes. They are bagging and tagging so quick, it's crazy. That's the lady. He literally pushes her over the fucking ridge, immediately zip ties. Look. Bro, if I see a dude, let me tell you something. If I see a dude with fucking, with those shoulder mounts or whatever the fuck, I'm running away, dude. There is no cause that's letting me get my ass cheeks clapped by his fucking baton that's like this big. Okay? My man has the fucking shoulder plates, dude. I'm peacing out. They're epaulets? Whatever. Okay, dude. Okay. You know what it's called. Okay. Wow. Guys, I would like to welcome a little bit of police brutality into the homes of some Trump supporters. Okay? Just welcome it into your home. When you get the absolute living shit kicked out of you by a dude who looks like he's got the Roman Royal Guard armor on for no reason whatsoever, maybe your opinion on how police brutality works in this country changes slightly. Who knows? For violating curfew, by the way, I'm just letting you know, this is a simple curfew violation. Still unacceptable, by the way, for the record. I just want to point that out. I don't give a fuck who they're beating the shit out of. You're not gonna find me getting excited about cops beating the shit out of people. Just because no cap, dude. It's still fucking a cap. That's bullshit. Yeah. That you think that's all right? You think that's acceptable? No, the fuck it's not. I don't give a shit that guy's a fucking groiper Trump supporting Nazi. Okay? Because that other one is a Trump supporting Nazi too. It's literally Nazi on Nazi violence, bro. The guy who does that to his own, okay? The guy who does that to his own, that's pig on pig violence. You are currently watching slaughterhouse pigs fight one another, okay? The porky pig that does that to another hog is definitely going to do something infinitely worse to you. Could this close the gap a little bit? No. Absolutely not. I am literally House GOP whip Steve Scalise were the points I just scored inside trading. What happened? What was the last gamba? I didn't see that. I didn't see what the last gamba was.